Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn into one piece as Corazon and conquered the world with Doflamingo. Let the tale begin. Chapter 61. The moment I realized my brother was in danger, my hauschka surged out of me like a pulsing tide. Even Aganya froze in her steps and squinted her eyes, quickly reassessing the threat I posed. Without hesitation, she drew her blade and pointed it at me. Afraid to approach without your blade now? I smirked and taunted the new admiral, whose eyes had turned blood red. As I squared off against the new admiral, her lips curled in mockery, as though she regarded me as nothing more than a fool. Yet, as my hauschka surged, the sea and its surroundings transformed. The once serene atmosphere of Marineford twisted into chaos as dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour accompanied by ferocious winds. The sky crackled with lightning, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. Despite the tempest, my keen observation haki allowed me to maintain focus, while Aganya, already at a disadvantage fighting on the ship, struggled against the poor visibility and the tumultuous conditions. Though she possessed a decent observation haki, it paled in comparison to mine. "Crimson Spear," Aganya whispered under her breath. I immediately noticed a vast movement beneath the ship. Hundreds of spears made of blood suddenly pierced from underneath, attempting to skewer me. Unlike ordinary spears, these seemed to have a mind of their own, chasing after me relentlessly. I realized that running away was futile in this situation without creating an opening, so I started deflecting the blood spears. The saving grace was that, despite covering a large area around the ship, I could feel that her powers were restrained due to the seawater. It was the right call not to land on the island. Staying on the ship restrained the woman's power to a certain level. As Admiral Aganya's crimson spears relentlessly pursued me, I deflected them with all the skill and focus I could muster. Each clash of her blood-infused weapons against my sword echoed across the deck of the battleship. Meteor slash! I leaped and spun, dodging and parrying as the blood spears chased after me with relentless determination, countering with a relentless barrage of flying slashes of my own. Aganya's mastery over her devil fruit power was undeniable, and I could feel the pressure mounting with each passing moment. But I refused to yield. Drawing upon my own observation haki, I focused on anticipating her movements, using my future sight to predict her attacks milliseconds before they came. This might look like a small interval, but for me, it was a matter of life and death. I was dancing on the tip of the blade. Crimson Tiger! With a swift motion, Aganya lunged forward, her blade flashing with deadly intent infused with the power of blood and haki. I countered, meeting her strike with a burst of armament haki, the clash sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The force of our collision threatened to knock me off balance, but I held firm, gritting my teeth against the strain. If not for my future sight, I might have already succumbed to the unpredictable nature of her bloody attacks. Her strikes were like flowing water, hard to discern the true intent. "Your skills are a bit decent, little boy," Aganya called out, her voice ringing with disdain and scorn over the din of battle. "But if this is all you have, you should give up. I fight for the true rulers of the world government, and no one can defy it." Aganya's response was a fierce glare, her eyes burning with determination. Without a word, she launched into another relentless barrage of attacks, her movements fluid and precise. Each strike was imbued with her armament haki, threatening to break through my defenses with sheer force alone. Despite attacking me with her sword, she did not give up on her blood fruit powers. I felt as if I was being besieged by two attackers. The woman in front of me had found a rare balance between the two forms of power, making her absolutely dangerous. I responded in kind, meeting her blows with all the strength I could muster. The clash of our swords reverberated across the deck, the sound of steel against steel echoing like thunder. With each passing moment, the intensity of our battle grew, the air crackling with the energy of our conflicting wills. The clash between Aganya and me was palpable, her superiority in combat was evident with each move she made. However, nature itself seemed to conspire on my behalf. With every passing moment, the weather deteriorated, and the environment became increasingly hostile. Visibility plummeted to near zero levels, reducing our surroundings to a murky haze. This environmental advantage allowed me to hold my ground, albeit temporarily. It felt like a desperate race against time, knowing that my window of opportunity was rapidly closing. Despite the worsening conditions, Aganya remained nonchalant, exerting minimal effort in the fight. She knew she held the upper hand, and her relaxed demeanor only added to my sense of urgency. All I needed was a split second of distraction to make my escape. I harbored no illusions about my chances against Aganya. She was a force to be reckoned with, a league below even Garp himself. Her blood logia ability only compounded the challenge, further stacking the odds against me. But even as Aganya pressed her advantage, I refused to back down. Drawing upon the depths of my conqueror's haki, I unleashed a wave of raw intimidation, the sheer force of my willpower radiating outward in a palpable wave. For a moment, Aganya faltered, her movements slowing ever so slightly. Dark Descent! Seizing the opportunity, I launched a fierce counterattack, a move that I had learned from mirroring the famed Dark King himself. The attack was launched, channeling all my skills and haki into the strike. With the powerful blow, I pushed Aganya back, driving her towards the edge of the ship. The deck beneath our feet shook with the force of our clash, the very wood groaning in protest. If it were not for Aganya keeping her blood from wantonly attacking the only foothold, the ship would have already sunk. It was clear she was using her blood powers to keep the ship afloat. The fight against Aganya was an uphill battle from the start. With each clash, her mastery over haki and her blood logia powers left fresh wounds on my body. My own skills in swordsmanship and haki were pushed to their limits as I desperately tried to fend off her relentless attacks. Every move I made was fueled by the primal instinct to survive, to escape this dire situation. But with each passing second, my chances grew slimmer. Aganya's relentless assault left me reeling, struggling to keep pace with her ferocity. I tried to use every tool at my disposal, even attempting to stir the sea kings from their nests below Marineford with my voice. Yet, my control was still lacking, and my efforts proved futile. Despite the odds stacked against me, I refused to yield. The thought of capture loomed over me like a dark cloud, threatening to snuff out any hope of escape. I couldn't afford to be captured, the consequences would be catastrophic. So I fought on, fueled by sheer determination and the desperate need to survive. The clash between Admiral Aganya and me intensified, our swords flashing in a blur of movement as we danced across the deck of the battleship. With each clash, I could feel the strain on my body mounting, but I pushed through it, drawing upon my well of haki to bolster my defenses and launch counterattacks of my own. Our battle was like a tempest raging upon the seas, fierce and unyielding, with neither of us willing to give ground. Despite my efforts, Aganya remained undeterred, her resolve unshaken even in the face of adversity. With a fierce glare, she launched into another series of attacks, her movements fluid and precise, her blade flashing with deadly intent. But I refused to waver, drawing upon every ounce of strength and determination within me to continue the fight. As Aganya lunged forward once again, her blade gleaming with deadly intent, I met her strike head-on, the force of our collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But even as I countered her attack, I could sense her determination and resolve, her unwavering commitment to her cause, shining through in every movement. Though the battle was in favor of Aganya, she felt insulted by my resilience. No child had ever challenged her and survived for more than a dozen minutes, let alone matched her skill. Her anger surged, and her aura blazed with intensity. With a swift motion, she sheathed her blade and unleashed her full power. It was a move born of instinct, and I reacted just in time to avoid the brunt of her attack. If I had reacted a moment later, I would have been a headless corpse, but the attack did leave a gash on my neck, making it ooze blood. Aganya smirked as she looked at the bloody cut. "Blood moon," she whispered, and my entire blood started coursing as if being summoned. I quickly understood that she was trying to control my own blood. I infused my entire body with armament haki to counteract the effect of the blood logia fruit. Busashoku Koka. But even in that split second, she had pulled out a baby fist-sized globule of blood from me. The blood floated towards her, and Aganya, as if savoring the best cuisine, sipped the blood in its entirety. Her lips were now dripping with blood. "Young blood sure is delicious," she chuckled, wiping her lips with her sleeve. Suddenly, overhead, a shadow formed due to a blood sphere, which was condensed, and it started raining blood. However, every blood drop was like a needle trying to pierce through me. "Blood rain," she whispered as she primed herself to jump into the melee again. As the blood rain descended, painting the battlefield in shades of crimson, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki in full force. Black and golden lightning crackled around me, each bolt of energy sizzling as it made contact with the blood droplets, vanishing them from existence. The deck of the battleship trembled beneath my feet as I prepared for Aganya's next assault. But the Admiral was not one to give me a moment's respite. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, her blade flashing with deadly intent. Crimson Tiger! The power behind her attack was unlike anything I had faced before, and my future sight warned me that dodging was not an option. With a roar of defiance, I met her strike head-on with a downward slash. Meteor Slash! The clash of our blades echoed across the deck, the force of our collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. But even as I tried my best to counter her attack, I felt a sharp pain lance through my gut. Aganya had managed to drive her katana right through me, exploiting the weakness caused by the blood I had lost since the start of the clash. With a sickening squelch, she twisted the blade, causing waves of agony to wash over me. The entire world around me spun in a dizzying whirl, my vision tinged with crimson as blood rained down upon us, mixing with the relentless downpour already soaking the battlefield. Under the oppressive influence of Aganya's blood logia powers, my own blood flowed faster, draining me of strength with each passing moment. Lightheaded and disoriented, I struggled to maintain my focus, the gears in my mind turning frantically as I searched for a way out of this dire situation. But Aganya, the relentless monster standing before me, showed no mercy. With a smug smirk, she methodically cut off any possible route of escape, her blade flashing with deadly precision. Despite the tumultuous climate, she remained vigilant, maintaining a thick layer of blood around the ship to prevent any sudden attempts to flee into the sea. As the world blurred around me, my desperation grew, with every instinct screaming for survival. But with each passing second, my chances of escape seemed to dwindle, with Aganya's relentless assault pushing me to the brink of collapse. In the face of her overwhelming power, I struggled to find a glimmer of hope, a flicker of light in the darkness threatening to consume me. Chapter 62. Just then, as the fight intensified, in a momentary loss of my concentration, Aganya's katana found its mark as the blade slashed through my arm, almost severing it, sending a jolt of pain throughout my body. However, even amidst the excruciating pain, I refused to succumb to pain and fatigue. Arg! With a deafening roar, I bit into my own tongue to stave off unconsciousness from blood loss. As clarity replaced agony, I channeled all my energy with vengeance, swinging Sandai Kitetsu with every ounce of strength. Dark Descent! Aganya, reveling in the sensation of toying around with her prey, was caught off guard by my sudden outburst and couldn't raise her blade completely in time for defense. Despite the surprise, she was quick to react. She attempted to enter elemental state for evasion, but the distance was too short. Despite her efforts to clad herself in haki and partially transform in a split second, her elemental form couldn't fully shield her from the devastating blow. I had infused the attack with an advanced form of armament haki, both emission and internal destruction. The attack carried all my wrath and desperation. As she was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into the railing with a resounding thud, a surge of triumph washed over me, though I acknowledged it as petty. Within moments, Aganya returned with vengeance, treating my previous attack as a mere inconvenience. Despite the overwhelming odds, I couldn't help but smirk. Finally, since the start of the battle, I had managed to land a clean hit and draw blood, even if it was a meager amount. Meanwhile, Aganya wore a somber expression, caught off guard by a mere child. The trace of crimson on her lips served as a reminder of the damage I inflicted. Prideful in her perfection, she felt a pang of shame at being bested, even if the attack seemed feeble. Recognizing why the elders held me in high regard, despite my youth, I had mastered advanced armament haki techniques like emission and internal destruction. Under normal circumstances, my attack would have torn through the internal organs of someone wielding a logia fruit, even in elemental form. Yet, Aganya wasn't just anybody reliant solely on her Logia abilities. In that split second, she managed to coat herself in haki, sparing herself from the full force of my blow. Despite her outward calmness, a glint of anger and frustration simmered in her eyes as she prepared for another assault. As I stood, feeling the warmth of my own blood flowing from my wounds, I realized each drop I shed only empowered Aganya. Her abilities centered around blood manipulation, and with every wound I sustained, I inadvertently fueled her powers. Despite this disadvantage, I found myself entirely at her mercy, knowing only my armament and conqueror's haki kept her devil fruit abilities restrained for the moment, uncertain how much longer I could endure. Aganya stood poised, but this time with much more seriousness, unsheathing her blade once more, brushing off the debris from her coat, her eyes blazing with anger and contempt. "Kid, I originally intended to take you back to the Holy Land in one piece, but it seems that words alone won't get through to you. I'm sure the elders won't mind if you're missing a limb or two, especially considering your schedule for slaughter alongside your brother at Mary Geos." With a swift movement, she vanished from her spot and reappeared behind me, her blade slicing through the air in an attempt to sever my sword arm. But my future sight had already anticipated her move, and I plunged my blade backward to where she would appear next. Clang! Our swords met, but Aganya deflected the swing with ease. "Seriously, what other secrets are you hiding?" Exceptional mastery of armament haki, observation haki honed to see the future, conqueror's haki. "Kid, you need to die, and I will make sure of it," Aganya remarked with surprise mixed with contempt, her attacks growing more ferocious as she combined her blade skills with her blood powers. I realized the reason she could deflect my attacks with such casual ease was not just due to my current condition but also due to the disparity between my mind and body. While my observation haki could outmatch Aganya's, my body's reaction time couldn't keep up. It was a drawback I knew I couldn't overcome through training alone. My body needed to naturally grow and develop alongside my haki abilities. For now, this discrepancy left me vulnerable to Aganya's onslaught as she ceased holding back and pressed her advantage trying to tear me apart. Meanwhile, the entirety of Marineford had already descended into chaos. Only the higher-ups were aware of the order to capture young Rosinante, while the rest remained oblivious. Originally, Tsuru had advised against revealing the order, fearing that Garp's prodigy might have honed his observation haki to the point of detecting thoughts and emotions. People with weak wills could be read like open books, and Tsuru wasn't willing to take that risk. So as currently Garp alongside his subordinates fighting against the rest of the admirals and their subordinates had created confusion amongst the marine ranks, not many were aware what exactly was happening and stayed in the sidelines praying in silence. "Tell me, what have you done with my brother?" I demanded, my voice strained with exhaustion. It had been nearly half an hour since my clash with Aganya began, and blood continued to drip from my countless wounds. Despite my best efforts, I found myself on my knees, struggling to hold my ground against an admiral-level fighter. While I could have held my own against someone like the current Sakazuki or Borsellino, who had yet to reach their full potential, Aganya was a different story. She was a genuine powerhouse, and facing her was pushing me to my limits. Even pushing myself to such an extent was not enough to mount a decent defense against her, as she wasn't even taking the fight seriously. It was like a predator toying with its prey. My current condition was truly pathetic, my right arm hanging limply at my side, the deep gash across it serving as a painful reminder of my predicament. With my right arm incapacitated, I gripped Katetsu tightly in my left hand, thankful for my ambidexterity. I had honed my skills with both hands, and while I preferred single-sword combat, I hadn't neglected the use of my offhand. My vision began to blur as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. Even my armament haki faltered under the relentless assault, but my conqueror's haki remained steadfast, keeping Aganya at bay throughout the battle. Though I was at an absolute disadvantage, I had managed to land a few blows of my own. Aganya's once pristine attire was now a bit crumbled, and her graceful demeanor had given way to sweat and disheveled hair. Despite her apparent victory, I was making it difficult for her. I had even left a gash on her back which I could attribute only to catching her off guard due to my superior observation haki. Though she had swiftly healed herself using her blood abilities, the attack was like a slap on her face. Despite my unyielding counters where I tried to exchange a wound for a wound, Aganya still came out on top as she casually used her blood ability to heal herself. Though I had a superior physique, it was frustrating to see her use me as a blood source to replenish her wounds. "Oh, don't worry about your brother," Aganya sneered, her voice laced with malice. "He will be well taken care of. Lucky for you, the elders have ordered to take both of you alive. So why don't you surrender, kid? Although you have struggled admirably, you are still leagues away from reaching the stage where you can challenge me. Maybe, if given a decade or two with your talent, you might be qualified for me to use my true powers. But, unfortunately for you, kid, your journey ends here today." Despite the dire situation, I refused to yield. My body ached from the multitude of wounds, and the temporary loss of my functions in one of my arm and a leg left me severely handicapped. Yet, I remained defiant in the face of Aganya's overwhelming power. There was a rare glint of admiration in her eyes as she regarded me. Fallen though I may be, I was also a descendant of God, and that fact alone earned her begrudging respect. Aganya hailed from the Figureland family, a lineage from the original 20. Because of her unmatched talent, she has been trained since she was young to serve as one of God's knights. She had always prided herself on being the epitome of talent, believing that no one could match her prowess. Even within the Holy Land, she had been groomed for greatness, destined to become a pillar amongst the celestial dragons. But now, standing before her, was a child who had the potential to match her, maybe given time even surpass her. It was a realization that both intrigued and unnerved her, fueling her determination to bring me down and preserve her status as the supreme genius. "Dark Descent!" I shouted, launching a flying slash at Aganya in a desperate attempt to catch her off guard. But to my dismay, the once majestic attack had diminished in size, a clear indication of my waning armament hockey. My gaze drifted toward the bay, where the chaos of Marineford unfolded before me. Despite the distance, I could make out Garp and his direct subordinates, fighting tirelessly against overwhelming odds. Aganya's voice pierced through my thoughts as I drifted, the blood loss inducing hallucinations. Dripping with contempt, she casually deflected my incoming attack with a blood slash of her own. "Forget about them," she taunted. "They'll never come to your rescue. Isn't it amusing to watch them squirm? That's the loyalty of dogs to their masters." Her words stung, reminding me of my past affiliations with the original Donquxote family. But I pushed aside the memories, focusing on the present duel. Meanwhile, Corazon battled against the combined might of Sakazuki and Borsellino. "Junior sure is putting up a fight, it's so scary," Borsellino remarked, attempting to strike Corazon from behind. Ever vigilant, Corazon countered with an ice shield, redirecting Borsellino's light-based attack toward Sakazuki. "Corazon, you are a Marine, you should know that he is a criminal, he has slaughtered innocents, he needs to be punished, don't make me kill you," Sakazuki bellowed, following absolute justice to the letter, a perfect lapdog to the world government. Great eruption. Sakazuki retaliated with a mighty eruption of magma, while Corazon countered with his own ice-based technique. Ice Age. The clash between the two Logia users created a spectacle of elemental fury. Meanwhile, Bogard struggled against the overwhelming number of vice admirals pouring out like a relentless tide. Though formidable, he restrained himself from harming his fellow Marines. Without admiral-level abilities or means to push back massive numbers, the tide of battle turned against him. Witnessing his friend's plight, Garp's resolve hardened. "Kong!" Garp's voice thundered, his Haushiko haki surging like an unstoppable wave, knocking out several vice admirals surrounding Bogard. "Stop this madness. Don't force my hand." Despite the chaos, Garp remained resolute, attempting to reason with Kong and the other admirals. But time was running out. The strain of the prolonged battle took its toll on his protege, and he sensed my armament haki faltering. However, my duel with Aganya continued unabated. Despite my injuries and diminishing haki, I stood my ground against overwhelming odds. Every blow I landed was a testament to my determination, even as Aganya's power threatened to completely overwhelm me. Meanwhile, on an uncharted island in the New World, the planned meeting between the Donquxote family and the Beast Pirates had descended into chaos. Betrayal had torn through their ranks, leaving the Donquxote family at the mercy of the ferocious beast pirates and the forces of the world government. Amidst the carnage, Kaido himself, the feared strongest creature in the world, had descended upon the island. Ha ha ha, did you think you could stroll through the new world unchallenged, brat? Kaido's booming voice echoed across the battlefield as he faced off against Doflamingo, Diamante, and Senor. Despite the numerical disadvantage, Kaido exuded confidence in his hybrid form, radiating power. Battered and bruised, Doflamingo glanced at the fallen body of Pika, a loyal member of the Donquxote family who had sacrificed himself to protect his leader. Anger simmered in Doflamingo's eyes as he braced himself for the onslaught. Chapter 63. Kaido noticed Doflamingo's gaze and kicked Pika's lifeless body, a cruel taunt aimed at the Donquxote family's leader. "Join me, brat," Kaido offered, his voice dripping with malice. "Serve under me, and I'll spare your life. All three of you are worthy of serving under the might of the beast pirates." But Doflamingo remained defiant, refusing to bow to Kaido's demands. "Our deal was clear," Kaido-sama. Marcus, also known as Brutus, interjected from the sidelines, clad in his CP0 uniform. "Doflamingo is to be handed over to Cypher Pol alive. You'll get their secrets, but Doflamingo must be surrendered." "That's the agreement." Infuriated by Marcus's words, Kaido swung his club with tremendous force, imbuing it with haki as he unleashed his Thunder Bagua attack. Marcus reacted swiftly, crossing his arms and cloaking himself in haki to defend against the onslaught. The clash reverberated through the air, the sheer force of the collision sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Though Marcus managed to withstand the attack, the momentum of the impact sent him hurtling backward, breaking his Tekai stance. As the chaos unfolded on the island, the fate of the Donquxote family hung in the balance, caught in a deadly struggle against the overwhelming might of the beast pirates and their fearsome captain, Kaido. "You government's dog, you don't get to tell me what I can and can't do, understood, you bastard?" Kaido's voice thundered across the chaotic battlefield as he glared menacingly at the CP agent. His anger simmered beneath the surface, fueled by the agent's interference. "If I want him to join my crew, then that's final. Who gave you the authority to challenge me?" Kaido's words dripped with contempt as he addressed the CP agent. Despite his fury, Kaido restrained himself from unleashing his full wrath on the agent. He understood the delicate balance of power and alliances in the world. Kaido's recent encounter with Garp and the one-sided torment that followed taught him valuable lessons about the dangers of overestimating his own strength. And in Wano, Odin's connections with figures like Roger and Whitebeard posed a significant threat, one that Kaido was not yet ready to face head-on. He needed time to solidify his position at the pinnacle of power. While Kaido recognized the importance of maintaining ties with the world government, he refused to be subservient to their whims. The revelation of Wano's true nature had shifted the balance of power in his favor, making him realize that he held more leverage than he had previously thought. Despite his disdain for authority, Kaido understood the pragmatic necessity of alliances and cooperation. For now, he would tolerate the presence of the CP agents, but he made it clear that he would not be dictated to by anyone, not even the world government. "Ha ha ha, the government's dog, now that has a good ring to it, doesn't it, Kaido? Aren't you a dog yourself? Willing to betray your allies just to lick their shoes?" Doflamingo's laughter cut through the tension between Kaido and Marcus, both of whom turned towards the young teen, who was laughing like a madman. "Brat, do you want to die?" Kaido's expression darkened as Doflamingo taunted him with the epithet dog. Doflamingo's laughter echoed across the chaotic battlefield, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of madness and defiance. Despite facing off against the monstrous Kaido, he seemed almost gleeful, as if reveling in the chaos surrounding him. Kaido's rage simmered beneath his formidable exterior, his massive form crackling with latent power. "You dare mock me, little brat," he growled, his voice like thunder rolling across the island. "I could crush you with a single blow." But Doflamingo remained unfazed, his grin widening as he stared down at the future Emperor of the Sea. "Oh, I'm sure you could, Kaido," he taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But where's the fun in that? Besides, I'm not one to go down without a fight." Flame Emperor. As if to punctuate his words, Doflamingo's entire form danced with orange flames, empowering the burst of Conqueror's haki, a tangible aura of power radiating from his very being. He may have been battered and bruised, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. Marcus, the CP agent, watched the exchange with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. He had witnessed firsthand the chaos that both Kaido and the young Donquxote family members could unleash. Although Kaido had an overwhelming advantage over his opponents, the young Doflamingo was also a pretty strong fighter. If he had a decade or two to grow, he might have reached the apex, and currently, the prospect of them clashing sent a creeping smile on his face. But he also knew that this confrontation presented a unique opportunity to extract valuable intelligence, regardless of the outcome. The clash between Kaido and the trio from the Donquxote family erupted into a chaotic frenzy, the air crackling with tension as their powers clashed with the might of the strongest creature of the sea. Spear of Hell. Doflamingo, his eyes burning with a fierce determination, unleashed torrents of flaming spears, weaving them into intricate patterns that danced around Kaido like fiery serpents. But despite his formidable display, Kaido seemed almost indifferent to the flames licking at his skin, his monstrous form shrugging off the attacks with casual ease. Beside Doflamingo, Diamante unleashed torrents of soot, enveloping the battlefield in a choking haze that obscured visibility and added to the confusion. With swift and precise movements, he transformed the very ground beneath Kaido's feet into a shifting landscape of traps and pitfalls, hoping to catch the beast off guard. But Kaido's senses were razor-sharp, and he effortlessly navigated the treacherous terrain, his steps sure and steady amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Senor utilized his string fruit powers to ensnare Kaido, weaving intricate webs of razor-sharp threads in an attempt to bind the Emperor and restrict his movements. But Kaido's strength was unmatched, and with a mighty roar, he tore through the threads with sheer brute force, sending Senor reeling backward with a look of shock and disbelief. As the battle raged on, it became increasingly clear that the odds were stacked against the trio from the Donquxote family. Despite their best efforts, they were no match for the overwhelming power of Kaido, whose sheer strength and resilience seemed almost otherworldly. With each passing moment, the situation grew more dire, with the trio's attacks barely making a dent in Kaido's formidable defenses. Then, in a sudden and brutal turn of events, Diamante found himself in Kaido's sights. Conqueror of the Three Worlds, Ragnaroku. Kaido in his human beast form. Wielding his club two-handed, he jumped into the air and quickly spun his weapon above his head as he imbued it with Hashiko Haki, making it exude black lightning. He then, while descending, swung his club down with great force. The future Emperor's massive club swinging down with terrifying speed and precision. With a sickening crunch, Diamante was crushed beneath the force of the blow, his body crumpling like a ragdoll as he was thrown aside, defeated and broken, his fate unknown. Diamante! Doffy screamed as he saw Diamante's skull shatter under the impact, but before he could react, Kaido set his sights on Senor and dashed towards his loyal friend and subordinate. Senor fared a little better, his attempts to evade Kaido's wrath proving futile as the beast unleashed a barrage of devastating blows, each one more powerful than the last. With a final, bone-crushing strike, Senor's unconscious and broken form was sent hurtling through the air, his body limp and battered as he crashed to the ground in a heap, his fate unknown. Now, only Doflamingo remained, his eyes wide with shock and horror as he faced down the indomitable Kaido. With a menacing growl, Kaido raised his club high overhead, the air crackling with anticipation as he prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. For Doflamingo, there was nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. All he could do was brace himself for the inevitable impact, his fate hanging in the balance as the battle reached its brutal conclusion. In his final moments, Doflamingo's thoughts drifted to his brother, recalling the moments they had shared and wondering if he should have heeded his brother's warnings. He yearned to see his brother one last time, but amidst the chaos of battle, such wishes seemed futile. With a grim determination, Doflamingo mustered all his remaining strength, his conqueror's haki blazing forth like a final act of defiance. As the clash between Kaido, the fearsome beast pirate emperor, and the young teenage Doflamingo, wielding the powers of the flame fruit, ignited, the air crackled with anticipation. Kaido's monstrous form, a hybrid between dragon and man, loomed over Doflamingo, his imposing presence suffocating. With a roar that shook the very ground, Kaido lunged forward, his massive claws aiming to crush Doflamingo where he stood. But Doflamingo, his eyes burning with determination, dodged with agile grace, leaving trails of fiery embers in his wake. Summoning his armament haki, Kaido unleashed a devastating barrage of blows, each strike carrying the weight of his monstrous strength. Doflamingo danced between the onslaught, his own haki flaring to deflect the onslaught of attacks. But with each clash, the overwhelming power of Kaido began to take its toll. Doflamingo retaliated with torrents of scorching flames, weaving intricate patterns of fire that licked at Kaido's formidable defenses. But even as the flames engulfed the battlefield, Kaido pressed on, relentless in his assault. Bloodied and battered, Doflamingo refused to yield. With a defiant scream, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Hell's Judgment, a vortex of searing flames that engulfed Kaido in an inferno of agony. But even as the flames raged, Kaido emerged from the inferno, his body adorned with burns, yet his resolve unbroken. With a thunderous roar, Kaido unleashed his own signature move, Thunder Bagua, a devastating shockwave of haki-infused power that sent Doflamingo crashing to the ground, his body broken and bloodied. Yet, even in the face of certain defeat, Doflamingo rose once more, fueled by sheer anger and determination. With the last remnants of his strength, he unleashed a final, desperate onslaught of flames, a blaze of defiance against the unstoppable force of Kaido. In the end, as the smoke cleared and the dust settled, Doflamingo stood on trembling legs, his body broken and battered, but his spirit unbroken. Though defeated, his fiery determination had left an indelible mark on the battlefield, a testament to his unyielding will in the face of overwhelming odds. Majestic Flame Destroyer! Doflamingo roared, unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards Kaido, hoping against hope that this last-ditch effort would somehow turn the tide. But Kaido, with his overwhelming strength and resilience, tore through the flames with sheer brute force, the inferno dissipating in the face of his unstoppable might. In an instant, Kaido closed the distance between them, his massive club descending with terrifying speed. Great Virtue and Authority Thunderclap 8 trigrams. The sickening sound of impact echoed across the battlefield as Kaido's club connected with Doflamingo's body, crushing bone and rending flesh with brutal efficiency. Doflamingo's vision blurred, pain exploding throughout his body as he felt himself being overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow. Darkness encroached upon his senses, but even in his final moments, he refused to yield. As Kaido raised his club high, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow, Doflamingo's mind raced. Memories flashed before his eyes, moments of triumph and defeat, victories and losses. He thought of his family, his allies, and his enemies, all those who had shaped his journey and brought him to this fateful moment. Goodbye, little brother. But amidst the pain and despair, a spark of defiance ignited within Doflamingo's heart. With his last ounce of strength, he summoned forth his conqueror's haki once more, channeling it into a final act of resistance against the overwhelming might of Kaido. It was a futile gesture, a mere flicker of defiance against the unstoppable force bearing down upon him, but in that fleeting moment, Doflamingo refused to go down without a fight. And then, with a final, bone-crushing blow, darkness claimed him, his consciousness slipping away as the merciless embrace of oblivion welcomed him home. In the end, Doflamingo's fate was sealed, his legacy forever entwined with the tumultuous currents of history, a tragic figure whose story would be remembered by those who came after. Enough! Marcus interjected, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. Kaido-sama, remember why we're here. We have a mission to complete, and personal vendettas will only hinder our progress. Kaido's gaze shifted from the fallen Doflamingo to Marcus, his expression unreadable. Fine, he grunted, reluctantly relenting for the time being. But mark my words, our old collaboration ends today. I do not owe you guys any more favors, your insolence will not be forgotten. Marcus's grin only widened in response, because for him, Kaido and the government matter were insignificant in front of his mission, and he needed to take Doffy back to the Holy Land, his eyes glittering with a dangerous light. Looking forward to it, Kaido, he quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And with that, the uneasy truce held, at least for the moment. But amidst the chaos of battle and the downfall of the Donquxote family, the seeds of future conflict had been sown, destined to bloom into full-blown chaos in the days to come. Chapter 64. Back in Marineford, exhaustion weighed heavily on me, every movement a monumental effort against the leaden weight dragging me down. Even the simple act of wielding katetsu with my left arm felt like a Herculean task, my muscles screaming in protest with each swing. Blood pooled around me, obscuring my vision and adding to the already suffocating sense of chaos enveloping the battlefield. Yet, driven by sheer willpower and a stubborn refusal to yield, I pressed forward into the heart of the storm. Above, the heavens roared their fury, the rumble of thunder echoing like the battle cry of ancient gods. Lightning streaked across the sky in jagged forks of blinding white, illuminating the tumultuous landscape below with a stark, otherworldly brilliance. The downpour intensified, transforming the once serene battlefield into a raging torrent of wind and rain, nature itself rising in defiance against the forces that sought to control it. In the midst of this tempest, even Aganya, the formidable admiral standing before me, felt the pressure of nature's might bearing down upon her. Her blood domain, once a formidable barrier against all my escape attempts, wavered in the face of the relentless storm, the chaotic winds and driving rain threatening to tear it asunder. Before I could react, Aganya's blade sliced through the air with deadly precision, finding its mark in my throat. With a desperate resolve, I instinctively countered, my broken right arm grasping onto her weapon in a futile attempt to halt its deadly path. In a desperate bid for survival, my own blade found its mark in her neck, but the formidable barrier of her armament hockey remained unyielding, rendering my efforts futile. Blood bubbled from my lips, a grim testament to the mortal wound that now threatened to consume me. "Brave, kid," Aganya's voice cut through the cacophony of the storm, her words carrying both respect and disdain in equal measure. "Originally, I wanted to take you back alive, but you are too dangerous. I am sure the elders will understand. You are just like them, your mere existence is a sin." Despite the pain and exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm me, I refused to succumb, my spirit burning bright amidst the chaos. For in that moment, I knew that even in the face of death, I would not go quietly into the night. As Aganya withdrew her blade, poised to deliver the final, fatal blow, a surge of vitality rippled through the sea, echoing my unwavering defiance against the hands of fate. The very essence of the ocean stirred in response to my will, a primal force unleashed in my dying moments. The colossal sea kings, ancient behemoths that slumbered in the depths, felt the call of the world itself, their massive forms stirring with newfound purpose. With thunderous roars that reverberated through the tumultuous waters, the sea kings surged forth, their immense bodies crashing through the crimson blockade with unmatched ferocity. The very ocean itself seemed to rise up in rebellion, a formidable army of sea creatures converging upon Aganya with a relentless fury. Yet, even as she stood amidst the chaos, Aganya remained undaunted, her blade flashing with deadly precision as she fended off the onslaught of massive beasts. Amidst the chaos, Aganya detected a sudden change on my side, a subtle shift in the tide of battle that drew her attention away from the encroaching sea kings. With swift reflexes, she collected herself and leaped towards me, her movements fluid and decisive as chaos erupted around us. But even as she closed in for the kill, Aganya sensed a faint glimmer of life within me, a vital sign that persisted despite the mortal wound that had pierced my throat. Disregarding the sea kings that surged towards her, she focused solely on her prey, her arm morphing into a crimson serpent aimed directly at my heart. "Crimson serpent," she uttered, her voice a chilling whisper as her hand surged forward with lethal precision. In that moment, as the gaping maw of a massive sea king loomed overhead, ready to engulf me, Aganya's hand pierced through my chest with horrifying speed, tearing away a chunk of my beating heart. Gasping for breath, I felt the last vestiges of life slipping away, my body consumed by the unforgiving depths of the sea. Aganya stood triumphant, clutching half of my heart in her hand, while I was swallowed by the relentless embrace of the sea king. Yet, even as darkness closed in around me, my will remained unbroken, a flickering flame of defiance amidst the encroaching shadows. In that fleeting moment of clarity, I found a strange sense of peace, knowing that my legacy would endure, carried forth on the ebb and flow of fate. The sudden arrival of the Sea Kings not only brought an end to the chaotic clash on the sea but also quelled the conflict in the bay. Aganya gazed upon the heart in her hand with a mixture of emotions swirling within her. She couldn't shake the memory of the kid's last defiant gaze, piercing through her with an intensity that mirrored the abyss itself. It wasn't that she didn't want to finish him off completely, she simply couldn't. Fear gripped her when the kid unleashed that final surge of power, as if the entire world itself conspired against her. With a heavy sigh, she composed herself, thinking that there was no way that the kid would survive. Aganya sheathed her blade and turned away, her gaze drifting towards the Marine headquarters. The destruction wrought by the Sea Kings upon the battleships and the chaos engulfing the area meant nothing to her now. There were more pressing matters at hand, and she intended to see them through, regardless of the cost. The final act of Ross's demise unfolded before the eyes of everyone in Marineford. Despite Aganya's delayed reaction, she had managed to take down more than half a dozen of the massive Sea Kings. Each of these creatures was of a size that could only be found in the true depths of the ocean. As Aganya landed on the bay with half a heart in her hand, her instincts flared, compelling her to put her guard up as if her life depended on it. She mustered her entire armament hockey, but she was unprepared for what followed. Garp, who had witnessed Ross's final moments, transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, consumed by the desire for vengeance. Aganya's seemingly casual act of carrying the heart of his beloved disciple tipped the scales. Galaxy Impact. Garp clad himself in armament hockey and imbued the attack with Haoshiku, launching an assault with the intent to kill. It was the first time since the battle began that he had unleashed such a lethal strike. But Aganya was no pushover. Though she was not on Garp's level, she could hold her own against him. Crimson World. She reacted swiftly, countering Garp's punch with one of her own. However, the outcome was devastating. A sickening crunch echoed as Aganya's arm shattered. If she hadn't been a Logia user, she might have permanently lost her sword arm. Aganya was sent hurtling through the air because of the momentum, crashing onto a battleship and breaking through its hull. Garp's bloodshot eyes reflected his unbridled rage. He was consumed by a desire for vengeance, reminiscent of his reaction when Ace was killed by a Kainu in the canon storyline. Back then, he was older and more composed, with Sengoku alone able to restrain him. But now, in his prime and fueled by fury, it took the combined efforts of Kong, Zephyr, Sengoku, and even Tsuru, using her fruit powers, to try and quell Garp's anger. "Garp, have you gone mad? She's the new admiral." Kong's voice boomed, attempting to reason with Garp. With each passing second, the situation escalated, but somehow, Tsuru's fruit power helped to restrain him to a certain extent. "Garp, if you keep this up, you'll be thrown out of the Marines." Kong's voice thundered. He sought to bring the wild beast under control, knowing that the details could be discussed later. Suddenly, Garp, who had been like a wild beast, paused and locked eyes with Kong. Without a word, he slackened his grip on the unconscious Vice Admiral in his hands and flung him at the Fleet Admiral's foot. With one last glance in the direction Aganya had fallen, Garp strode purposefully towards Bogard, who lay unconscious on the ground. The crowd surrounding Bogard keeping him restrained parted, intimidated by the sheer bloodlust emanating from the Marine hero. No one dared to challenge him. As days flew by, a seismic wave of news swept across the world, shaking the very foundations of power and order. First came the earth-shattering revelation of the fall of the Donquxote family. From the New World to Paradise and even the North Blue, the bases of the once formidable family were razed to the ground, leaving no survivors in their wake. Yet what sent shockwaves even deeper was the fate of the family's leader, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. In the heart of Mary Geos, where the eyes of every descendant were fixated, the young Doflamingo lay crucified, a stark symbol of defiance silenced. Beneath him rested a small chest, within which lay half a heart, a chilling reminder to all world nobles of the consequences awaiting those who dared challenge their supremacy. The elders, in their bid to maintain control, sought to suppress this grim event, along with countless others that unfolded in the chaotic aftermath of the Marineford battle. Amidst the turmoil, whispers spread like wildfire amongst the higher-ups of marine communities of an admiral's defection, the creation of a newfound freedom fighter group led by none other than Dragon himself. The news rippled through the marine community, sending shockwaves of uncertainty and unrest. Yet, amidst the chaos, Garp, once a stalwart pillar of the Marines, retreated into the depths of Marineford, his current stance unknown, his silence speaking volumes to those who sought answers. But amidst the turmoil and unrest, one event eclipsed them all, the legendary Roger pirates achieving what had been thought impossible for centuries. Their triumphant arrival at the final island ignited a frenzy of speculation and wonder as rumors of the ultimate treasure, the One Piece, began to spread like wildfire across the globe. Despite the world government's efforts to suppress the news, the truth could not be contained, and Roger was crowned with the illustrious title of Pirate King, forever etching his name into the annals of history. As news of the Roger pirates' historic achievements spread across the seas, the very waters themselves seemed to roil and churn with excitement and anticipation. Ships rocked on tumultuous waves as whispers of the legendary crew's triumph echoed from port to port. Mariners, pirates, and civilians alike found themselves swept up in the fervor, their imaginations ignited by the possibilities unlocked by the discovery of the final island. Amidst the chaos, the world government, recognizing the gravity of the situation, released an updated bounty notice for the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. The bounty, displayed in bold letters for all to see, surpassed all previous records, a testament to Roger's unparalleled notoriety and the magnitude of his latest achievement. Even the world government itself was humbled due to the fact that they were not able to suppress the truth and was forced to acknowledge Roger with his new title Pirate King. Inscribed upon the wanted poster, in letters that seemed to seethe with authority and condemnation, was Roger's exorbitant bounty. GOLD, Roger, Pirate King, dead or alive, bounty, 5,564,800,000 berries. The staggering figure served as a stark reminder of Roger's enduring legacy and the immense threat he posed to the world government's control over the seas. As the bounty poster fluttered in the wind, its message reverberated across the world, signaling a new era of uncertainty and upheaval in the vast expanse of the Grand Line. In the hallowed halls of Mary Geo's, the sanctum of the elders erupted into chaos. Just days earlier, they had reveled in their victory over those two little teenagers they deemed as upstarts. However, the euphoria was short-lived as news of Roger and his crew's discovery of the long-hidden secret spread like wildfire. Summoned by the enigmatic ruler Imu-sama, the elders found themselves walking a precarious tightrope, unsure of what repercussions awaited them. Imu-sama's summons were rare and not to be taken lightly. As they entered the supreme leader's presence, tension hung thick in the air. Yet, to their surprise, Imu-sama appeared nonchalant, almost indifferent to the news of the final island's revelation. With a mere glance at Roger's new bounty, Imu-sama dismissed the matter and returned to the serene garden, leaving the elders bewildered yet relieved. Chapter 65. Back in the confines of the elders' chamber, sighs of relief echoed off the walls. They couldn't fathom how Imu-sama had become aware of the situation. The sudden interest in certain matters raised suspicions among the council. Imu-sama's recent queries about seemingly trivial matters, such as the commotion created by Doflamingo's public display of punishment at the central square of the Holy Land, a descendant of the original 20 who dared to defy the Almighty, had sent shockwaves through their ranks. This showed the elders how truly bored the supreme leader had become. Doflamingo's fate had been sealed before his audience with the elders, yet his bold words, "My brother will come for me," about his brother's possible vengeance had piqued the 5 elders' curiosity and mockery, even earning a round of amusement from the enigmatic leaders of the world government. Little did Doflamingo know, his brother's heart lay silently beneath his now ravaged body, a silent testament to the consequences of defiance in the face of absolute power. How did we miss out on such a thing? Didn't we ban any studies on the poneglyphs? How did Roger manage to reach the final island? Elder Jupiter's frustration was palpable as he questioned the oversight. It seems that someone from the Kazuki family aided Roger in finding and deciphering those poneglyphs. We must ensure that such occurrences are prevented in the future. We were fortunate that Imu-sama did not view this matter with severity, Elder Saturn expressed, sharing his concern. Originally, he had contemplated recalling Aganya to marry Geos due to her status as a celestial dragon and a god's knight. However, recent developments had complicated their plans, especially with Dragon's unexpected defection. Perhaps Aganya should have handled the matter regarding Garp with more subtlety. Now, without the marine hero leading from the front, Roger's fame is growing unchecked. Say what you might about Garp, but he was a marine with a righteous persona. With him holed up in Marineford, there is no one capable of keeping Roger's rising fame in check. We cannot allow this to continue. We must get Garp back into action, Elder Nustero commented. When Imu-sama had instructed him to bring Doflamingo for a meeting, he initially feared repercussions for their failure. However, it turned out that Imu-sama's intentions were merely driven by curiosity. Now, they had to address this matter swiftly, as any action from Imu-sama could spell disaster for the world, even for the world nobles themselves. First, get in touch with Kong and have him try to get Garp back into action, Elder Mars suggested, expressing his views. As for Aganya, let her remain in the Marines. It seems like it would be a valuable lesson for the young one to learn some restraint. In the future, we can consider grooming her to lead the Marines. If this trend continues, the delicate balance we've maintained in the New World could be destroyed. Perhaps having Aganya by the Marine side would be beneficial. His words resonated with the council, for the sea had already begun to show signs of chaos as more and more people were influenced by the rumors of One Piece. That's fine, but we need to address a serious matter, Elder Saturn said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Seems like our previous ban on poneglyphs and learning about history seems to be ineffective. We need to clean up and destroy every single person who even dares to delve into the secrets of the past. Maybe we must have the CP hunt down every person who is even remotely connected to studying these things. Only if there was a way to destroy these poneglyphs, we could have destroyed them all and been done with it, Elder Wakiri added, banging on the table with a rare hint of anger. Those dumb things are made with unknown material, with sea stone essence infused, so even with our powers, we cannot damage them. He had tried destroying those stupid monuments back in his youth, failing every time. And let's have the CP0 push for an alliance with Kaido again. We can just disguise it as a weapons trade or something else. We can't have Wano becoming too comfortable, Elder Nustero suggested. And Kaido still has the treasured mythical fruit, so we'll have to keep an eye on him. We can't let him get too ambitious. Have we had any success from Vegapunk in trying to recreate Kaido's devil fruit? No, we haven't had any recent successful updates regarding the artificial devil fruits from Punk Hazard, Elder Jupiter explained. And that Vegapunk keeps running around. We must try to confine him to a particular place. He is too dangerous an asset to be left running around freely, especially with his knowledge about lineage factors. Currently, Vegapunk still held some form of freedom because he was still reluctant to start with the experiment for the lineage factor, which was essentially important for the elders. Just like that, this meeting between the elders put many of their decisions into action, which would eventually come to shape the new era. However, even they were unaware of the chaos that was going to unfold because of the actions of one man in the near future. Somewhere in the New World, the Oro Jackson lay anchored near an unmarked island. It had been almost a month since the news of them conquering the Grand Line and reaching the final island spread throughout the world. Rumors, each more exaggerated than the last, began to circulate, but none of them were anywhere close to the actual truth. The only group of people aware of the truth were now having a banquet on the island after reuniting with Shanks and Buggy. Earlier, they had left them back because Buggy was sick, at least that was the reason Roger gave to Shanks before they left them on this island. The mood was a mix of sadness and joy, as everyone in the crew knew that their journey was coming to an end. Roger, are you sure about this? We can still try our best to find those fruits, Rayleigh voiced his reluctance to bid farewell to his friend. Roger, after achieving his dream, had expressed his intention to disband the crew. I wish, Rayleigh, but no. My era is coming to an end. I was just born a bit earlier. Maybe, just maybe, if I was born a generation later, I would have taken part in the greatest adventure this world has ever seen, Roger lamented, gulping down a whole bottle of rum as he sighed. After learning the truth of the world, he realized he was ahead of his time. I wish Shanks and Buggy had joined us on the final journey, Skopper Gubbon commented beside him while looking at the two youngsters, who were soundly sleeping next to Odin, who had already blacked out after trying to outdrink all of the Roger pirates. They had not taken the two apprentices on the journey to Laugh Tale, as Roger had deemed it too dangerous for them to get involved. Instead, he left them behind under the guise that Buggy had fallen ill and Shanks was staying to care for him. However, the truth was that Roger felt they might play important roles in the upcoming saga, and it was safer for them to stay out of the fray until they were ready to begin their own journeys. So, what are you planning to do next? Roger couldn't help but ask his friend, still holding on to the hope of saving his life. I don't know, maybe I'll try to explore those uncharted lands and see if I get lucky. You never know, I might find something that can cure you, Rayleigh shared, taking a sip from his own bottle of rum. So, you aren't going back to Sabeti? I thought that's where you would head first, Skopper Gubbon commented, a smirk playing on his lips. They all knew Rayleigh had someone waiting for him in Sabeti. Rayleigh casually threw the rum bottle at Gubbon, who easily dodged it. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh, Gubbon is right, you know. Instead of trying to find a cure for me, you should go to Sabeti. Don't throw away the chance to tell her you love her, because tomorrow is never promised. Roger gently tapped on his friend's shoulder, encouraging him to pursue the person waiting for him. We'll cross that road when we get there. Well, how about you? Are you planning to find someone for yourself? Rayleigh couldn't help but ask, knowing his friend had found contentment in his life. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to find someone who can love me despite knowing the true me. Maybe I'll start a family and spend my days happily until the end, Roger's laughter echoed, reflecting his uncertainty about the future. Come now, Captain, you sure are good at making grand jokes. You and your own family? I'm sure every girl out there would run away from you if they heard your name. And if they didn't run after hearing your name, I'm sure they would run after hearing your annoying laugh. Do you think any girl can handle that? Gubbon teased, laughter bubbling from him. Roger joined in because he knew there was truth in Gubbon's words. However, Rayleigh couldn't shake off Roger's words. How nice it would be if his friend truly settled down and started a family. Maybe he should go and meet Shacky before embarking on his quest to find a cure for Roger. After Roger had declared that they were disbanding, some wanted to be dropped off where they had deemed to return, and some wanted to stay to spend a little more time with their captain until he was dropped off. Their first destination was Wano to drop off Odin, who wanted to reunite with his family. Rayleigh clearly understood that the era of Roger pirates was coming to an end. Meanwhile, in Marineford, in the quarters assigned to Garp, Bogard lay on the bed, still recovering from the aftermath of the clash. He had emerged as the one most battered during the confrontation. Emotionally, he was still reeling from the loss of Ross. Kuzan sat by the window, gazing out at the waves, lost in thought. Garp's expression remained unreadable. He was suppressing a well of anger so deep that it threatened to consume him entirely. He hadn't left his quarters since the incident occurred. Despite attempts by Sengoku and others to reach out to him, Garp had rejected all offers of communication. The loss of Ross had hit him hard. For a fleeting moment, Garp entertained the idea of following in his son's footsteps, quitting the Marines, and challenging the world government head-on. However, something within him had held him back. Even Dragon's decision to leave the Marines didn't faze him. He understood why his son had made such a choice. As a father, though he couldn't openly support his son, he praised Dragon in his heart. His son had done what he himself couldn't do. Perhaps Ross was right, maybe he was nothing but a hypocrite. But then he sighed, acknowledging the many regrets he carried. Despite it all, he held on to a glimmer of hope in his heart. It was the only thing keeping him in check. Against all odds, he believed that the little monster he had groomed would somehow survive and return. Just as Garp was lost in his thoughts, the door to his house burst open, with an angry calm kicking it down. "Garp! You bastard, come out here. How long are you going to keep moping in here? Do you even know what's going on out there?" Calm bellowed, already at his limits. He had mobilized the entire Marine Corps to try and regain some sort of control over the seas since news of Roger conquering the seas had spread. The New World was in complete disarray. Every powerhouse and even mere nobodies had started a quest either to hunt down Roger or find the One Piece for themselves. The rumors were overwhelming, to the point that even fools without an ounce of strength in their name had taken to piracy. Some big names in the New World that had remained dormant had started moving. His new admiral, the one appointed by the government, was currently in Marigios, safeguarding the world nobles, due to the recent turmoil. Sengoku and Zephyr were overwhelmed, trying to bring back some semblance of control in the New World. However, his strongest asset, the only one who could truly curb Roger's infamy, was holed up here. Chapter 66. Today, Kong has come to put an end to this nonsense. He knew what happened with Garp's student was ugly, but he didn't have the time to think about right and wrong now. The elders were already breathing down his neck regarding Roger's matter, and added to that, they had also assigned additional tasks despite their current lack of manpower. Kong-san, I still hold a modicum of respect for you. Please don't make me lose that as well, Garp's voice echoed as he stepped out of the room, eyeing the door, which had seen better days. Respect. Respect to hell with your respect, Garp. Do you know what's going on out there? And here you are doing what? Absolutely nothing, Kong fumed furiously, seeing the marine hero standing there as if the matter happening out at sea had no connection to him at all. Tell me, Kong-san, why should I care? I am just a vice admiral, and if I am not wrong, you have hundreds of vice admirals under your command. Why don't you send out a dozen and have them fix your problem? Garp was truly furious. If it weren't for Kong's order to return immediately, he might have somehow caught wind of the nefarious plan targeting Ross. Although he knew Kong was simply following orders, he still held some resentment. Today was not the first time in this month Kong had come to him for help to get out to the New World. Why should you care? Did you just ask me why you should care? Here, let me give you more than 100 reasons why you should care. Kong started throwing one report after another furiously while reading the main content. More than 12,000 killed. Here, this whole island was massacred. A dozen marine ships sank. Here, read this. Here. Kong started throwing out reports after reports portraying the drastic situation around the world. The world was in chaos, and the ones who were suffering were the common folk. After throwing down a stack of reports right in front of Garp's feet, he took out another stack, which were the recent bounty posters. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, 100 Beast Kaido, Patrick Redfield, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, San Juan Wolf, and finally, the golden bounty poster of the Pirate King himself. Kong threw more than 24 bounty posters. Every one of them is out there creating the carnage that you see in these reports. Every single innocent life might have been saved if you were out there instead of moping around here, Kong said with emotion. He knew how Garp was. Despite the sorrow in his heart, Garp was someone who truly wanted to serve justice for the innocents, and the reports in front of him showed the casualties that had been caused in just this 1 month. Garp, I may not understand what you are feeling, but at least I can relate. All I say is, don't condemn these innocent souls. Your presence out in the seas may change the lives of many innocents. Don't lose sight of what's in front of you. We need you, Garp, or rather, I need you. Unless I can keep these powerhouses in check, the entire sea will descend into chaos, and more innocents will die. Kong sighed, understanding that he could not force Garp, he would have to do it out of his own will. Don't worry about the world nobles, I have already spoken to the elders. You will no longer be restrained. You can do as you see fit. Just get out there and do what you do best. I have shared what I wanted to say, but the rest is up to you. Kong stood without bothering to pick up the reports and bounty posters. He knew Garp would not let him down, and the concession given by the elders worked in his favor for getting Garp back into the seas. If you still consider yourself a marine, then please do us both a favor. Put on your marine coat, get out there and help me bring some sort of stability to the chaotic seas. Roger is out there somewhere, and the longer he remains at large, the worse the situation will become. Eventually, the whole world will descend into chaos, Kong sighed. Even though he held the title of Fleet Admiral, he didn't know how else to convince the marine hero to rejoin the fray. With these words, Khan left Garp alone to make his decision. Unlike Garp, who was wishing for a miracle, there was one person who had absolute confidence, bordering on blind faith, that the young masters were alive, young Virgo. He had almost crumbled when he heard of the Donquxote family's fall. During the incident at the bay, he was away and unaware of the happenings until he heard the commotion. Now, he still believed Doffy and Ross were alive and resolved to grow strong, waiting for his young masters to return. He knew it in his gut that, despite half his heart being ripped out, Ross was alive somewhere out there. Virgo had immersed himself in training like a madman, and he was going to complete the mission that Doffy and Ross had given him. He was waiting and biding his time for the eventual return of his family. The Oro Jackson, carrying Roger's crew, glided silently through the dark waters, cloaked in the shroud of night. As it approached the shores of Wano, Odin stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the land that had once been his home. What an impressive mess, all that wreckage from just trying to enter Wano. The navigator of the Oro Jackson observed the shore through his spyglass, noting the debris left behind by broken ships. If you choose the wrong current, the ship will be destroyed without making it anywhere near the shores of Wano, Odin remarked with pride as he watched the Oro Jackson expertly navigate through the treacherous waters. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, who also understood the truth that Wano was hiding, admired the country, which would become a major part of the new dawn. He couldn't help but comment, there is a reason for Wano's closed borders. But they will open these borders the day Joyboy finally appears. Worry not, Rayleigh-san, I will open the border of Wano to the world before Joyboy comes. Odin commented with a silent promise. After a heartfelt farewell and with a promise of meeting them again someday, Odin finally made it to the shores of Wano alone, where a grand welcome awaited him. Odin stepped onto the familiar soil of Wano. His eyes scanned the crowd, searching for a familiar face. And there she was, standing on the shore with a smile that could light up the darkest night, Toki, his beloved wife. Without a moment's hesitation, Odin rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Toki-chan, I've missed you so much, Odin whispered, his voice choked with emotion. And I, you, my dear Odin-sama, Toki replied, her eyes shining with tears of joy. Welcome home. As they stood there, lost in each other's embrace, Odin's children approached, their faces alight with excitement. They threw themselves into their father's arms, laughing and crying all at once. It was a moment of pure happiness, a family reunited after years of separation. You have grown so much, Momonosuke. Odin scooped his son up, and all his retainers also surrounded themselves with hope that what they believed would release them from this darkness. But the joy didn't stop there. As Odin and his family made their way through the streets of Wano, they were met with cheers and applause from the citizens. It seemed that the entire Kuri had turned out to welcome their beloved daimyo home. Odin was taken aback by the outpouring of love and support. He hadn't expected such a warm reception, especially after his tumultuous past. Turning to his retainers, he asked, "What's going on? Why are the people so happy to see me?" His retainers exchanged a knowing glance before Kinemon stepped forward, a proud smile on his face. Toki-sama has been working tirelessly to rebuild your reputation, my lord, he explained. She has helped the people in countless ways, and they have come to see you as a hero once again. Odin's heart swelled with pride as he listened to Kinemon's words. He knew that Toki was capable of great things, but her efforts had surpassed even his wildest expectations. Turning to his wife, he took her hand in his and said, "Toki-chan, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me and for our people." Toki smiled warmly at her husband, her eyes shining with love and admiration. "It was my honor, Odin-sama," she replied. "I only wish to see you happy and respected once again." As they continued their journey through the streets of Wano, Odin couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the love and support of his people. He knew that he had a lot to catch up on, and as they reached the safety and comfort of their home, he turned to his retainers and said, "Tell me everything that has happened since I left. I want to know everything, from the moment I set sail to the day I returned." After receiving a thorough briefing from his retainers about the situation that had unfolded in his absence, Odin's fury knew no bounds. Words were not enough to contain the storm raging within him. Gripping both of his swords tightly, Odin's resolve was unwavering as he charged toward the direction of the capital. Determined to assess the true extent of the devastation, Odin chose not to conceal his identity as he wandered through the streets of the entire Wannakuni. His heart clenched at the sight of the desolation that surrounded him, homes reduced to rubble, streets littered with the debris of lives shattered by tyranny. Is that Odin-sama? It can't be. He's been gone for so long. Whispers echoed through as they saw the mighty Odin walk through the streets of the capital. Odin-sama has returned. Praise be to the heavens. Our savior has come back to us. Odin's name was akin to that of a legendary warrior in Wano, and at the sight of Odin's return, hope flickered once again in the hearts of the citizens of Wano. Approaching a group of weary townsfolk gathered around a meager fire, Odin's voice rang out with a question heavy with sorrow. What has become of Wano? He inquired, his tone laced with empathy for their plight. A woman, her eyes red-rimmed and weary, looked up at the hope in their midst, as she was aware of Odin's identity. It's been more than a year since Kaido and Orochi seized control, Odin-sama, she murmured, her voice trembling with exhaustion. The people suffer under their tyranny, hunger gnaws at our bellies, and those who dare to resist are met with merciless reprisal. Please save us from this hell. Odin's fists clenched with a mix of rage and grief as he absorbed the grim reality of his homeland's plight. Though he had heard whispers of Kaido's brutality, witnessing the devastation firsthand only fueled his resolve to bring about change. As he traversed the entirety of Wano, Odin bore witness to scenes of unspeakable suffering, families torn apart, livelihoods destroyed, hope hanging by a thread. Yet amidst the despair, he glimpsed flickers of defiance, small acts of resistance that spoke to the indomitable spirit of the Wano people. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue upon the ravaged land, Odin stood at the precipice of the capital, his heart heavy with the burden of responsibility. Despite the perils that lay ahead, he vowed to confront Kaido and Orochi, challenge their tyranny, and restore honor to Wano. With a silent prayer for strength and courage, Odin steeled himself and unsheathed both his blades for the arduous battle that lay ahead. The fate of Wano hung in the balance, and he alone could be the beacon of hope that would guide his people towards a brighter future. He moved in the direction where Orochi was so as to put an end to this menace once and for all. Chapter 67. On the shores of a sparsely populated island in the first half of the Grand Line, a man stood in serene stillness, his figure silhouetted against the backdrop of the vast, shimmering sea. Though his sightless eyes remained closed, only the whites were visible beneath his eyelids. He seemed to absorb the beauty of his surroundings through some other sense. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, yet there was a certain wisdom etched into the lines of his face, as if he had lived far beyond his years. An X-shaped scar marred the left side of his forehead. Its presence was a testament to some profound decisions he had made in the past. It stretched over both eyes, a stark reminder of his self-inflicted blindness. Despite his lack of sight, there was an air of tranquility about him, as if he had found solace in his darkness. His short, dark hair framed his face, while a mustache and beard added a touch of ruggedness to his countenance. He stood tall and imposing, clad in a light purple yukata secured by a dark purple belt, the colors of his attire mirroring the hues of twilight. Over his shoulders draped a cloak of the same shade, its fabric billowing gently in the sea breeze. In his hand, he held a shikamazu, a Japanese sword stick that doubled as a cane, its polished surface gleaming softly in the sunlight. With each step, he moved with purpose, guided by an innate sense of direction honed through years of adaptation to his blindness. His feet were encased in Geta sandals, their wooden soles echoing softly against the sandy shore. White bandages wrapped around both of his forearms, a testament to battles fought and wounds endured. Handguards adorned both of his hands, a silent reminder of the strength that lay beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior. As he stood on the edge of the shore, a sense of serenity enveloped him, his presence a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity in this cruel world. Despite the challenges he had faced in his life, he remained steadfast, a silent guardian of the weak and the vulnerable. His gaze turned towards the small wooden cabin that just lay a few hundred meters from the shoreline, as if anticipating the next chapter of his journey. As Isho stood on the tranquil shores, his mind wandered back to the young teen he had rescued from the jaws of a monstrous sea king just a month prior. The memory of finding the boy, barely clinging to life, stirred something deep within him. Despite his blindness, Isho's advanced observation haki had allowed him to sense the direness of the teen's condition. When he discovered the unconscious form of the boy, his heart sank. A gaping hole marred the teen's neck and chest, and a chunk of his heart was missing, a testament to the ferocity of the life-threatening battle that the child must have endured. But even in the face of such grievous wounds, the teen's grip on his sword remained steadfast, a symbol of defiance against the cruel hand of fate. Isho had acted swiftly, using every ounce of his medical knowledge he and the fellow residents of the island possessed and the limited resources available on the island to tend to the boy's injuries. Day after day, he watched over him, marveling at the resilience of the human spirit as the teen fought against the looming specter of death. Despite the odds stacked against him, the teen's heart continued to beat with unwavering determination, a testament to his indomitable will. It was as if he were challenging fate itself, refusing to succumb to the darkness that threatened to consume him. As the days turned into weeks, Isho found himself filled with a sense of awe and admiration for the boy lying before him. Each breath he took and each heartbeat that echoed through the silent night served as a reminder of the power of the human spirit to defy even the most daunting of odds. And so, as Isho stood on the shores of the island, his thoughts filled with the young teen who had captured his heart. He couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. For in the face of adversity, he had witnessed firsthand the strength of the human will, a force capable of transcending even the darkest of nights. As Isho immersed himself in his thoughts, a massive sea king emerged from the depths, lunging towards him with intent to engulf him whole. Unperturbed, Isho calmly drew his blade. "Gravity blade," Isho whispered, and in an instant, a tremendous pressure enveloped the sea beast, pinning it to the sandy shore despite its thrashing. With a single fluid motion, Isho struck upwards, cleanly beheading the sea king before resheathing his blade. Originally, Isho had come to the island in search of food. Despite being a devil fruit user with the ability to float above water using his gravity powers, he chose not to stray too far from the wooden cabin where the unconscious teen lay. The island was known to harbor dangerous beasts, and leaving the teen undefended was not a risk Isho was willing to take. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as the Sea King had approached him willingly, offering itself as both a distraction from his thoughts and sustenance. Isho wasted no time in collecting the massive Sea King's corpse before heading back towards the safety of the wooden cabin. As Isho returned to the cabin, he noticed that the young blonde teen had yet to awaken from his slumber. However, his body had been recovering at an astonishing rate. Despite being unconscious, Isho had made it a norm to feed the child soup made from Sea King flesh and bones, which the boy's body greedily accepted, devouring massive amounts of energy as if it were trying to use it to repair itself. Isho had never seen anyone with such a monstrous physique, and he used his observation haki to gauge the true extent of the teen's prowess. Glancing at the items laid out beside the bed, Isho observed a tattered yet high-quality coat, a small crucifix concealing a small knife, and alongside it a powerful blade that even gave Isho chills, and finally, a peculiar fruit. Isho instantly recognized it as a devil fruit, being a devil fruit user himself, but he had no idea what specific abilities it bestowed upon its consumer, nor did he particularly care. Just as Isho's attention was drawn to the items, the teen wrapped in bandages stirred, finally awakening after more than a month of slumber. Ross had returned to consciousness. My eyelids weighed so heavily, and all I wanted was to sink back into slumber. Yet, deep down, I knew that if I succumbed to sleep once more, I might never awaken again. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and pain, I summoned the strength to pry my eyes open. As my vision adjusted to the dim light of the cabin, I noticed a tall figure standing at the side of my bed. Recognition dawned slowly as the details of his appearance registered in my mind. Despite my murky mind, I still had the presence of mind to recognize the person standing in front of me immediately. It was none other than the man who would come to be known as Fujitora, the future admiral recruited under the world military draft about 2 decades from now, Isho. He must currently be in his late 20s. But then my mind raced to understand how I had ended up here. Fragments of the memory of my fight with Aganya came flooding back, and the pain that accompanied my memories hit me like a sea train at full throttle. Isho, I thought to myself, not making it known that I had recognized the man. Composing myself with my voice hoarse from disuse, I remarked. You saved me. 1. The man nodded solemnly, his expression unreadable behind the closed eyelids that covered his blind eyes. Indeed, young man. You've been unconscious for over a month. But you're awake now. I struggled to sit up, wincing as a sharp pang shot through my chest. What happened to me? How did I end up here? Isho's gaze softened with a hint of sympathy. You were found on the brink of death, swallowed by a sea king. I happened to come across you while passing by this island. It's a miracle you're still alive. Memories of the attack at Marineford flooded back completely, accompanied by a rush of pain and panic. I remember now. Thank you for saving me. He nodded his head slightly, acknowledging my gratitude. You're welcome. But you still have a long road to recovery ahead of you. You have been unconscious for more than a month. As Isho's words sank in, I felt a surge of disbelief wash over me. More than a month. It was unfathomable that I had been unconscious for so long. My hand instinctively went to the bandages covering my chest, where my heart had been torn out. Using my observation hockey, I sensed that the missing chunk had almost completely healed. No wonder I had been in such a deep slumber. My body had shut down to conserve energy and aid in my recovery. The aroma of piping hot soup filled the air, and I realized that Isho must have been diligently feeding me to help my body heal. Gratitude swelled within me, and I knew that I would never forget his kindness. But for now I had more important things to do. I had to find what happened to my brother Doffy and my family. If what Aganya said was true, then the entire family was targeted and I had no idea of their fate. Thank you for taking care of me while I was down, I said, my voice filled with sincerity. I will remember this favor forever. I realized that I couldn't afford to waste any more time, as I was already a month late and my instinct was gnawing on me to hurry up and look for my brother. As for repaying Isho, I would do it sooner or later in the future. Gathering my belongings, I made to leave the cabin. But as I reached the door, weakness washed over me, and I stumbled. Isho was quick to steady me, his concern evident in his voice. Are you sure it's wise to move about in your condition, young one? He asked, his hand firm on my shoulder. Despite his warning, I knew that I couldn't delay any longer. I need to go to North Blue, I replied, determination flashing in my eyes. I need to know what happened to my family. Before I could take another step, Isho's voice halted me in my tracks. Kid, by the way, I forgot to ask, what's your name? My name is Isho. If you don't mind me accompanying you, let me take you to North Blue. I've always wanted to go there. Isho felt a faint yet undeniable pull towards the teen, as if fate itself were urging him to accompany him on his journey. It was a sensation he couldn't ignore, a gut feeling that whispered of significant events to come. So, trusting his instincts, he made the decision to offer his assistance, sensing that this chance encounter held more significance than he could comprehend. With each passing moment, the conviction grew stronger within him. There was something about this young man who stood before him that resonated deeply with Isho. He couldn't shake the feeling that their paths had crossed for a reason, and that together they would embark on a journey that would shape the course of their lives and perhaps even the world itself. My name is Ross, I replied, clasping his hand firmly. And thank you for offering to take me to North Blue, and I accept your offer, Isho-san. Someday, I promise you that I will repay this kindness. I knew that in my current weakened condition traveling to North Blue alone would be a foolish errand, so I quickly decided to take Isho's offer. I didn't know why he offered to take me to North Blue, but I'm not going to think too deeply into it. As we shook hands, a sense of relief settled over me. With Isho's assistance, I was one step closer to uncovering the truth about what happened to Doffy and my family and the events that had transpired during my time in slumber. Chapter 68. It had been more than 2 months since myself and Isho began our journey back towards North Blue. We tried to avoid any government-affiliated routes as much as possible. During this time, from rumors and news, I had already deduced that my family and its affiliated members were no more, and Doffy's fate was all but a mystery. There was not even a snippet of news about the fate of the leader of the Donquxote pirates. The elders had completely suppressed the matters regarding that of a former celestial dragon, but despite their efforts the rumors of such an event simmered throughout the World Government Organization, and I was lucky enough to have caught one of these agents who had recognized me, and I had no thoughts of letting him go alive because I didn't want the news of me being alive to surface yet. Upon learning of Doffy's capture and his subsequent fate of punishment in the form of being crucified in the square as a form of entertainment for the rest of those bastards who called themselves descendants of gods, I felt lost, completely helpless. Anger surged through me like an unrelenting storm. Only the hope of my brother holding on, or he had made his escape by some sort of a miracle, kept me going towards North Blue, because, even in such a dire case, myself and Doffy had a place set aside in North Blue as a backup, and I wanted to know if anyone else from the family had made it out of this tragedy. During the time I ventured towards North Blue, Garp, who had been holed up in Marineford, ventured back into the New World like a bloodthirsty beast on a hunt. One famous pirate after another fell into the hands of the marine hero, venting out all his anger on the pirates as he always does. Even the infamous Red Count was humbled by the marine hero and was imprisoned and impelled down. Corazon also actively worked in the New World, attempting to stabilize the seas. Under Garp's relentless assault in these months, the New World calmed down a bit. Garp had even taken down quite a few dangerous pirates who created havoc, such as San Juan Wolf, and countless others who had wreaked havoc in the name of the aftermath of the ascension of the Pirate King. However, despite the efforts of the marine hero, Roger's name was etched in everyone's hearts as the Pirate King, and those from the Roger Pirates had entirely vanished into the wind. Meanwhile, Dragon had become the leader of a group called the Freedom Fighters, which had attracted the attention of the world government, and a really high first bounty was set on the former Marine Admiral's head. His news of becoming an admiral was also buried, ensuring that such information did not surface among civilians, although most Marines were already aware of Dragon's promotion. Just as I was lost in thought, Isho's voice cut through the air. "Roskun, we are here." Despite being blind, Isho used his observation haki to see the world in his own way. We had already made it to the island in North Blue, which was supposed to be the last hideout known only to myself and Doffy. Every other location in North Blue, which was a stronghold of the Donquxote family, was razed to the ground, and the fate of the other places in the paradise should be the same. I understood that someone from within the family had betrayed us, making us completely vulnerable. Despite experiencing a similar betrayal in my first life, it seemed like I hadn't learned my lesson. I had become complacent just because I thought I knew how the world would progress, completely forgetting that the moment I stepped into this world, everything had changed. It seemed like my ignorance, pride, and overconfidence had cost me too much. After our caravel made it to the shabby port, I disembarked, leaving Isho behind. This was the island where it all started for me, the island where my brother Doffy had awakened his conqueror's haki and I had taken over Ross's body and soul. With hurried footsteps, I rushed forth. Though I wasn't a God-fearing person, I instinctively held onto the crucifix around my neck for hope, for a miracle. Finally, after a few minutes, I came to a shabby-looking house that seemed completely run down. Seeing the house brought back memories. This was the house where the Donquxote family, which had left the status of celestial dragons behind, settled down. This was the home where Ross and Doffy's mother died of sickness. This was the place that sowed the seeds of hatred in Doffy's heart that almost made him kill Homing. I used my observation haki, hoping against hope. Luckily, I detected 3 vital signs from within the abandoned house. Though the vital signs were faint, I could easily pick them up. Just as I entered the shabby house, my rushed movements alerted the occupants within. I could hear faint noises of guns being cocked, ready to fire a hail of bullets. As I stepped inside, the guns rang out, all 3 opening fire. However, despite my recent brush with death months prior, I had completely recovered. My dance with death had allowed my physique to evolve, and even my armament haki had a major breakthrough. But despite these advantages, I hadn't thought about training for these past 2 months. I felt lost, and the uncertainty of Doffy's current made me distracted. Neither could I delve myself into training, as my body was in the process of recovering. Clang, clang. The bullets bounced off my body as I instinctively covered myself in armament hockey. I could even detect a few sea stone bullets among the one shot. As the rain of bullets stopped, I finally laid eyes on the 3 occupants. It was Treble, a kid with white spiky hair who seemed about 8 or 9 years old, and another child about 5 years old. All 3 sported varied degrees of injuries that were clumsily treated, and Treble's condition seemed the worst. It seemed like, after being away for all these years, Treble didn't recognize me. Realizing who the 2 kids holding rifles were, I felt relieved somewhat that not everything was lost. One was Gladius, and the other was Rob Lucci. As the 2 kids hastily moved to reload their rifles, Treble, who seemed to be on his last leg, launched a wax attack coated with what little armament hockey he could muster. I dodged the attack using my future sight. Treble. Enough, it's me, Ross. I shouted, my aura surging, freezing him in his tracks. Trying to get his attention, I easily swatted away the second attack that he launched. Treble froze, finally realizing it was me who he was attempting to strike, and dropped the gun. It seemed like the 2 attacks and the abrupt shock were too much for him to handle. He fell to his knees, spitting out blood, and both kids moved towards him to make sure he was all right. That was when I understood how dire Treble's condition truly was. His body was littered with life-threatening wounds, and he even had a few sea stone bullet wounds that hadn't been treated properly, and it seemed like those fragments were impeding with his ability to heal and use his devil fruit powers. Ross, you're alive. Ha ha ha, you made it. You really made it alive. Doffy was right, Doffy was always right. Treble coughed again but managed to sit himself against the wall with the help of the 2 kids. I moved next to Treble, kneeling beside him and quickly checking his condition. In my time in the Marines, I had picked up quite a few medical skills, but the shabby house didn't have anything to treat Treble. With the voice of all things active, I could already see that Treble was on his last legs, holding on like a last flicker of flame, as if wanting to fulfill his one final objective. Treble, where is Doffy? What about the rest? What exactly happened? I questioned Treble, meanwhile asking the 2 kids to run towards the shore and find a caravel with a blind man to get some medical supplies. Although they hesitated, my chilling aura left them no room for negotiation. After Treble gave them the go-ahead, introducing me to the kids, they sprinted out to find the medicines that could save Treble. But I already knew it was too late. I couldn't tell the kids that because I knew they cared for Treble, who must have staked his life to keep them safe. Tell me, Treble, what happened? Tell me everything. I calmed down a bit, not wanting to put Treble under more pressure. We became too comfortable and we reached out too far. We were not ready for the new world, Ross. Despite your warnings, we became complacent, and that led to our downfall. Treble started explaining the events since the Donquxote family ventured into the new world. But we had measures to retreat even if the world government retaliated. How did they get their hands on Doffy? By Treble's response, I knew that the world government's claw had reached Doffy, but I wanted to clearly understand how, because as much as I knew about Doffy's character, even if he smelled a small doubt, he would have retreated. It was that bastard, Marcus. We thought he was one of our own. He was with us for years, leading our expansion in both Paradise and the New World by staking his life multiple times. He even saved many of our lives, including Doffy's, a couple of times when we were in danger. We had come to accept him as one of our own. Treble roared in anger. However, the bastard betrayed us. I don't understand exactly why, but Doffy had sent me back to North Blue earlier to maintain things here as he had already decided to retreat from the New World. His voice softened a bit as he spoke of Doffy. But Marcus, that bastard, exposed all our plans. As one of our core members, he had access to most of our secrets and connections. Treble shivered, and though he was a cruel pirate, he genuinely cared about the people he was attached to, and being betrayed by one of their own had hit him hard. Treble, that still doesn't explain how things happened. Maybe they could have taken all our assets, our hideouts, everything. But how did they get their hands on Doffy with all of you surrounding him, even if that bastard betrayed my brother? I questioned. Doffy must have retreated or escaped, as I was sure both Diamante and Senor would have staked their lives to create a chance for Doffy to escape, unless they were faced with overwhelming odds and completely cornered with no way out. It was that bastard Kaido. He stabbed us in the back. He called Doffy to meet him personally for some sort of a deal and betrayed us by forming some kind of deal with the government. Senor managed to alert me immediately through our transponder snail right before all the connections cut off, before they were completely surrounded. They hit us everywhere, Ross, even our most remote bases and hideouts. Marcus must have dug out every single piece of information about us. I tried to evacuate the base at Spider Miles, but they were already there. Lao Ji, Mach Weiss, they all fell. Giona managed to save these two kids by almost sacrificing herself. She is on the island as well, but I don't know if she can hold on. We escaped Spider Miles because it was completely surrounded. We have been running. Luckily, Doffy had told me about this hideout before I returned to North Blue, just in case. It seems like his intuition was right. Now, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, revealing the true depth of betrayal that led to my brother's demise. It wasn't solely Marcus who stabbed him in the back. Kaido played a role in orchestrating the tragedy as well. Had I known of such treachery beforehand, I would have urged Garp to put an end to Kaido's life when he had the chance. But dwelling on regrets now would only serve to deepen the wounds. Instead, I turned to Treble, urging him to share every detail he possessed about the events that led to the downfall of our family. Chapter 69. However, the more details I heard from Treble, the more rage flared in my heart. It was a mess of chaotic emotions, wrath and helplessness threatening to consume me entirely. The realization that my brother was lost to me because of our own foolish mistakes, coupled with the unknown fate of Doffy, weighed heavily on my soul. Added to that sadness was an overwhelming anger, threatening to consume me whole. Despite my bleeding fists from repeatedly pounding the floor, I couldn't stop. Treble, despite his weakened state, reached out a trembling hand toward me, his voice hoarse but sincere. "Ross, I know it's difficult to accept, but it's the truth. I never liked you or the way you influenced Doffy, trying to confine him within a set of rules. That wasn't him, that wasn't Doffy. He only followed your rules because he loved and trusted you. Even after all these years, he never forgot any of the guidelines you set, even if they didn't align with his beliefs. Do you know why he still followed them? It's because your brother trusted you more than himself. Find him, I'm sure he's waiting for you. Doffy never lost hope in you." Treble coughed, his words interrupted by his own weakness. "I don't have much time left, but you need to stay strong, Ross. Doffy wouldn't want you to give in to despair. His time may be running out, for all we know." With difficulty, Treble reached into his wax body and pulled out a small chest, presenting it to me. "This was Doffy's gift to you. He always believed you were the only one worthy of this fruit." With a solemn expression, Treble pushed the chest toward me. "I was originally angry with you, thinking it was your fault for Doffy's fate. If it weren't for you, he may have consumed this fruit. Maybe, just maybe, if you weren't in his life, he may have lived differently. Maybe he wouldn't have ruled the world, but he might have done things differently. I even considered feeding this fruit to someone else or selling it. But then I realized I was being petty. It was his wish and your brother's gift to you. I couldn't bring myself to deprive Doffy of his wish." With Treble's words sinking in, I had a vague feeling of what the chest held. I now understood why my brother kept saying repeatedly every time I questioned that the rumble fruit was never found, so that was his reason to me why he had consumed the flame fruit. But the truth was, Doffy had found it and chose to keep it for me. As I opened the small chest, inside lay a round, pear-shaped fruit that tapered off towards the stem, resembling a loquat. Its golden yellow peel featured the overlapping swirl pattern typical of devil fruits while forming sharp, jagged outgrowths all over that varied in length, width, and direction, resembling sparks of electricity. I immediately recognized the fruit. There was no mistaking it. It was the legendary rumble fruit, rumored to be the strongest Logia out there. Legends had it that if one could truly master this fruit, they would be akin to an ancient weapon by themselves. Treble's breathing grew shallow, and his eyes struggled to stay open as he mustered the strength to speak once more. "Ross, promise me," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Promise me you'll find Doffy and you both need to go after your dreams. You guys wanted to rule the world, and although most of our family is no more, the family believes in you to carry out all our dreams alongside you. Don't let anyone who was involved in this matter escape. They all must pay for what they've done." His words pierced through me like a blade, stirring up a storm of emotions within my heart. Despite our tumultuous past that Treble mentioned that I now came to regret, I had always been suspicious of these people despite them doing so much for Doffy. It hurt thinking despite their loyalty to Doffy I had been petty because of my insecurities from past life. I couldn't deny the sincerity in Treble's plea. "I promise," I replied, my voice choked with emotion. "I'll do whatever it takes to make Doffy's dream, no our family's dream, the dream of everyone who perished a reality. And as for who were even remotely involved in bringing us down, I will hunt them. I will hunt down every last one of them. No one will escape." Treble's gaze softened, a flicker of relief passing through his weary eyes. "Thank you, Ross," he murmured, his voice barely audible now. "And please, take care of the kids and Giala too if she makes it. And the kids, remember, they're the future of the family." With those final words, Treble's hand fell limply to the ground, and his breathing ceased. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked down at Treble's lifeless form, a mixture of grief and determination swirling within me. I vowed to honor his final wishes, to help achieve our dreams. So what if people say that I am working for my brother's dream? Doffy is my brother and it was my life, and I will decide what to do with it. And now, with the death of most in the family, this was no longer just Doffy's dream, it was now the dream of everyone that the family had lost. As for the opinions of the rest, to hell with it. To hell with them all, and to ensure that vengeance was served for all those who had wronged us, I now set aside my old prejudice and decided to embrace my calling with all my soul. Feeling like a part of me was severed, I was overwhelmed by a peculiar sense of loss and liberation at the same time. Despite the intense grief and pain, I couldn't help but wonder if I had become less human or if my love for my family wasn't as strong as I believed. Perhaps, in some strange way, I had come to make peace with my recent failures after hearing Treble's words, but I had resolved myself to find what exactly happened to my brother and find him soon, because my gut said that time was running out. My mind raced with 1,000 conflicting emotions as I sat there in front of Treble's lifeless body, clutching the small chest in my hand. It had been 2 days since Treble's death, and I had given the man the burial he deserved despite my lack of time. Gladius and Rob were also present, and even Isho joined despite knowing that the man we were burying was a pirate and a criminal. He did not condemn the dead for their deeds in life. Gladius and Rob were already aware of my true identity within the Donquxote family. It seemed like I was a legend among them, a young master whose status was equal to Doffy himself. Sitting by the shore, I gazed at the horizon as the waves lapped at my feet. I was yet to completely decide on my upcoming course of actions. My thoughts wandered, wondering how much Doffy might be suffering at the hands of those bastards in case he was captured. I vowed to repay every ounce of pain and humiliation they might have inflicted on my family. Lost in my thoughts, I didn't realize when Isho appeared with the 2 kids in tow. I hadn't moved from the spot since we buried Treble. Isho had accepted my request and had helped find Giala and treated her. Although her injuries were grave, it was not as worse as Treble's condition. With our intervention, Giala would make it. "Roskuen, are you all right?" Isho asked, settling next to me without a care for the wet sand. The kids followed suit, their presence a silent comfort. "I'm lost, Isho-san. I don't know what path I should take anymore," I confessed, my voice heavy with uncertainty. "I instinctively feel like I should rush out to find my brother, but then I don't know where to start. I don't even know what exactly to do anymore. A part of me wants to give up, and another part of me wants to burn this world." My admission hung in the air, the weight of it pressing down on me. Despite my promise to Treble, I couldn't find the right direction to start. I had underestimated the elders, the rulers of this world, and I had paid dearly. My pride and overconfidence came at a staggering cost. Both in my past and present lives, I have been blind to my own strengths and weaknesses. Now, with my brother's fate completely unknown, I felt adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "Tell me, Roskuen," do you know what the purpose of life is? Isho questioned, his voice carrying a weight of wisdom, as he used his gravity powers to gently move a stranded turtle back towards the sea. I remained silent, unsure of how to answer the blind man. He was someone who had blinded himself because he could not bear to witness the cruelty of this world, a stark contrast to my own experiences and outlook. Isho could be said as the extreme opposite of what Doffy and I stood for, but here the man was sitting trying to comfort me despite knowing what kind of man I truly was, and the past 2 months have made it at least a bit clear with what my true character was. It was especially evident with how I treated the captured Marines and government agents. Remember, Roscoe, Isho continued, his tone gentle yet firm, life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by a lack of meaning and purpose. You are simply lost. Find your meaning and purpose. It doesn't have to be something grand, just something that your heart truly desires. His words struck a chord within me, resonating with the turmoil I felt inside. Despite his cryptic nature, I knew Isho was trying to help. There was a sense of understanding in his blind gaze, as if he could see into the depths of my soul, and I found myself inexplicably grateful for his guidance. He already knew about my past as a Marine and the betrayal I had faced at the hands of my former comrades, yet he offered his wisdom without judgment or expectation. With a newfound understanding, I realized that to give meaning to my life once more, I must have a purpose larger than myself. Determined not to feel lost anymore, I accepted that Donquxote family members who felt their spirit lived on through me. My purpose became clear, to immortalize the Donquxote family name in this world forever, achieving what they truly desired and going even beyond. With resolute determination, I grasped the small chest and walked into the sea, under the bewildered gazes of Isho and the kids. I was different now, ready to start fresh from scratch. From that moment onward, I vowed to ensure that no one I cared for suffered the same fate as Treble and the rest. Gladius and Lucci relied on me, and I would protect them as my family. Renewed in my resolve, I cast aside all doubts and immersed myself in the sea, and with powerful strokes I soon reached a small island nearby. After reaching the central part of the island, which only spanned a few hundred meters, I carefully opened the chest. Even before I completely opened the chest, the surrounding climate roiled in sheer chaos. The entire world seemed to resonate with me. The sheer power and aura I radiated caused even the Sea Kings to flee. Unleashing my Hashikahaki to the fullest, I commanded the world's flow to bend to my will. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the winds howled, stirring up the entire island where I stood and all its surroundings, engulfing most of the islands around. Though not prosperous, it housed a decent population. Isho stood protectively on the shore, shielding the kids from the pressure. Both children had succumbed to my overwhelming conqueror's haki, which grew stronger with each passing second. Chapter 70. I could have consumed the fruit anywhere safe, away from the sea. But I knew in my heart that I was not meant to become a landlubber forever. Eventually I would overcome my weaknesses, and I was willing to go to any length to achieve it. My instinct believed in that possibility wholeheartedly. Defying death twice already, I sought to challenge fate once again. If my intuition proved wrong, I would be buried beneath the sea in the future for my recklessness, like many others who might have tried to challenge the weakness that came with the devil fruit, and so be it. Without hesitation, I finally decided to consume the rumble fruit in hand. Even if the fruit was the creation of the devil himself, I would make this power my own, answering only to my will and not fearing the sea. As the taste of the fruit flooded my senses, I felt its power merging with my being. It seemed to respond to the sea water, as if every devil fruit had a will of its own. My voice of all things made me understand the fruit's struggle, challenging the dominance of the sea itself. With one last thought, I took the last bite of the devil fruit right in the heart of the small island, right in the middle of the turbulent ocean. As I sank deeper into the feeling of the newfound state with each bite, a profound transformation began to unfold. With the legendary rumble fruit fully consumed, I felt its power coursing through me like lightning itself. As I took the final bite, a surge of energy rippled outward, igniting a spectacle that would forever alter the fabric of the sea. At that precise moment, the skies above cracked open with a deafening roar. Bolts of lightning streaked across the darkened heavens, illuminating the horizon with an otherworldly brilliance. The clouds swirled and churned, swirling into a tempestuous vortex fueled by my newfound power. Beneath the waves, the ocean stirred with a ferocity unseen before. Tidal waves rose and crashed with thunderous might, carving a path through the depths with unstoppable force. The sea itself seemed to tremble in awe of the electrifying display unfolding within its depths. As the lightning fruit merged with my being, I felt a surge of raw energy coursing through every fiber of my being. It was as if the very essence of the storm had taken root within me, granting me command over the forces of nature themselves. Above the surface, Isho and the few civilians who still remained conscious watched in wonder as the sea roiled and churned with untold power. The air crackled with electricity, sending shivers down their spines as they bore witness to the birth of a new legend. With a final burst of lightning, the transformation was complete. The sea no longer held the calmness it once held. Even though I was on the shore, the momentum that I was creating completely left the surrounding waters in chaos. Everything within me had a transformation. My observation haki just skyrocketed and reached an unprecedented level. As for my physique, it was being tempered with every breath I took, and the lighting energy coursing through me was tempering my physique continuously. I even felt that the weakness of the sea was reduced somewhat, but I didn't have a true comparison about how much restraint the sea would have on each individual devil fruit user. Although I did not know how exactly this worked, maybe it was because of my dual souls or maybe because I was not a being from this world, but I did not care anymore. I was brought to this world, maybe as a mistake or with a purpose. However, I had resolved myself to make this life my own. I emerged from the other island, which was already sinking, unable to handle the sheer raw power of lightning and haki that I had emitted, a figure wreathed in crackling energy, a living embodiment of the storm itself. The sea bowed before me, its waves parting in reverence for the power I now wielded. In that moment, I knew that I had become something more than mortal. I had become a force of nature, a harbinger of the tempest to come. And as I gazed upon the world with eyes alight with newfound purpose, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Deep within the heart of Pangea Castle lay a place so forbidden that even the 5 elders required express permission to enter. Here, amidst the labyrinthine corridors, lay a beautiful garden where the enigmatic ruler of the world, Imu, resided. It was Imu's personal sanctuary, a tranquil oasis hidden from the prying eyes of the world. Within the garden, Imu stood as if frozen in time, surrounded by a myriad of colorful butterflies. The delicate creatures flitted around Imu's outstretched palm, dancing to an unseen melody. Suddenly, Imu's eyes snapped open, a flicker of something akin to excitement igniting within them. It had been centuries since Imu felt such a rush, the thrill of a challenge stirring within his immortal soul. In a swift motion, Imu clenched his fist, and the butterflies fell lifeless to the ground. Thoughts raced through Imu's mind as he contemplated the significance of the disturbance in the sea. This was no ordinary occurrence. Someone had shattered the chains of fate, defying the impossible. Imu's pressure was completely released, which immediately descended the entire Holy Land into chaos. "Joy Boy, have you finally revealed yourself?" Imu murmured, his voice tinged with anticipation. But then a realization dawned on him. No, this isn't Joy Boy. This is someone different, someone who even wills to defy the curse of the sea. A manic laughter bubbled forth from Imu's lips, a sound that echoed through the silent garden, and waves after waves of conquerors' haki burst forth, sending ripples throughout the Holy Land. Imu's thoughts momentarily strayed towards the teen who still defiantly held onto his life, waiting for his brother to come to his rescue. Even Imu himself was amused by the resilience of the Donquxote family child. Despite seeing the heart of his brother, the kid held on defiantly against all odds for more than 3 months now. It was just a fleeting thought. Imu then thought of the disturbance in the sea. "This world is truly fascinating," Imu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with newfound vigor. "I never imagined I would encounter another being capable of stirring my soul as Joy Boy once did. Finally, after all this time, it seems I can feel alive once more." In response to Imu's outburst, the Knights of the Gods swiftly mobilized, securing the entirety of the forbidden area. Imu's existence was a closely guarded secret, hidden even from the world nobles themselves. However, The sudden loss of composure from the supreme existence had reverberated throughout Mary Geos, rendering all but the strongest individuals unconscious due to the sheer overwhelming power of the hockey. The elders, alarmed by the unprecedented turn of events, hastened towards the core of Pangaea Castle. It had been centuries since Emu had displayed such extreme reactions, the last time being during the fabled clash during the time of Joy Boy. As they approached, a sense of dread gripped them, for they knew that whatever had transpired within the depths of the castle was beyond their comprehension. As the 5 elders reached the central area, the resounding laughter of Emu persisted, echoing through the silent corridors of Pangaea Castle. The Knights of the Gods, God's Knights, had effectively sealed off the entire vicinity, ensuring that only those privy to Emu-sama's existence and of admiral-level strength or higher remained conscious amidst the overwhelming pressure emitted by the Supreme Ruler. Emu-sama, the 5 elders intoned in unison, their voices reverent and laden with apprehension. Yet, none among them dared to intrude upon the sanctity of the garden where Emu resided. Instead, they knelt outside its boundaries, patiently awaiting the moment when the ruler would deign to address them. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity as the elders waited in mounting unease under the sheer might of the one true ruler of this. Emu's laughter continued unabated, a chilling reminder of the unparalleled power that lay within the confines of the castle. Despite the urgency of the situation, no one dared disturb the ruler's reverie. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Emu's laughter subsided, and the oppressive atmosphere began to ease. With a sense of trepidation, the elders watched as Emu emerged from the garden, every step exuding an aura of absolute authority and supremacy. With graceful movements, Emu made their way to the vacant throne, a symbol of dominion over the world itself. As Emu seated themselves upon the throne, a palpable silence descended upon the chamber, the air thick with anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the Supreme Ruler, awaiting their command. I stood there, reborn in the baptism of lightning, feeling the surge of unlimited potential coursing through every fiber of my being. Previously, I had been considered a genius, but now, under the influence of this unparalleled power, I transcended mere genius. My observation hockey reached new heights, delving into realms previously uncharted. Even my swordsmanship experienced a breakthrough, with each strike infused with the crackling energy of the storm. As I stepped back onto the shore, the sky above darkened with the dance of countless lightning bolts, their thunderous roars echoing like the primal cries of ancient beasts. Isho, standing nearby, strained to withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from my transformed presence. Though formidable in his own right, he had yet to reach the pinnacle of admiral-level strength. Nevertheless, I saw potential in him. His current strength was akin to that of a pseudo-admiral, like Katakuri at his peak in the canon. Despite our differing ideologies, I resolved to nurture Isho's strength if he chose to follow me and my family, preparing him to face even the mightiest of adversaries, perhaps even the Yonko themselves. My physical form had undergone a radical metamorphosis, and I felt that I now possessed a physique that rivaled even that of the legendary Kaido with his mythical dragon fruit. Maybe in the future I will completely surpass everyone due to the continued tempering of my body. With every passing moment, my body continued to temper itself, growing stronger with each surge of lightning coursing through my veins. As I retrieved the crucifix from around my neck, its blade fashioned from sea stone, I felt a sense of invincibility wash over me. Although I felt weakness rush out as I plunged the blade into my palm, I held on, not wanting to give up. Even the dreaded weakness of sea stone seemed inconsequential in the face of my newfound power. For Isho, my transformation elicited a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Initially, he assumed madness had seized me, unaware of my intention to consume a devil fruit in the heart of the tiny little landmass within the sea itself. As a fellow devil fruit user, he understood all too well the vulnerability that came with being a landlubber. Yet, here before him stood someone who was trying to defy fate itself. Ross, even with a little sea stone blade through his palm, was trying to invoke his fruit powers, and despite the strain on his body, it was as if the kid was trying to defy the very weakness that plagued all devil fruit users. Though his curiosity tempted him to pry into my secrets and what exactly I was trying to accomplish with the sea stone, Isho recognized the immense power I wielded, sensing that, if provoked, I could effortlessly extinguish his life, despite being half his age. Ross, how? How is this possible? Isho's disbelief was palpable, his voice tinged with astonishment. He struggled to comprehend the miracle unfolding before him, wondering if he had erred in blinding himself to the world's wonders. Perhaps fate itself had conspired to conceal this momentous event from all but him, shielding him from the overwhelming pressure of Ross's Conqueror's haki. Normally, any devil fruit user would completely become powerless in the presence of sea stone, but Ross was fighting back, and even though his face was pale, Isho could say for sure that this was unprecedented. Chapter 71. Choosing to remain silent, I focused on the gathering storm above, the clouds swirling with increasing ferocity as lightning crackled ominously as if ready to devour anyone in its path. Though I was only beginning to harness the power of the lightning logia, I felt an uncanny sense of harmony with the fruit, as if it willingly submitted to my will. While mastering its full potential would undoubtedly require years of practice, I encountered no resistance from the fruit itself. Sensing the impending danger, Isho reached for his sword instinctively, his senses on high alert. "Roskuen, what are you doing?" His voice betrayed a mixture of concern and apprehension, realizing that whatever I had planned was not to be taken lightly. He feared that his own actions might have inadvertently contributed to the birth of an unprecedented threat. "Isho-san, I ask that you do not interfere," I implored, my tone grave and resolute. "I have inherited my family's will. Like you said, I need to follow what my heart truly desires, and though I am unbound by any shackles, I must fulfill the first wish that we brothers swore on this very island, that still remains unfulfilled. We once vowed to exact vengeance upon those who tormented us in our darkest hour, and I intend to honor that vow. Please, step aside." My words hung heavy in the air, laden with the weight of solemn purpose. This was to be the ultimate tribute to my family members who fell, a final farewell gift in the form of retribution. These people were the same ones who relished in tormenting us when we were down. If not for Doffy back then, my journey would have ended as I came into this world. This blood would mark the beginning of our family's new journey, a cathartic closure to the pain and suffering we endured. Yet, even as I prepared to enact my vengeance, Isho, bound by his own principles, could not stand idly by and watch indiscriminate violence unfold. With resolve in his heart, he unsheathed his sword, ready to intervene if necessary. "Roskuen, listen to me. They are innocent people." However, before Isho could continue, my laughter cut through the air like a sharp blade, with lightning surging around me. Unlike Enel from Canon, my lightning was completely pitch black, imbued with something more than mere electricity. "Innocent? Isho-san, I respect you, and I owe you my life for saving me back then. So, even though I don't have to justify myself, let me tell you what these people, whom you call innocents, did to me and my family." Although I had absolute confidence in killing all these people, even if Isho intervened, I didn't want things to sour between us because of a misunderstanding. However, if Isho chooses not to follow me and my family, then so be it. I could endure having a kind man by our side, but I would never tolerate a hypocrite in my family. This was a cruel world, and those who were naive to its true workings had no place beside me or my family. So, with a few brief statements, I explained exactly what had transpired during my childhood and why Doflamingo had vowed to kill them all. Even Isho's resolve faltered a bit as he understood that I wasn't lying. He felt conflicted, but he still stood opposite me, clinging to his principles and wanting me to forgive them for his sake. "The concept of innocence holds no significance in this cruel world, Isho-san," I asserted, my voice tinged with resolve. "Whether young or old, man or woman, out in the open seas, it all boils down to strength and weakness. And for the weak, they don't even have the luxury of expressing their emotions. This is a debt I owe to my brother." With determination coursing through my veins, I drew Sandai Kitetsu, channeling both lightning and haki through the blade. However, despite being a black blade currently, Kitetsu originally was a low-grade weapon when compared to true apex weapons, so it groaned under the sheer strength and pressure. I instinctively knew that my strength had surpassed what the third-generation Kitetsu could bear. I might soon need a new blade. I doubted that even the famed 21 great-grade blades might suffice me when I reached the apex. I should find myself a supreme-grade blade. However, for now, Kitetsu should suffice. Isho knew that, with us both standing on opposite sides, conflict was inevitable, so he wanted to gamble. Although he doubted whether he could truly stop me, he wanted to try. Isho was someone who trusted in fate, so he wanted to gamble everything for this one chance. Roscoe, for my sake, how about we make a bet? Let's fight each other with all our might. If I win, I want you to give up on killing the people on this island. If you win, you can go ahead and do as you will. Isho remarked, his blade firmly gripped in his hand. Isho-san, you jest. Even if we were to gamble, the stakes should be equal. If you win, you save the lives of all these people. If I win, I simply don't get anything. I have already resolved to kill these people, and it's not like I need your permission. I countered. This was a God-given chance to have Isho join me, and the man himself was proposing the bet. I knew for a fact that Isho was a man of his word and wouldn't back out later. So, what do you propose, Roscoe? Except for my life, I don't think that I have anything worthy of me. So, if it is my life that you want as the victor, you can have it. Isho was already resolved to fight to the end. Although he wasn't there when things truly happened back then, he was sure that there must be innocents on this island who had no connection to the torment that Ross and his family went through. So, he had to fight for their sake. Isho-san, do you think that I am so ungrateful as to ask for your life even after all you? No, I want something much more precious, your loyalty, Isho-san. If I win, I want you to join my family and truly follow me with all your heart. I commented. This was my one true shot at gaining Isho's true allegiance. I was not exactly sure what kind of decisions I might make in the future, but I was sure that there were going to be a few littered with countless bodies. At that time, I did not want Isho to have a change of heart. After contemplating the bet I proposed, Isho finally gave a nod. Very well then, Roscoe. So be it. You have my word. However, let's take this fight to a nearby island. With that, he jumped onto a small boulder nearby, which he manipulated with his gravity to move towards the uninhabited island. My new lightning powers gave me the ability to traverse through the air unimpeded, but I chose to move like a flicker of lightning grazing the sea surface. After making sure that Lucci and Gladius were safe, I knew no other devil fruit user would truly attempt something like this. For me, the sea was not a barrier that could stop me. For a man like me who relished the thrill of battle, the last 3 months were torture. Back during Marineford, Admiral Aganya was too much for me to handle, but the current me was different. I instinctively felt that I had already breached the level of admirals. A 15-year-old with admiral-level power, now, this might be a first in this world. But if I truly wanted to achieve my dreams, this was not enough. I needed more. I needed to be strong enough to even beat Imu, who had ruled this world for over 8 centuries. Isho and I stood facing each other. The deserted island was quite large, but due to its rocky terrain, it was not feasible for human habitation. Isho did not stand on ceremony and directly launched an attack, signaling the start of the battle. Gravity blade! Isho started sending out a high-gravity stream, trying to pin me down. However, with my future sight enhanced to unprecedented levels, it all seemed too slow. Although I could easily dodge the attack with my current speed, I chose to take the attack head-on. Isho's gravity fruit might be a great way to train my family in the future. Even I could use his gravity powers to push myself beyond the limit. As I was making plans for the future using the gravity fruit's power, Isho's words resonated. Roscoe, I hope you don't underestimate me. Although I may not look like it, I am strong enough to hold my own against you, he said, increasing the pressure of gravity with his previous attack. It's you who's underestimating me, Isho-san. Maybe if I were the same me as 3 months ago, you could have been my match. But now! With a smirk, I unleashed Katetsu, clad with both lightning and armament hockey. Lightning Tiger. With an upward slash, despite the heavy gravity, a flying slash manifested itself, taking the form of a massive dark tiger made of lightning, charging towards Isho, who was trying to keep me pinned down. Detecting the incoming threat, Isho quickly swung his blade horizontally while clad in armament hockey. He even used his gravity powers to try to pin the incoming lightning tiger, but the lightning beast charged ahead unimpeded. Isho had to defensively hold his blade in front of him as the flying slash pushed him back, despite his efforts to hold himself steady. The lightning beast completely engulfed Isho, electrocuting him. If he hadn't been clad in haki, he would have been burned to a crisp. Isho quickly understood that the fruit Ross had consumed must be the feared devil fruit lost in legends. Earlier, when Ross emerged from the sea, Isho believed he might have consumed some kind of mythical Zoan devil fruit that could alter the weather. But now he understood the kid hadn't consumed a Zoan fruit but the rumored strongest Logia. After being pushed back for a dozen meters, Isho steadied himself. His yukata was already damaged from the simple attack by Ross. He knew half measures were not going to help, so he ripped up the purple cloak and threw it aside. The air was heavy with anticipation as Isho and I stood facing each other, the battle shifting gears as we prepared for the clash that would determine the fate of all the lives on the island. 3 months of anticipation and battle deprivation had led to this moment, and I could feel the weight of expectation bearing down on me. This was my chance to unleash myself completely and show the world the true extent of my power. With a swift movement, Isho launched himself forward, his blade flashing in the sunlight as he closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I met his charge head-on, my own sword singing as it sliced through the air with deadly precision. Our blades met with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying in all directions as the force of our clash reverberated through the surrounding landscape. But Isho was not content to simply exchange blows. With a roar of determination, he unleashed his signature technique, Raging Tiger. The attack generated an immense level of gravitational force around Isho, pushing out horizontally and knocking away anything in its path. Rocks, boulders, trees, nothing could withstand the sheer power of his assault as the landscape around us was reduced to rubble. Undeterred by the destruction unfolding around us, I pushed forward, my own lightning-infused attacks crackling with energy as they clashed against Isho's gravity-enhanced strikes. With each strike, I poured more of my strength and willpower into my attacks, refusing to be intimidated by the overwhelming power of my opponent. Dark Thunder Descent! I roared, unleashing a torrent of lightning-infused slashes that cut through Isho's gravity shockwaves and other flying slashes with ease. The sheer force of my attack overwhelmed Isho's defenses, leaving him momentarily staggered as he struggled to regain his footing. Chapter 72. But Isho was not one to back down without a fight. With a surge of determination, he countered with his own formidable techniques, channeling his gravity powers to create miniature gravity pools that threatened to swallow me whole. Yet I refused to be intimidated, meeting his attacks head-on with a surge of armament haki that bolstered my defenses and allowed me to push forward with renewed vigor. As the battle raged on, the surroundings bore witness to the intensity of our conflict. Trees were uprooted from the ground, their branches splintering like matchsticks under the force of our blows. Rocks shattered into rubble, and the very air crackled with electricity as our swords clashed with the fury of a raging storm. But amidst the chaos, there was a kind of beauty to our battle, a primal elegance that transcended the violence. Each movement was a dance, a symphony of motion and power that captivated all who beheld it. The clash of our blades was like music to my ears, a melody of steel and lightning that echoed across the island. As the battle raged on, I knew that I needed to up my level of attack. With a surge of energy, I unleashed another lightning technique, Lightning Dragon. With a roar that shook the heavens, I channeled all of my power into Sandai Katetsu, unleashing a massive bolt of dark lightning energy that took the form of a ferocious black dragon descending from the heavens. The lightning dragon charged forward with unstoppable force, its claws crackling with electricity as it bore down on Isho with terrifying speed. But he was not one to go down without a fight. With a surge of willpower, he raised his blade in a desperate bid to defend himself, channeling his gravity powers to create a barrier of intense gravitational force. Ascending heavens! Isho bellowed, summoning a massive pillar of earth from the ground under his gravitational control and morphing it into the form of an earthen dragon. The two dragons roared in defiance, black lightning clashing against ascending earth as the battlefield erupted in chaos. As the clash between the lightning dragon and Isho's earthen creation reached its peak, the island seemed to tremble beneath the weight of our power. Cracks formed in the ground, fissures splitting open like gaping wounds as the very earth rebelled against the force of our battle. The air crackled with energy, charged with the raw power of our conflicting abilities. But it was not enough. With a primal roar, I poured my strength and determination into the lightning dragon, infusing it with my armament hockey, and more black lightning. The beast crashed into Isho's earthen dragon and barrier with the force of a tidal wave, shattering them both like glass and engulfing him in a maelstrom of crackling energy. The impact was like a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of the island as the lightning dragon collided with Isho's defenses. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as the two colossal forces clashed, and the air filled with the sound of crackling energy and the smell of ozone. And then, with a deafening roar, the lightning dragon broke through, shattering Isho's final defenses like glass and engulfing him in a maelstrom of crackling energy. In the midst of the chaos, I could feel my strength growing at an unprecedented rate. The strain of maintaining such a powerful technique was taking its toll on my body, reforging my physique with lightning energy with each passing moment. But I refused to give in with just a small improvement. With a surge of determination, I pushed forward, pouring more of my strength into the lightning dragon, willing it to overcome Isho's last defenses and emerge victorious. For his part, Isho fought with a ferocity that was unmatched. Despite the overwhelming odds against him, he refused to back down, channeling his gravity powers to their absolute limit in a desperate bid to turn the tide of battle. But even as he fought, I could see the strain etched into his features and the weariness in his eyes, betraying the toll that our clash was taking on him. As our battle raged on, just a dozen miles away from the island, the unprecedented damage we caused sent shockwaves through the surrounding seas. This level of conflict was more akin to the New World, where battles of such magnitude were not uncommon. On a marine scout ship, the crew watched in awe as the sky darkened with thunderclouds and the sea churned with turmoil. "Captain, what exactly is happening over there?" A marine soldier couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with concern as he watched the chaos unfolding in the distance. The captain, his brow furrowed with worry, knew that they needed to report to headquarters immediately. "We need to report this to HQ at once," he exclaimed, his voice urgent as he wiped sweat from his brow. "Quickly, get me a line to headquarters." The captain, a seasoned veteran who had graduated from the elite Marine Academy, understood the gravity of the situation. Even from their current distance, it was clear that the battle raging on the island was of immense scale and power. He dared not move the ship any closer, fearing for the safety of his crew. "Why is that monster Shiki here in the North Blue? Is this where he is hiding after his loss with Roger?" The captain muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the distant skyline, where large landmasses floated in the air, surrounded by flashes of lightning. It was a sight that filled him with dread, knowing that someone of Shiki's caliber was wreaking havoc so close to home. The entire sky was littered with lightning, which tore through these massive landmasses, blasting them to smithereens. "Captain, HQ is on the line," a marine soldier announced, handing the captain a transponder snail. Another soldier was already using another snail to capture images of the ongoing events on the island, their faces tense with apprehension. "Sir, it's Golden Lion Shiki," the captain reported, his voice tense with urgency. "He's here in the North Blue, engaged in battle with an unknown opponent who seems to match his strength." The news sent shockwaves through headquarters, where officials scrambled to assess the situation. The mere mention of Shiki's name struck fear into the hearts of those who understood the threat he posed. "How certain are you that it's Shiki?" A rear admiral from HQ questioned, his voice strained with concern. "Have you visually confirmed his identity?" "No, sir," the captain admitted, frustration evident in his tone. "The battle on the island is too chaotic. We're a dozen miles away, there's no way to visually confirm Shiki's presence. But with the entire island floating in the sky, who else could it be?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the captain quickly transmitted the images they had captured to headquarters, hoping to provide irrefutable proof of Shiki's presence in the North Blue. As the images flickered across the screen, the reality of the situation began to sink in. Shiki was here, and he was unleashing chaos unlike anything the Marines had ever seen before. Back on the island, Isho struggled to maintain his stance as exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The battle had raged on for nearly an hour now, and every moment seemed to drain him of more strength. Leaning heavily on his blade sheath for support, Isho fought to catch his breath, his chest heaving with exertion. Ross was proving to be a formidable opponent, his mastery of the Black Lightning technique overwhelming even Isho's most skilled defenses. Despite his best efforts, Isho found himself unable to keep up with the relentless assault, his haki slowly being devoured by the insidious lightning power of the opponent coursing through his veins. In the heat of battle, Isho couldn't help but reflect on his own limitations. He had always believed himself to be strong and a master of his craft. But facing Ross had shown him just how much he lacked. If Ross had truly wanted to kill him, Isho knew he would have been struck down without hesitation. Yet still, he couldn't bring himself to surrender. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to give up, to admit defeat, and to spare himself further torment. But to do so would mean abandoning all those lives to Ross's mercy, and Isho could not allow that to happen. Despite the charred flesh of his left hand, the result of countless lightning strikes, Isho remained resolute, his determination unwavering as he prepared to face whatever came next. Isho-san, you should give up. I don't want to end up accidentally killing you. Even I don't have a proper estimate of exactly how strong I have grown, I said solemnly, my voice tinged with concern. Yes, I wanted to defeat Isho, but I didn't want the man dead. He was already on his last leg, and my restraint with my lightning power was the only reason Isho was still standing. If it were before the past 3 months, Isho might have triumphed over me. Even now, if he pushed himself, Isho could burst with the strength of an admiral for a few moments, but that was not enough to challenge the current me. Ha ha ha, Ross-kun, as a man, how can I go back on my word and give up? I have vowed to defend the innocents on that island, and if I have to die for that cause, then so be it, Isho remarked, his voice resolute as he steadied himself once more. He had already attempted to subdue me with his overwhelming gravity, but nothing worked. He clearly understood that I still had more cards up my sleeve. Hell's Journey! The blind man roared, pulling out his blade and resheathing it despite the pain coursing through his body due to the residual lightning. A massive gravity field descended on me as he sheathed his sword, sending me down into a massive crater. However, Isho knew this was not enough to hold me down, so he immediately launched the next attack, mustering every last ounce of energy he could muster. Final Sonata! Isho screamed, extending his observation haki to the extreme. Blood seeped out of his mouth, ears, nose, and even through his blind eyes. I stood in awe at the true extent of a human's willpower. My observation haki had already picked up on what Isho was planning to achieve, and within moments, a massive meteorite, whose radius spanned for miles, appeared in the sky. The meteor was so large that it could easily engulf the massive island that we were fighting on. Isho's plan was clear, he wanted to bury us both alive beneath the massive meteor. However, the true scale and terror of the descending meteor were being experienced by the Marines on the scout ship. The captain was already screaming at his team to quickly leave the area, as a meteor of this size was sure to create a massive tsunami that could affect hundreds of miles. Panic ensued as the crew scrambled to retreat to safety, their eyes wide with fear at the impending disaster. As I gazed upon the descending, burning meteor, determination burned within me like the flames of a raging inferno. I gripped Katetsu tightly within its sheath, infusing it with armament haki and the crackling energy of black lightning. For the first time since the start of the battle, my conqueror's haki surged forth like an unstoppable storm, radiating outward with irresistible force. My entire being transformed into a manifestation of black and golden lightning as I prepared to face the oncoming threat. With a primal roar, I crouched low, my form poised like a beast ready to pounce. As my momentum reached its apex, I shot towards the descending meteor with unparalleled speed and power. From the perspective of the Marines on the scout ship, a massive pillar of golden and black lightning ascended from the entire island towards the incoming meteor, a sight that struck fear into their hearts. Just as I neared the descending meteor, I unsheathed my blade with a swift motion, assuming a sword draw stance. Lightning Nova! I thundered, my voice echoing through the heavens as my blade cleaved through the massive meteor. Black lightning engulfed the entire sky, shrouding it in darkness despite the noonday sun. The meteor crumbled beneath the onslaught of lightning, shattered into a million pieces that scattered across the sky like stars. Isho, who stood in awe at the sheer display of power, could no longer hold himself conscious and blacked out. The last attack was meant as a suicidal maneuver to take down both himself and me, a testament to his unwavering resolve. He realized in that moment that he had truly lost, defeated by the overwhelming might of my lightning powers. Chapter 73. As the Marine scout ship finally caught a glimpse of me high in the air, I appeared as the embodiment of lightning itself. That's the lightning Logia, the captain roared in disbelief, realizing the true extent of the revelation. Their transponder snails had already been knocked out by my power, leaving them helpless to communicate with headquarters. Just as the captain understood the gravity of the situation, a massive pillar of lightning descended upon the Marine scout ship, obliterating it from existence. Any vessel that dared to pry into the events unfolding on the island met a similar fate, as I unleashed my monstrous range of destruction upon them. As the dust settled and the echoes of our battle faded into the distance, I stood victorious amidst the wreckage of our clash. The once mighty island lay in ruins, its landscape devastated by the ferocity of our battle. With a heavy heart, I approached Isho's unconscious form, feeling a sense of respect for his bravery and determination. And with that, I turned towards the island, where the fate of its inhabitants awaited my judgment. What followed was carnage as I ensured that Doffy's promise made on this island was kept, the dancing dark clouds in the sky bearing witness to the chaos that ensued. I had finally come to truly embody my true character. As I set foot upon the island soil, a palpable sense of dread permeated the atmosphere, mingling with the ominous shadows cast by the dancing, dark lightning clouds overhead. With every step, the ground trembled beneath my feet, a harbinger of the carnage that was about to unfold. With a single swing of Sandai Katetsu, arcs of lightning danced along its blade, illuminating the darkness with an eerie glow. The first strike was like a bolt from the heavens, cleaving through flesh and bone with merciless precision. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs as screams echoed through the night, the air thick with the sickening scent of iron. I moved with relentless efficiency, my movements a blur of death as I cut down anyone who dared to stand in my path. With each strike, I could feel the raw power coursing through me, fueling my rampage with an insatiable hunger for destruction. The streets ran red with blood as I carved a path of devastation through the heart of the island, leaving nothing but death and despair in my wake. The cries of the innocent mingled with the crackle of thunder, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the island. But even amidst the slaughter, a part of me recoiled at the horror of what I had become. The screams of the dying haunted my every step, a grim reminder of the price of vengeance. Yet, I pushed onward, driven by a singular purpose, to fulfill the promise I had made to my brother, no matter the cost. As dawn broke upon the ravaged landscape, I stood amidst the ruins of the island, a lone figure bathed in the pale light of the rising sun. The once vibrant streets lay silent and desolate, a testament to the devastation wrought by my hand. It had been 2 days since my clash with Isho, and he had yet to awaken. The man must have truly pushed himself beyond his limits. Despite my recent surge in strength, which had brought me to the brink of admiral-level power, it had proven too much for Isho to handle in his current state. Our little caravel now carried 5 people, including myself and what remained of the Donquxote family. Giala had already regained consciousness, but she was in no condition to move about. Therefore, it fell to Lucci and Gladius to care for the 2 wounded on board. However, my main concern now lay in discovering what had happened to Doffy and his whereabouts. I couldn't afford to waste even a second. For all I knew, Doffy might have been suffering for these past 3 months. Only after speaking to Treble did I confirm that Doflamingo was last seen surrounded by beast pirates and world government agents. It wasn't as though I hadn't attempted to gather information through other avenues. Most of what I had found were mere rumors, and even some of the Cypher Pol agents I had captured could offer nothing more than hearsay about an event that occurred in Mary Geos around the time I was ambushed by Aganya. With all the rumors pointing to Mary Geos and with time running out, I decided to take the gamble. The world still believed me to be dead, and I intended to use this to my advantage. With that in mind, I steered the caravel in the direction of North Blue Red Port. While I wasn't an expert in navigation, I had a decent knowledge of navigation from my time as a Marine to navigate the seas of North Blue. Meanwhile, news of the massacre on the North Blue Island had spread far and wide. However, all the blame fell on the head of Golden Lion Shiki. I paid little heed to the accusations, as my actions were solely aimed at fulfilling Doflamingo's promise. Soon enough, I would hunt down every single person involved in bringing down the Donquxote family. Just as I pondered how effectively to infiltrate Mary Geo's, Lucci came running. I had already begun training both him and Gladius, and I had to admit that Doflamingo had done an excellent job of laying a strong foundation for them, particularly Lucci, whose talent was apparent. "Ross, the blind man is awake. He wants to talk to you," Lucci said, his cheerful demeanor evident. It seemed his time with the Donquxote family had treated him well. I ensured the weather was steady before making my way to the small cabin where Isho and Giala lay. Gladius was already seated by Giala's side, diligently tending to her. "How long have I been out?" "And you spared my life even after I tried to bury us both in the sea," Isho said, lowering his head in guilt as he detected me entering the cabin. "It's all right, Isho-san. You were only following your beliefs. I won't hold it against you. And now that you've lost, I hope you remember our wager," I replied with a soft smile. I knew I had found a valuable addition to the Donquxote family in Isho. While his loyalty was guaranteed, I also resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. I couldn't afford to let him be swayed by his morals in the future. "I do, Roscoe. I am a man of my word. I will follow you. But I would like to know something. Did you kill everyone on the island?" Isho tightened his fist, now considering their deaths his fault as he was not strong enough to defend the innocents. Despite his current condition, Isho was still thinking about the people on the island. I chose to remain silent because anything I said at this point would only make things harder for Isho to be part of our family. My silence was all the answer Isho needed regarding the fate of the people on the island. "Roscoe, aren't you afraid that I will betray you in the future? Our ideals completely clash. Are you still confident that I will be loyal until the end?" Isho's conflicted feelings were evident. On one side was his promise to follow me, and on the other side were his morals that he stuck to. "That is why I am asking you this one last time, Isho-san. If you feel you are not meant to be a part of my family, you can leave, and I will consider our debts to each other repaid in full. But if you choose to join my family, then you know what it entails. Make no mistake, our future will be written with the blood of thousands, and I am sure many things we might do might not be in line with your ideals." My words hung heavy in the air. I couldn't leave a powerful man like Isho in my family if his allegiance was not guaranteed. In such a case, it would be better to part ways now. I couldn't afford for a Marcus situation to occur again. Someday, when I laid my hands on that bastard, I would make him suffer. "Don't worry, Isho-san. I am not that ungrateful to force you against your wishes. Go ahead and take your time to think about it, and let me know about your decision when we reach our destination. Whatever you decide to do, I'll respect your decision. But I hope you are not naive enough to believe that just because they call themselves civilians in this world, they are innocent. Human cruelty knows no bounds, the devil lurks deep inside every soul," I remarked, checking Isho's injuries to ensure he did not sustain any lasting harm. Only his left arm seemed heavily damaged, but I was sure he would soon recover. I left the cabin, leaving the man with his decision. In the center of the holy land of Mary Geo's, on the central square, stood a grim testament to suffering and defiance. For the past 3 months, a large crucifix has been erected, its imposing presence visible from nearly every corner of the holy land. Upon it hung the shriveled and broken form of Donquxote Doflamingo, his once proud and formidable figure reduced to a pitiful state. Doflamingo's condition was beyond pathetic. His once vibrant and charismatic demeanor had been replaced by a gaunt and emaciated shell of a man. His clothing, once regal and imposing, now hung in tatters around his frail frame. Deep bruises and lacerations covered his body, evidence of the relentless torment he had endured. His once fiery gaze was now hollow and vacant, a mere shadow of its former intensity. For 3 long months, Doflamingo had been subjected to unimaginable suffering. Originally slated for permanent incarceration by the elders because Doflamingo was the current user of the flame logia and they didn't want the fruit recirculating back into the world after he was killed, his fate took a twisted turn when Doffy's threat of his brother's vengeance. Doffy's defiance amused the elders, which prolonged Doflamingo's agony. And with requests for vengeance from the Donquxote family and Marigios, instead of a swift death or eternal suffering and impelled down, he was made to endure each agonizing day as the entire Holy Land watched. Despite the repeated attempts to break his spirit by informing him of his brother's supposed demise and presenting him with a gruesome reminder, a chunk of what was claimed to be his brother's heart, Doflamingo refused to yield. He clung to life with a tenacity that defied all reason, driven by the belief that his brother would come for him. Starved and tormented daily, Doflamingo's resilience was nothing short of miraculous. While any normal person would have succumbed to despair within the first week, Doflamingo remained steadfast. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, yet the flicker of life in his eyes never wavered, a testament to his unyielding willpower. As the days dragged on and Doflamingo's suffering continued unabated, whispers of his resilience and defiance spread throughout the Holy Land of Marigios. Despite his broken state, there was a strange aura of strength that seemed to emanate from him, a silent defiance that captured the attention of all who passed by. Those who witnessed his ordeal couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and horror at his unwavering determination. Some whispered that he was possessed by a devil's spirit, while others believed he was simply mad. Yet, regardless of the speculation, none could deny the sheer willpower that kept him clinging to life. Meanwhile, within the confines of his own mind, Doflamingo fought a battle of his own. Memories of his past, both triumphant and tragic, flooded his thoughts, providing him with moments of solace amidst the torment. He recalled his rise to power, the glory of his reign as a budding rookie in the New World, and the fierce loyalty of his subordinates. But alongside these memories lurked darker shadows, the betrayal of his family, the loss of his freedom, and the relentless pursuit of vengeance. With each passing moment, Doffy's conqueror hockey was being tempered without his own knowledge, and even his flames were undergoing a transformation. Yet, amidst the chaos of his mind, one thought burned brighter than all the rest, the promise he had made to his younger brother, Ross. Doflamingo's unwavering belief that Ross would come for him was the only thing that kept him going, a beacon of hope in the darkness of his despair. Chapter 74. And so, day after day, Doflamingo endured. His body weakened, his spirit battered, but his resolve never faltered. He knew it in his gut that as long as he held on, there was still a chance for redemption, for himself, for his brother, and for the legacy of the Donquxote family. And so, with each passing moment, he clung to life with all the strength he could muster, determined to survive against all odds. Just as Doffy was still holding on, he could faintly hear footsteps approaching him. Due to his weakened state, even his senses were failing him, but he was sure that it was one of those bastards who came to torment him every single day. Doflamingo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of defiance, despite his weakened state. Ha ha ha, if it isn't the brat who tried to defy and tarnish the name of the Donquxote family, you sure are pathetic. Look at you now. At least if you had become a slave, you might not have suffered so, sneered an elderly man from the Donquxote family. He was the same man who had tried to auction Doffy and Ross, and he had always held a grudge against the two kids escaping his grasp back then. Internally, he felt a sense of bliss looking at the tattered form of Doffy, an almost withered mess of a heart that lay beneath the crucifix, which had already turned to dust. As the elderly man's cruel words echoed through the square, a sense of vindictive satisfaction washed over him. For years, he had harbored resentment towards Doflamingo and his younger brother, Ross, for tarnishing his name due to the failed auction and escaping his grasp. Now, seeing Doflamingo reduced to such a pitiful state, he relished the opportunity to revel in his torment. "You thought you were above us all, didn't you?" The man taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. "You thought you could defy us forever with that stupid stunt you pulled last time, but look at you now, broken, defeated, and utterly worthless." The last time, the two kids were let go for some odd reason, and it was an order from the elders, so no one could defy it back then. Doffy remained calm despite his weakened state and the monk's repeated mockery. "You may gloat now, but my time will come," he rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "My brother will come for me, and when he does, you will all pay for your insolence." The elderly man laughed, a cruel sound that echoed through the square. "Your brother? Ha! He's probably dead by now, just like you soon will be. No one is coming to save you, brat. You are alone, and you will die alone." But even as the man spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He had heard confirmation of Ross's supposed demise, but something about the conviction in Doflamingo's voice gave him pause. Could it be possible that the other kid was still alive and that he would indeed come to rescue his brother? Shaking off the thought, the man turned away from Doflamingo's broken form, his heart hardened with resentment and bitterness. He had waited too long for this moment of triumph to let doubts cloud his mind now. Meanwhile, Doflamingo clung to the faint hope that Ross would come for him, his spirit unbroken despite the cruelty of his captors. For as long as he drew breath, he would hold on to the belief that his brother would save him from this living nightmare, no matter the odds stacked against them. The old man gestured for his guard to pass the spear, and the soldier quickly obliged. This had become routine after the second month, as the regular tormentors lost interest. However, other celestial dragons, who had taken this as a sport, would come to torment Doflamingo regularly. Now, there was even an ongoing bet amongst the celestial dragons about how long Doflamingo would last. The old man's sinister grin widened as he drove the spear deep into Doflamingo's shoulder, relishing the sight of his victim's stoic endurance. But Doflamingo refused to give him the satisfaction of a reaction, gritting his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body. With a cruel chuckle, the old man withdrew the spear and held it aloft, the moonlight glinting off its polished surface. "You're nothing but a pathetic worm, little brat," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "A mere shadow of a true descendant of gods. Do you honestly believe anyone would shed a tear for you if I ended your miserable existence right here and now?" Doflamingo's eyes narrowed with defiant resolve, his gaze unwavering despite the agony radiating from his wounded shoulder. The old man's laughter echoed through the square, a hollow sound filled with malice and derision. "Your delusions of grandeur will be your downfall, Doflamingo," he spat, his grip tightening on the spear as he aimed for Doflamingo's heart. "But fear not, I will put an end to your suffering once and for all." With a savage thrust, the old man lunged forward, the spear aimed directly at Doflamingo's chest. But even as the metal tip closed in on its target, Doflamingo's eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, his spirit unbroken despite the Grim Reaper's calling. Just as the spear was about to pierce Doflamingo's heart, a flash of black lightning flickered, leaving everyone bewildered. Even the soldiers and government agents surrounding the old man from the Donquxote family had no idea what had just occurred. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground drew everyone's attention. However, Doflamingo, who was about to face death, held a wide smirk on his face. Suddenly, the sea stone shackles that bound Doffy hit the ground, all within a split second, leaving the soldiers with no time to react. "You made me wait, little brother." Despite his pathetic condition, Doflamingo's majestic aura soared into the sky. Within the next few moments, I moved with unparalleled speed, cutting down all the soldiers surrounding the scene, leaving only the celestial dragon alive. My eyes filled with rage as I understood my brother's condition. He was a mere husk, his life clinging to him only through sheer will. With a single glance, I saw more than 100 wounds on his body, each more severe than the last. He was firmly locked onto the crucifix with sea stone shackles and chains to ensure he couldn't use his Logia powers. Anger clouded my mind entirely, and I wanted nothing more than to burn down the entire Holy Land and kill them all. With a quick slash, clad with armament hockey, I severed the remaining chains that bound Doflamingo and caught his frail body before it hit the ground. The old world noble was already planted on his arse, frozen by sheer terror. One moment, he was about to claim his prize, but the next instant, he was at the mercy of the two youths he had wanted to kill. Now, Doffy's earlier words resonated in his ears again. "Help me up, little brother," Doffy commanded, and I assisted him, knowing his frail body wouldn't support him. However, He pushed aside my hand after I helped him up and took a shaky step towards the now down celestial dragon, who was shivering in sheer terror. I told you earlier, didn't I? That you would pay for your insolence. Even I didn't think that retribution would be so swift. Doffy chuckled as he extended his arms towards the celestial dragon. You little bastard. What are you trying to do? Get away from me, you dog. I will have you butchered, the old man shouted. Meanwhile, I was already cutting down the soldiers who were in the square, rushing in to save the Tenryubito. Revenge tastes so sweet, Doffy laughed maniacally. Despite the struggle of the old man, Doffy caught him by the neck. With the sea stone shackles no longer restricting him, Doffy unleashed his flame powers, starting to burn the old man alive. He took it slow, cherishing every second of the blood-curdling screams from the celestial dragon as he was being roasted alive. Just a minute in, all that was left was a burnt husk, completely charred. Doffy was completely exhausted, and he staggered and fell to the ground, not being able to hold himself upright. As I cut down the last soldier in the square, I realized that the commotion hadn't gone unnoticed. My observation hockey detected multiple presences from various parts of Marigio stirring, especially at the core of the Pangea castle. My hockey picked up some monstrous presences that I had no chance of fighting with my current strength. The sheer number of admiral-level strengths and above within the Holy Land made me realize how naive I had been before. Just as I was contemplating whether I should clash with them, my mind was clouded with anger. But then Doflamingo's hoarse voice cut through like a voice of reason as he tried to gesture me from the ground with his now bony, feeble hands. Instinctively I flickered next to my brother and helped him up. Not yet, little brother, not yet. The gap between us is too large, we stand no chance even with your current strength. Let's fall back for now. I am sure the head of this single dog would suffice for now, Doflamingo said, bending down with my support to rip out the charred head of the old man from the Donquxote family. Although I was raging on the inside, I knew that my first priority was my brother, and I couldn't risk doing anything foolish with so many powerhouses around. I had absolute superiority when it came to speed, so I decided to retreat first alongside Doffy. Crimson Serpent! Just as I was ready to retreat with my brother, I detected a blood serpent flying towards me, and I knew exactly who it was. I pulled out Kitetsu with one smooth motion and sent out a flying slash of my own, Thunder Serpent. Aganya, who was rushing forward with ferocity, completely paused as a massive black lightning serpent, comparable to her own attack, manifested. Two serpents, one crimson and the other black, clashed midair, each trying to gain dominance over the other. I knew I had yet to reach Aganya's standard, but I was not completely helpless like last time. However, I did not want to be entangled in a fight with the peak admiral-level powerhouse right in the midst of the Holy Land. Even as we clashed, I detected more and more strong presences approaching the central square. With one last defiant look in Aganya's direction, I flickered away from the Holy Land while carrying Doffy in my arms, who had already fainted. As I retreated away from the Holy Land, the entire place stirred as they realized a celestial dragon had just been killed. They mobilized in force, trying to capture me, but I had left a large gift for them. Just as they were about to depart, a massive thundercloud that had been floating in the night sky, which I had charged to the extreme, rained down on the red port. Massive lightning pillars descended like ferocious dragons, tearing through the side of the red line. I was sure that if I had directed such a massive attack towards the Holy Land itself, it would have been completely stopped. My lightning attack rampaged through the entirety of Redport, devastating it almost completely. The one advantage I had was my speed. Even if there were devil fruits that granted flying abilities, they were really rare, and the movement of lightning was not something most users could catch up to. Maybe only Borsellino and a few users who could directly increase their speed with their fruit powers could possibly outmatch me when it came to speed. Aganya, who stood at the top of the red line, watched the havoc the black pillars of lightning were causing on the red port below. My lightning tore through the lifts and ships that lay anchored, even the ships patrolling nearby were not spared. She immediately formed wings made out of blood and flew into the air to clash with the thunderstorm head-on. Crimson World. Aganya's voice bellowed through the skies as massive pillars of blood rose, clashing with the lightning that descended. But by the time she reacted, I was already far on the horizon, moving towards a small island a few hundred miles away, where the caravel was anchored. Chapter 75. The entire Mary Geos descended into chaos as news of a celestial dragon being killed right in the heart of their power spread like wildfire. Aganya was immediately summoned back by the elders before she could pursue the one responsible for the chaos. The damage to Redport was inconsequential, but killing a celestial dragon at the heart of the Holy Land was a direct challenge to their authority. Aganya, are you absolutely sure it's the Lightning Logia and that the kid from the Donquxote family was the user? Elder Ethan Barron questioned her, with a slight worry etched on his face. Currently, Aganya stood in front of the elders with her head held low. She gave a sharp nod to confirm the elders' words. Originally, she was the one who had confirmed that Donquxote Rosinante had perished and had submitted half a heart to them in this same office. But now she stood before them, stating that the kid was very much alive and had managed to rescue his elder brother. To add insult to injury, Aganya had just confirmed that the kid had become the user of the legendary Lightning Logia, a fruit that they had been seeking for centuries. There were a few fruits that the world government did not want to fall into the hands of others, and the Lightning Logia was among the top, on par with the Gomu Gomu no Mi and the Op no Mi. Aganya, how dare you lie to us? Elder Warkuri roared as he bashed his fist down on the table. Although Aganya was a prospective god's knight, her status was still lower than that of the elders. You confirmed that the kid was killed back in Marineford, and now you say he came back, and, on top of that, he is the Lightning Logia user. How much more useless can you become? Elder Jupiter added sarcastically. The news of Rosinante being the Lightning Logia user gave them a big headache. The elder brother was a Flame Logia user, and the younger one was a Lightning Logia, and he was personally trained by Garp. Now that they were out in the world, they did not know what kind of drastic action those kids would take. If the kids chose to spread the secrets of the world nobles, then the entire world would descend into chaos. There is no use crying over spilled milk. We need to think about countermeasures. Now that we are in open hostilities, I don't think they would look for a compromise. We will have to silence them somehow, Elder Nusturo commented. But he did not hold any hope regarding the matter. If those kids chose to run, especially the younger one, what could they possibly do? They never expected such a twist. Maybe they should have tried nurturing the younger kid like they originally intended. Even the elders were currently in a dilemma, however, the main blame was now all shouldered by Aganya herself. Let me pursue them. Aganya started, wanting to take on the responsibility of capturing the Donquxote brothers herself. However, she was quickly interjected by the elder. Enough! Aganya, you have already done enough damage. You should just get back to Marineford and reflect on your mistakes. If we knew you would mess up, we would have just sent someone from the Aegis. Elder Mars remarked. Although he knew it was entirely her fault for not confirming the kill and talking about it wasn't going to change anything, he couldn't help but berate her harshly, although she might become one of the future powerhouse of the world nobles. That did not mean that even in the future her status would equal to theirs. She will just remain a part of the inner circle beneath them. Anyone in Mary Geos who was privileged to know about Imu-sama formed the true circle of elites. Well, we must be more worried about how Imu-sama is going to react about this. We lost a member from the Donquxote family right in the heart of the Holy Land. Imu-sama must already know about the event because of all that commotion that kid caused down at Redport. Elder J. Garcia, who had remained quite quiet all this while, commented. We should have just killed off that Donquxote kid instead of stringing him up for all these months. Aganya sighed in frustration. But then she realized she had blurted it out foolishly, as all the elders were staring at her as if she were a fool. When was it your turn to speak, Aganya? Are you questioning our decision to let that brat suffer? No, it was your incompetence that led to this folly, and we need to sort this mess you created ourselves, Elder Nusturo commented while squarely placing all the blame on Aganya's shoulders. He knew moping about the things that happened was not going to help, and now they needed to do damage control. According to the elders, if Aganya had killed Rosinante back in Marineford, then all this would not have happened, so all things happened because Aganya was incompetent, as she couldn't even handle killing a mere brat. Aganya felt bitter at the way how these old relics were treating her. She was destined for greatness, but these elders were now pinning all the blame on her. She clenched her fist in frustration. But she knew that with her status in the Holy Land she couldn't do much about it. "Is there any way we can have a compromise with those brats?" Elder Mars questioned, wanting to find a quick fix to the situation. Elder J. Garcia, who was holding a teacup in his hand and had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, extended his arm outward and dropped the porcelain cup, which shattered upon impact with the floor, attracting the attention of everyone in the room toward him. "There is your compromise," he said, gesturing toward the broken teacup. "We saw to that when we decided to deal with those kids and almost succeeded in killing them both." Elder J. Garcia tapped his staff hard on the floor and spoke solemnly. "We will have an easier time drinking from that cup than trying to find a compromise with those kids, and the worst part is we don't even know where they are or what they are planning to do next. Let's mobilize the Cipher Pole Aegis to find those brats rather than handing the matter over to incompetent fools. Maybe we will be lucky, and the kids might decide to hide forever from us," Elder Jew Peter commented, to which Aganya scoffed, and the elder eyed her with a glare. "No, I don't think those brats will forget it. They even challenged us when they were merely kids, but now they have been baptized by death. They will become dangerous. They will retaliate when they think they are strong enough." "Mobilize the Marines as well," Elder J. Garcia commented and looked to Aganya, wanting her to take care of things on the Marines' end, to which she nodded. "Let's release a wanted bounty order. Maybe a high enough bounty might encourage other parties, especially pirates, to take out those brats. After all, they have killed a world noble. We cannot let this matter slip," Elder Ethelbaron commented, adding his idea. The discussion among the elders carried on into the night as they started making various plans for the potential backlash that they expected to come. Their biggest disadvantage was that the kids seemed to know most of the secrets the world government was hiding, so they needed to handle this matter delicately. Even when they were mere kids, it had taken years of planning to finally corner those brats completely, but fate seemed to play in their favor. So for now, they had to tread carefully. 2 days passed quickly, and the world government had launched all countermeasures. It had mobilized the Cipher Pole, government agents, the Marines, and even the underworld, which was looking for the Donquxote brothers. It was as if the entire world was searching for these two, and the main reason for such a rush was the new bounty posters that were released. Donquxote Doflamingo, dead or alive, 542,900,000 belly. Donquxote Rosinante, dead or alive, 500,100,000 belly. The elders had completely suppressed the news of the world noble's death because only recently did a world noble die in Sabaody Archipelago, and now a world noble was killed in the heart of Mary Geos. This was simply a slap on the face. However, if they had known that Ross was involved in the first kill as well, then his bounty would have shot up even further. This was the first time such unprecedented bounties were released. Doflamingo's bounty saw an abrupt increase of close to 300 million belly, and Ross's first bounty directly started at 500 million belly. Both the brothers being feared Logia-type users accounted for their notoriety, but the true reason was because they were involved in the death of a celestial dragon. Even the Marines were shaken by such high bounties that was directly released by the world government, but despite the shocking bounties, no one knew exactly what prompted the world government to release such bounties for the two youths whose family had been completely destroyed just a few months ago. Somewhere out in the New World, Garp was now laughing heartily as he held a bounty poster in his hand. This was the latest bounty poster urgently released under pressure from the world government. It was the bounty poster of his protege, whom he believed had been dead for almost 3 months now. Although he had held on to hope every passing day, it had faded. Now he couldn't contain his joy at seeing Ross's bounty poster. Even the pirates who were shackled on Garp's ship did not utter a word so as not to disturb the marine hero from his moment of joy. On another island in the New World, a young swordsman stood like a lone dragon amongst the bodies of hundreds of Marines littered around him. The young man had a sharp gaze that could send shivers down his enemies' spines. But now, the same man had a blossoming smile on his face as he held a bloody bounty poster in his hand. So I was right. The one I chose as my blood brother would not succumb to fate so easily. I hope we will get to meet each other soon enough, Ross, Mihawk remarked. He then suddenly sent out a flying slash by swinging his sword gracefully, which completely severed the massive marine ship that lay anchored on the shore into two halves. Recently, marine pursuits had been increasing, but he reveled in killing these marines. He never once doubted Ross's ability to survive. Someone who could defeat him would not die so easily. Originally, he still had a small conflicting emotion that Ross was a marine, but now he held a bounty poster, which meant that his blood brother was similar to him, a man hunted by the world. Within Marineford, inside Zephyr's house, Virgo was holding two new bounty posters that portrayed the new bounties of his young masters. He couldn't help but shed a silent tear. Just then, a small kid tackled Virgo from behind. "Brother Virgo, come, let's have lunch." "Mother has made steak for lunch," the kid chimed. It was none other than Zephyr's son. Although sometimes Virgo felt annoyed because of the child's overenthusiasm, today he could cut him some slack. Today was a joyous occasion. How about we go get some ice cream after lunch?" Virgo added. He had been holding on to too much sadness these 3 months. Maybe relaxing for today might be a good thing, he thought to himself, and he picked up the kid, moving towards the dining room. Almost a month later, somewhere in the calm belt between North Blue and the New World, there lay a primal island filled with prehistoric lifeforms. Lush greenery covered the landscape, towering trees with thick foliage, vibrant flowers, and winding rivers. Strange and exotic creatures roamed freely, from towering dinosaurs to colorful birds and elusive beasts lurking in the shadows. Within a hidden cove, a small caravel lay anchored, nestled among the rocky cliffs and dense vegetation. The island exuded an air of mystery, untouched by modern civilization and shrouded in the secrets of its ancient past. A young teen who had captured the world's attention was now on this island, dragging a massive sea king towards the interior of the island, where the current Donquxote family resided. After moving in for another 10 minutes, I approached a clearing where a cooking fire was prepared, upon which lay a massive sea king, almost completely devoured by the occupants surrounding the fire. It had been almost a month since I had rescued Doffy from the clutches of those bastards in Mary Geo's. He stayed unconscious for the first week, but then his drive and will to survive brought him back. Since then, he has been trying to regain his strength. Isho's presence had been a miracle because, despite being blind, the man had decent knowledge of medicine. I had originally feared that I might have to resort to some dangerous tactics to get proper medical attention for Doffy, but Isho seemed to work his charm and was able to revive my brother. Chapter 76. Even Giala had recovered enough to move around on her own, but she had taken quite the beating while trying to save the kids, so she had to take it slow for now as her physique was not as robust as Doffy's, so she will be mostly resting for a month or two. Doffy currently sported hundreds of gruesome scars on his body, a testament to the torture he had withstood during his capture. "Quick, little brother, set up the Sea King's carcass over the flames." "Let me grill it," Doffy said, already having gained some weight but still needing to completely recover. He had begun to understand Saikikin, life return, from the information I had shared, and with much intervention, Doffy was on his way to mastering the technique completely. With the massive amounts of Sea King meat that I continuously brought in, none of us would have to worry about food nor their recovery. Our family had completely isolated itself from the world. I did not want to take any chances. Although I could run away carrying Doffy, I couldn't leave behind the rest of the family. So, isolation for the time being was the best choice until we could grow a bit stronger and the seas became more chaotic. From my estimate, there was still a year's time until Roger surrendered to the Marines, and I needed to help my family grow strong within this year, especially Doffy and Isho. Even I had to hone my skills so that I could comfortably challenge Admiral-level powerhouses. My current power level had just breached the initial stages of Admiral level. Doffy's biggest drawback all these years was a lack of a proper instructor. While I studied under Garp, my brother had to rely on the snippets of information that I had sent him over the years. According to Doffy's explanation, he had just about mid-level proficiency when it came to armament hockey, and his observation hockey was about the same. The only praiseworthy thing was Doffy's uncanny harmony with his devil fruit powers. Despite only having the flame fruit for a few years, his mastery over the flame powers seemed pretty good. As I set up the new Sea King while discarding the old bones, Doffy manipulated his flames to grill the food. The tantalizing aroma of the food attracted quite a few wildlife, but the true powerhouses of this island remained in the core. I was currently using these small animals, which towered over 10 meters, to train and temper Lucci and Gladius. As Isho kept a watchful eye on Lucci and Gladius during their training against the island's monsters, it was just Doffy and me by the fire. Despite Doffy's attempts to conceal it, I could sense that my brother was struggling internally, his emotions in disarray. He had yet to open up about what had transpired in the New World before his capture. Unexpectedly, Doffy broke the silence with a question that caught me off guard. "Why did you choose to follow me, little brother?" His gaze was fixed on the dancing flames, and his thoughts were clouded with doubt and remorse. After the loss of our mother, Doffy had only come to accept Treble and the others as family, and their fate must have weighed heavily on him. "I know how the world sees me now, especially after the last 3 months," Doffy continued, his voice tinged with vulnerability. "I used to believe I still held the privilege of a dragon, but I've come to realize how naive I've been. You could have left me for dead and started a new life of your own. Why did you come for me, brother?" "Do I need a reason, Doffy?" "You're my brother, and that's all that matters," I replied, feeling a surge of emotion. "Tell me, would you have come for me if you knew I was the one captured?" Without hesitation, Doffy nodded, acknowledging that he would have done everything in his power to save me if our roles were reversed. As the crackling flames cast flickering shadows across Doffy's face, I could see the turmoil raging within him. His eyes, usually gleaming with confidence and defiance, now held a hint of vulnerability, or rawness that cut through the facade he so often wore. It was as if the firelight had illuminated the truth he had long tried to bury beneath layers of bravado. "Doffy," I began softly, reaching out to him, "the world's perception of us doesn't define who we are. Yes, the last 3 months have been brutal, revealing the harsh reality of how we're viewed by those who hold power. But you are more than just a pawn in their game, more than the sum of their judgments. So what if they laugh at us now? We will ultimately have the last laugh. Remember, brother, maybe you might think that it is our own choice if we want to give up, but that is no longer an option for the both of us. It's not just about us anymore. It's the dream of everyone who sacrificed their lives to bring us here. We need to at least achieve our goals for their sake, and if that means burning the world in its wake, then so be it. So what if people call us evil or villains? Who isn't a villain, brother?" "Everyone is a villain in someone's story," I remarked while tearing a chunk of meat from the grilled Sea King. For a moment, there was silence between us, broken only by the sound of the flames devouring the wood. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, Doffy turned to meet my gaze. In his eyes, I saw a glimmer of hope, a spark of determination that had been overshadowed by doubt. With my voice I could feel that the conqueror's hockey of my brother, which seemed to crack under doubt, blazed again. It roared like the all-consuming flame. "Thank you, little brother," Doffy whispered, his voice thick with emotion, "for reminding me of who I am and of who we are." Then he started laughing while looking at the sky like a maniac, as if the final shackle that held him back was finally released, his conqueror's hockey sword, and even I felt a bit of a pressure from my brother's haushaku, but I composed myself. Meanwhile, Isho, who was helping the kids train, also felt the pressure soaring through the island. "There is another little monster. Sigh, what have I got myself into?" he chuckled. He had already made peace with how he ended up with a family that stood exact opposite to his morals, but then he realized that fate must have some grand plan to make him follow this family, and as he had already made his decision despite Ross giving him a way out, and as a man who believed in fate, he would remain loyal to the end. The next morning, we were already immersed in our new training session. "Isho-san is going to play a very important part in our upcoming training," I explained. "Ross-kun, are you sure? Don't you think this is going a bit overboard?" Isho couldn't help but ask. Standing before him was Doffy, wrapped in sea stone chains that I had taken away while I had rescued Doffy. Sea stone was a rare resource, so even back then I chose to take it back with me so that it could help us develop resistance, and this was the chain used to restrain Doffy and Mary Geos, so the purity of the sea stone was pretty high. Doffy was completely pale now, influenced by the sea stone. He had an ugly expression when I told him that he looked like an sick flamingo. Barely able to keep himself up because of the sea stone, Doffy nodded as Isho used his gravity powers on him. As Isho exerted his gravity powers, Doffy's already weakened state became even more pronounced. His knees buckled, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he struggled against the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Despite his efforts, Doffy couldn't maintain his composure, his breathing becoming labored as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Gladius and Lucci stood by the side, observing the intense training with a mixture of awe and apprehension. When I invited them to join, Gladius quickly shook his head, preferring to remain on the sidelines. However, Lucci's determination shone through as he stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. As Lucci approached, Isho moved to decided to reduce the gravity pressure, but I intervened, allowing the full force of the pressure to bear down on the young boy as well. With a determined expression, Lucci pressed his hands against the ground, his body straining against the oppressive force. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Lucci refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he pushed against the ground with all his strength, each tiny movement a testament to his unwavering determination. His muscles trembled with exertion, but he remained steadfast in his resolve to overcome the challenge before him. Watching Lucci's perseverance, I couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Despite the immense difficulty of the task, he refused to back down, demonstrating a resilience far beyond his years. With each struggle, he grew stronger, his spirit unyielding. Determination like that is rare, Lucci, I remarked, offering him words of encouragement. Keep pushing, and you'll achieve greatness. Turning to my brother, who was already groaning under the influence of the sea stone and gravity, I said, Doffy, even little Lucci is standing strong. Don't tell me you're going to admit defeat in front of a kid. Invoke your flame powers, let me see how far you've come in all these years. My tone carried a mocking edge, knowing well that Doffy disliked comparisons and had pride. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself upright once more. You moron! Can't you see I'm wrapped in sea stone? Do you think everyone is an idiot like you? How am I supposed to use my flame powers while being influenced by the sea stone? Doffy managed to yell despite the discomfort. And who told you that one cannot use their fruit powers under the influence of sea stone? It just means no one dared to explore such a possibility, it just means no one has found a way. But we wouldn't know until we tried. So stop complaining and invoke your flame powers, Doffy, I retorted. I already knew what I was asking of Doffy might not even be possible, even with my twisted soul I was influenced by the sea stone to a certain extent, but I was pushing Doffy to achieve something unprecedented. I had two vague possible theories that might help someone achieve this feat of developing resistance to the sea stone to an unprecedented level, but in this mysterious world where one's will could achieve anything, even my theory might be a possibility. The first theory that I had in mind was absolute mastery of Haki, which seemed simple yet mysterious. If will can manifest itself into tangible forces, then there should be a way to hone Haki to a level where it can help a devil fruit user ignore the weakness. However, this was too monumental a task, as never before such a feat was recorded in the long history. Even someone as strong as Whitebeard in his prime was not completely immune to the sea. Despite being called the strongest man in the world, he was a landlubber, and his Haki must have been top-notch. So the Haki mastery required to achieve immunity must be way beyond the level that was achieved by these monsters. The second theory was even more exaggerated, and it involved gaining absolute control of the devil fruit itself. I believed there was a stage beyond awakening, and when a devil fruit user reaches such mastery, it might help mitigate the weakness inherent to the devil fruits. No one exactly knows where exactly these devil fruits come from, and this was a mystery yet to be answered. My enhanced resistance towards sea stone was an anomaly, and by my estimate it could be explained because of me having two souls. So according to my second theory, this meant that there hasn't been anyone in this world since the advent of the devil fruits, who has truly mastered their devil fruits beyond the stage of awakening. Maybe those who ruled the world might have reached that stage with them being immortal and all. Now I realized why mythical Zoans were so favored, even above Logia. Consuming the mythical Zoan alters one's physique to an inhuman level. Maybe it might even give them a certain degree of leeway under the influence of the sea, even without mastery. With that in mind, I turned back to teasing my brother, attempting to channel his anger to invoke his devil fruit powers. Chapter 77. In the cozy home nestled on the outskirts of Batarilla Island in South Blue, Roger, the legendary pirate king, lived a life of domestic bliss with his beloved wife, Port Gastee, Rouge. To the outside world, they were just an ordinary couple, their true identities hidden beneath the facade of a simple, happy life. On this particular morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the quaint kitchen where Roger was attempting to prepare breakfast. With a comically oversized apron tied around his waist and a determined expression on his face, he set about his task with gusto. "Roger, I told you not to play with the knives like that," Rouge scolded gently, entering the kitchen with a smile as she observed her husband's antics. Roger sheepishly put down the knife he had been wielding like a pirate sword and grinned sheepishly at his wife. "Sorry, Rouge, I'm just trying to add a bit of excitement to our morning routine." Rouge rolled her eyes affectionately, shaking her head at her husband's antics. "You never cease to amaze me, Roger." As Roger continued his culinary escapades, he couldn't resist the urge to add his own flair to the proceedings. With a flourish, he attempted to flip a pancake in the air, only to send it soaring across the kitchen, much to Rouge's amusement. "Roger, honestly, sometimes I wonder how you managed to survive this long." Rouge chuckled, stepping in to rescue the runaway pancake before it hit the floor. Undeterred by his culinary mishaps, Roger flashed a grin at his wife. "It's all part of my charm, ha ha ha." Even though Roger was playful, his love for Rouge was clear in everything he did. Whether he was chopping vegetables awkwardly or trying to play a tune on a frying pan, his affection for her was obvious. As they sat down to enjoy their breakfast together, Roger couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over him. In Rouge's presence, he found solace, companionship, and a love that transcended the trials and tribulations of the past. Outside their humble abode, the townsfolk of Batarilla went about their daily lives, unaware of the true identities of the couple within. To them, Roger and Rouge were simply another pair of neighbors, living out their days in peaceful anonymity. But for Roger and Rouge, their home was a sanctuary, a place where they could be themselves without the weight of the Pirate King's legendary reputation bearing down upon them. In each other's company, they found laughter, joy, and a love that knew no bounds. Just then, a shady figure who had been watching Roger's house hurriedly moved away, sweat beading on his forehead at the startling discovery. Hidden within this peaceful town was the legendary Pirate King, who lived a humble life after causing chaos across the world. As a cipher pole agent, he had initially come to this island following a minor character, but what he found here shook him to the core. He needed to inform his superiors immediately. Capturing Roger would be a monumental achievement, especially now that his crew wasn't around him. Finding a secluded spot, he took out a transponder snail to contact his superiors. But before he could initiate the conversation, a hand emerged from the darkness, gripping his face and pinning him to the wall. The transponder snail fell to the ground, crushed underfoot by his assailant. "Why do you have to disturb my peaceful life? I've already quit my pirate ways. Let me spend my final days in peace." Roger spoke softly, yet his voice carried absolute authority. The CP agent whimpered and struggled, but Roger's grip was unyielding, leaving him no room for escape. Before the agent could plead for mercy, Roger clenched his palm, crushing the agent's skull like a melon. In a secluded clearing on a certain island within the calm belt, two brothers engaged in an intense training session. Though it was meant to be a mere spar, I refused to hold back. "Flame Emperor!" Doffy conjured a dazzling array of flames, attempting to engulf the entire training area with me in it. Isho and the others watched from a safe distance, with Giala observing the spectacle. Using shave, I flickered behind Doffy. With my observation hockey, his movements seemed sluggish, and I refrained from relying on my future sight to make it fair. Thunder Blitz! My arm transformed into a thick lightning pillar and crashed into Doffy's back. He reacted just in the nick of time, entering his elemental state. However, I had used Hockey's armament emission in tandem with my lightning-clad punch. Doffy dematerialized and reappeared a dozen meters away, spitting out blood as my attack connected. His armament Hockey hadn't yet reached my standards, so he took the brunt of the damage despite his reaction in time. Tui, you surely aren't holding back, little brother. Are you planning to kill me or something? Doffy chuckled, wiping blood stains from his mouth. He had been recovering splendidly over the past week due to the continuous intake of Sea King meat and Isho's intense gravity training. Isho was truly a blessing for our family. His fruit power became the perfect tool for our training. Don't whine, Doffy. I'm not even using the full extent of my powers. As you are now, you might not even survive a couple of hits from an admiral-level powerhouse. We only have a year to train in peace, then we'll have to assert our dominance in the new world as the whole world descends into chaos, I admonished my brother, who laughed despite getting beaten up. He had become much more unpredictable after his recent transformation. Little brother, you're too impatient. If what you say is true, once the world boils over, those old guys up in the Holy Land won't have time to take care of us. We can grow peacefully, and I won't repeat the same mistakes, Doffy countered, lunging forward with majestic flame destroyer, trying to catch me off guard. But with a snap of my fingers, I whispered, Lightning Dragon. A large black dragon made of lightning descended from the midday sky, targeting Doffy as he rushed toward me. His observation Hockey picked up on the threat, and he redirected his attack toward the sky to intercept the lightning dragon. Under Doffy's manipulation, the torrent of flames shifted and roared, taking the form of a massive phoenix, surging forth to clash with the descending lightning. Despite his efforts, the lightning tore through the phoenix, although the lightning's might had diminished significantly, making it easy for Doffy to dodge. Doffy propelled himself through the dangerous lightning field created by the dragon, rushing toward me. Overheat! He fired a long, flaming whip, easily severing through the surrounding trees in its path. However, I was too fast for Doffy to catch. I simply entered my elemental state, letting the flame whip pass harmlessly through me. Annoyance flashed across Doffy's face, and he chose to release his Haoshiku to confront me. Red lightning danced through the area. With a smirk, I taunted my brother. Doffy, are you sure about using Haoshiku? Don't come crying to me later. I released my own Conqueror's Haki to clash with Doffy's. Mine was clearly superior, as black and gold lightning danced around me, honed in environments akin to those where Roger and Garp had unleashed all their might. In comparison, Doffy's current Haoshiku was, let's say, childish. Seeing my playful smirk, Doffy grew more incensed and prepared to counter. But I quickly clad my arm with armament Haki and caught the flame whip, pulling Doffy toward me. Meanwhile, I coated my other arm with lightning. Doffy was completely caught off guard as I lifted him off the ground. With a resounding boom, my punch connected with Doffy's gut. The shockwave generated course through the battlefield, and Doffy, taking the brunt of the hit, flew through the air like a broken kite, crashing into the forest behind him. Multiple trees snapped like twigs in his path, and Doffy's gut area was now charred black from the lightning, his flesh seared due to the high temperature. Chapter 78 O'Hara, West Blue. Little Robin was flipping through an ancient-looking book with relish while Lily, by her side, worked on some old, tattered parchment. Since Lily had introduced Robin to the world of books, the young girl had forgotten about her past perils. Nowadays, most of her life is spent in the library, and as for her family, they do not care for the little girl's fate. Ever since Lily had saved Robin from hunger and peril that fateful night, they had grown as close as siblings. Apart from being the librarian, Lily was also the youngest scholar in O'Hara at the age of 15. Little Robin, are you done with the book? You already skipped breakfast. I am not letting you skip lunch, and that goes for you too, Lily, a voice echoed through the entrance as an old man walked in with some scrolls in hand. This old man was none other than Professor Clover, the director of O'Hara Library. Since Robin was brought in by Lily, she has become the sweetheart of all the people in O'Hara Library. The little girl was an absolute genius, and many believed that soon she would break Lily's record of becoming the youngest scholar. Robin, immersed in the book, was distracted by the old voice and looked up. She suddenly realized she had skipped breakfast because she was too engrossed in the book. Meanwhile, Lily quickly arranged the tattered parchment, sealing it inside a glass case. Even though she was an adult compared to Robin, Lily had also forgotten about food, and she flushed in embarrassment. Sigh, both of you girls. I have no idea how to straighten you both up. Keep this up, and surely someday I am going to ban both of you from the library for skipping meals, the old man chuckled, while Robin had already moved next to him and started hugging his leg. Grandpa Clover, you promised me you would take me to see the secret project that all the scholars are working on. It has been a month, I want to see it now. Little Robin, mustering all her innocence, hung on to the old man, leaving him helpless. Professor Clover, now with a headache because of Robin's request, turned to Lily, who was giving him a sheepish smile. Originally, the project of the poneglyphs was supposed to be top secret, and they were risking their lives while working on it. However, Lily had let slip a few details about the poneglyphs, and as smart as the little girl was, she quickly discerned the nature of the project and started pestering the old man to take her to see the poneglyphs that recorded the true history of the world. He suddenly even thought about Olivia, who also held the same drive as his daughter. The main reason he permitted Robin to stay in the library was that he came to know that Robin was Nico Olivia's daughter. Little Robin, you shouldn't twist my words. I remember promising to take you to see the project once you become a scholar, but you have yet to become one. The project is only for scholars. Professor Clover tried to wiggle out, not knowing how else to console the little one. He had set Robin a target of becoming a scholar as a criteria. But Grandpa Clover, aren't you the director? I am sure you can make an exception. I just want to take a peek. I will not disturb anyone, I swear. Robin used her puppy dog eyes to try and coax the old man into bending to her will. Clover didn't know what to do, but then he finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure from the little one. Fine, fine. I will take you to see the poneglyph, but first, let's go fill our bellies with food. The old man gestured for the two girls to follow him. Robin happily took the old man's arm as she was going to see the poneglyph for the first time in her life. See calendar year, 1500. Time flew by like the tide. Nearly 4 months passed since the Donquxote brothers and their entire family vanished from the world sight. Despite the world government's exhaustive efforts to locate them, no trace or news of their whereabouts emerged. Isho had successfully retrieved the road poneglyph and had just returned to the island after safely hiding away the road poneglyph in the designated place picked by Doffy. However, he had returned with additional baggage, a little mermaid. I was completely caught off guard when Isho brought Shirley back with him. From Isho's explanation, it seemed the little mermaid had clung to the blind swordsman after divining the changes in this world and its future, since she was waiting near the area where the road poneglyph was. According to her divination, following Isho wherever he went became her road to salvation. Despite her young age and the risks involved, she decided to take a leap of faith and follow Isho. Isho, being the kind man he was, couldn't abandon an innocent child who stuck to him like a leech. Originally, he had wished to leave the little girl behind after securing the poneglyph according to the plan. However, as Shirley kept following him and eventually fell into the hands of slavers, Isho finally chose to intervene and save the little girl. It seemed like she was fated to join the family. Currently in the center of the island, teeming with perilous lifeforms, a central clearing served as the arena for two poised fighters. One, a blind man adorned in a faded purple yukata, faced off against a teen enveloped in dancing blue flames. They were none other than Isho and Doffy. During these 4 months, Doffy had dedicated himself wholly to training, pushing himself to inhuman levels under my guidance. With diligence, he honed both his hockey prowess and devil fruit powers. But currently, he has challenged Isho to a fight to decide the fate of the little mermaid who had clung to Isho all the way from Fishman Island to this secluded island on the calm belt. This was more like Doffy finding an excuse to let loose and see how much he had grown, as he had no issues with letting the mermaid join the family, especially after knowing her special powers of divination, as she would be a valuable asset to the family. Originally unaware of the true potential of his flame fruit, Doffy's flames had evolved significantly from my knowledge of past lives. From a standard orange hue, his flames now gleamed a vibrant blue, their temperature exceeding 4,000 degrees. The most intriguing aspect was their potential for further enhancement. At his peak exertion, Doffy's flames displayed a faint purple tinge, suggesting even greater heat levels. Presently, his flames could effortlessly melt through steel. In terms of hockey, Doffy had already grasped the basics of the mission and was progressing toward mastery. His observation hockey had also seen significant improvement. Likewise, Isho had made remarkable strides in swordsmanship and observation hockey, nearing the threshold of admiral level. All he required were battles to push him beyond his limits. Gladius and Lucci, too, showed promising development. While Gladius's talent was decent but unremarkable, Lucci displayed exceptional potential. Hailed as the greatest genius in 8 centuries, Lucci possessed an innate aptitude for greatness, proving himself to be a formidable force in the making. Roaring Tiger! Isho unleashed a massive surge of gravity with a horizontal slash, but Doffy was prepared, surrounding himself with swirling blue flames. Hell Blaze, he countered, releasing a torrent of blue flames. The two forces clashed, gravity-infused sword slashes against hockey-infused blue flames, vying for dominance. Shockwaves rippled through the clearing, tearing at the trees that surrounded us. I sat atop a boulder a few hundred meters away, watching the battle unfold with attention. Beside me were Lucci, Gladius, little Shirley, and Giala, all observing the clash with keen interest. As Isho and Doffy clashed, the air crackled with tension, each of their moves calculated and precise. Isho, the blind swordsman, wielded his sword with mastery honed through years of practice and battle. With each swing, he infused his blade with the invisible force of armament hockey, enhancing its cutting power and precision. Doffy, on the other hand, danced amidst swirling blue flames, his mastery over his devil fruit powers evident in every movement. With each step, he manipulated the flames around him, weaving them into intricate patterns of destruction. His hockey-enhanced punches and kicks added another layer of ferocity to his attacks. Hunting Tiger! Isho lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with a swift and deadly arc. Doffy countered with a wall of blazing flames, Flame Emperor. The heat and intensity of his attack forced Isho to backpedal. But Isho was relentless, his gravity powers amplifying the force of his strikes as he pressed the offensive. Doffy's eyes narrowed as he focused his armament hockey, his flames intensifying in response. Blue Heaven! With a roar, he surged forward, meeting Isho's blade with his own hockey-infused fists. The clash sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. As the battle raged on, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits, their determination unwavering. Each blow exchanged was met with equal force and skill, the clash of their powers creating a spectacle that captivated all who witnessed it. As the battle raged on for more than an hour, both combatants pushed themselves to their limits, their determination unwavering. Each blow exchanged was met with equal force and skill, the clash of their powers creating a spectacle that captivated all who witnessed it. In the end, it was impossible to determine a clear victor. The fight ended in a stalemate, with Isho standing poised, still brimming with energy, while opposite him, Doffy stood battered and bruised but unbowed. However, with my trained eyes, I could clearly see that Isho held a clear advantage over my brother for now, as he was holding back. I attributed it to the age difference between the two fighters, as Isho had a decade of extra time to hone his skills, and his talent was also top-notch. Just then, I flickered and appeared in between the two, who were preparing to go at each other once again. That's enough for today. I don't think anyone has any issues with little Shirley joining us. The world will soon plunge into chaos, and we will ride the chaotic tide to carve out our own place in the new world, I remarked, knowing from my estimate that Roger would soon surrender and the great pirate age would begin. So it's time we get back to the world soon, is it, little brother? Doffy questioned. He had already been vexed by staying on this island for months now. Although he didn't complain about the training, I could feel his frustration with hiding away from the world. But he knew that he was truly weak as of now. Coming face to face with the true powers of Mary Geos had made him realize how wide the chasm was. In order to achieve our goal, he needed more than just the strength he had now. He needed power, authority, and wealth. We needed all of those and more if we truly wanted to challenge the true rulers of this world. Chapter 79. Soon enough, the months flew by as the Donquxote family vanished from the eyes of the world completely once again, delving themselves into hellish-level training. Finally, as the time flew by, the month of September approached, and the world had somewhat returned to a momentary lull as the world government had dropped the manhunt for the Donquxote brothers. Even the disappearance of the road poneglyph from Fishman Island seemed not to catch the attention of anyone, and even the current condition of Fishman Island was too chaotic for anyone to care. As promised, Isho had disposed of anyone who knew about the matter with the exception of Shirley, and currently the kid was part of the family, but it was all going to change today. In the heart of a remote South Blue Island, nestled amidst the tranquil beauty of the surroundings, stood a Marine base. Within its walls, a couple of Marines sat leisurely at the front desk, engaged in casual chatter about the weather. Their voices mingled with the gentle breeze that wafted through the open windows, creating an atmosphere of relaxed camaraderie. As they conversed, a man strolled into the base, his steps unhurried and his demeanor calm. The Marines paid him little attention, their focus on their conversation was uninterrupted. Oblivious to the man's presence, they continued their banter, their laughter echoing softly in the room. Clearing his throat, the man attempted to catch the Marine's attention, but his efforts were met with dismissive gestures. "Wait your turn," one of the Marines muttered, waving him off without a second glance. Ignored and unnoticed, the man stood silently, his patience seemingly endless. Finally, unable to bear the disregard any longer, the man spoke up. "I wish to surrender myself to the Marines," he announced, his voice calm yet resolute. His words hung in the air, momentarily ignored by the Marines, who erupted into laughter at the audacity of his request. "What crime have you committed to merit imprisonment?" One of the Marines jeered, his tone mocking. "Do you have a bounty on your head, grandiose enough to warrant our attention?" Another chimed in, his laughter echoing throughout the room. Unperturbed by their mockery, the man reached into his cloak and withdrew a crumpled bounty poster. With a swift motion, he slammed it onto the desk before them, the sound reverberating through the room like a thunderclap. The Marines' laughter faltered, replaced by a stunned silence as they stared at the poster in disbelief. The Marine at the reception desk hesitantly reached for the bounty poster, his hands trembling slightly as he unfolded it. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld the face staring back at him from the worn parchment. It was the bounty poster of none other than the Pirate King himself, Gold, Roger. A chill swept through the room, freezing the air and sending shivers down the spines of all present. The Marines stood rooted to the spot, their faces drained of color as they gazed upon the wanted criminal standing before them. Roger's gaze met theirs, unwavering and filled with a quiet intensity. In that moment, the Marine base was gripped by a profound sense of fear, as the realization dawned upon them that they were face to face with the most infamous pirate in history. The silence stretched on, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as the bounty poster fluttered in the breeze. And in that moment, the balance of power shifted as the Marines found themselves at the mercy of the man they had once dismissed with laughter. "So, should I wait for my turn?" Roger remarked with a wide smile. As the gravity of the situation sank in, a Marine soldier burst into the base, his footsteps echoing loudly in the otherwise silent room. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear, as he sprinted towards the office of the captain, his heart pounding in his chest as if death itself were chasing him. The other Marines watched in stunned silence as their comrade rushed past them, his panicked movements a stark contrast to the casual atmosphere that had prevailed just moments before. Sensing the urgency in the soldier's actions, a sense of unease began to settle over the base, spreading like wildfire among the ranks. "Captain! Captain! Urgent news!" In the captain's office, the soldier's arrival was met with a flurry of activity. "Soldier, what's the urgency? Speak quickly." The captain questioned the Marine, who took a few moments to catch his breath and yelled. "Sir, it's the Pirate King. He's surrendered himself to us." The captain, a seasoned veteran with years of experience under his belt, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Roger? Surrendered? Get the word out immediately. I want all units on high alert. Secure the perimeter and fortify our defenses. We cannot afford to be caught off guard. With a steely resolve, he sprang into action, issuing orders to his subordinates with precision and authority. The soldier nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and quickly relayed the captain's orders to the rest of the base. Panic rippled through the ranks as Marines scrambled to carry out their duties with newfound urgency. Within moments, the entire Marine base was thrown into chaos as word spread like wildfire that the Pirate King himself had surrendered to the Marines. Panic swept through the ranks as soldiers scrambled to secure the perimeter and fortify their defenses, their training kicking in as they prepared for the inevitable onslaught. Marine 1, did you hear? The Pirate King surrendered himself. Marine 2, no way. This can't be happening. Marine 3, we need to stay calm and follow orders. This is not a drill. Meanwhile, back at Marine headquarters, the news of Roger's surrender sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of command. Admirals and high-ranking officials convened in emergency meetings, devising strategies to deal with the unprecedented situation. The realization that the most notorious pirate in history was now in their custody sent a ripple of fear and excitement through the ranks of the Marines. For some, it was an opportunity to make a name for themselves by capturing the most wanted man in the world. For others, it was a daunting prospect, knowing that they now held the fate of the entire world in their hands. But amidst the chaos and uncertainty, one thing was clear: the era of Roger, the Pirate King, had come to an end. And with his surrender, a new chapter in history was about to unfold, one that would test the mettle of the Marines and shake the foundations of the world to its core. Impel Down, the infamous underwater prison nestled within the unforgiving depths of the calm belt. Also known as the Underwater Prison and the Great Prison, this formidable stronghold served as the pinnacle of the world government's justice system, housing the most dangerous criminals and pirates known to man. As one approached Impel Down, they'll be greeted by a towering, submerged structure rising ominously from the seabed. Surrounded by the tranquil waters of the calm belt, the prison's imposing silhouette is juxtaposed against the serene backdrop, a stark reminder of the darkness lurking within. But one mustn't let its serene surroundings fool them. Beneath the surface lies a labyrinthine network of cells and torture chambers, each meticulously designed to contain and punish the most hardened criminals. Constructed entirely from seastone, the cells serve as impenetrable fortresses, rendering even the most powerful devil fruit users powerless against their confines. Within these grim confines, the air is heavy with the stench of despair and suffering. The sound of echoing screams and the crack of whips reverberate through the corridors, a constant reminder of the brutality that awaits those who dare to defy the law. Torture chambers, equipped with instruments of unimaginable cruelty, stand as a testament to the prison's unwavering commitment to justice. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Impel Down is its guardianship by the monstrous sea kings, whose colossal forms loom beneath the surface, serving as both protectors and deterrents to would-be escapees. Alongside these behemoths, the prison is fortified by a fleet of marine battleships, ready to intercept anyone who dares to approach. In the heart of Impel Down lies its core, a central hub of activity where guards patrol tirelessly, ever vigilant against the threat of rebellion. Here, prisoners are subjected to the harshest of punishments, their screams echoing through the darkness as they endure unimaginable torment. However, even within the formidable walls of Impel Down, a deadly silence reigns supreme. The Pirate King himself, Roger, sat nestled within the confines of one of the prison cells on level 6. Surprisingly, even the notoriously unruly inmates of Eternal Hell seemed to have fallen into an ominous silence. Whether out of fear, admiration, or respect, no one dared to disrupt the deadly serenity that had enveloped the once chaotic prison. Roger, however, seemed unperturbed by the hushed atmosphere surrounding him. Despite being shackled, he exuded an aura of majesty that commanded attention. The shackles restraining him were little more than a formality; he could easily break free from them if he so desired. With a smirk playing on his lips, Roger awaited the arrival of his visitor, the sound of light footsteps echoing through the corridor as they drew nearer. "Roger! You bastard! What game are you playing at?" Garp's booming voice echoed through the corridor as he stood opposite his longtime rival, Roger, who wore a goofy smile inside the cell. Chapter 80. However, Roger's anticipation was met with a somber response from Garp. His face darkened, revealing the weight of unspoken troubles. Roger, perceptive as ever, noticed the shift in mood and understood that he had touched upon a sensitive topic. Something must have transpired during his absence that he wasn't privy to, having been disconnected from the outside world since the disbandment of his crew. Sensing Garp's gloomy disposition, Roger decided to address the matter he had in mind. Drawing closer to the cell door, Roger met Garp's gaze with a smile. "Garp! I am going to be a father," he announced, his voice carrying a mix of surprise and amusement. Garp, caught off guard by the unexpected revelation, felt a surge of emotions wash over him. The news was a curveball he hadn't anticipated, especially considering the precarious circumstances surrounding Roger's imprisonment. Despite the gravity of the situation, Garp chose not to disclose the extent of the world government's relentless pursuit of anyone associated with Roger. Revealing such information in Roger's presence could potentially provoke a dangerous reaction, one that Impel Down would struggle to contain. With a chuckle, Roger continued, his tone tinged with resignation. "But I will be dead by the time the child is born." Garp's headache intensified as he processed the weight of Roger's words, realizing the implications they carried. Unable to contain his concern, he questioned Roger's motives. "Why are you telling me this, Roger? Have you forgotten that I am with the Navy? We are tasked with hunting down anyone who was ever associated with you." Roger's smile widened as he observed Garp's reaction, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. "That's exactly why I am telling you this, Garp," he explained, his voice tinged with a sense of urgency. "The world government will retrace my steps for the past year." Roger's pause spoke volumes, and Garp filled in the gaps, understanding the perilous situation they faced. If the government uncovered any trace of Roger's bloodline, it would spell certain doom for his family, a fate Garp was unwilling to accept. "They will find her and kill her, but our unborn child is innocent, Garp." Roger's anger simmered beneath the surface as he spoke of Rouge's fate, his voice laced with bitterness. Even Garp, hardened by years of service to the Navy, couldn't deny the truth in Roger's words. The world government would stop at nothing to eradicate any remnants of Roger's legacy, sparing no one in their ruthless pursuit. Meeting Garp's gaze, Roger sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. "We have been fighting each other for years. I trust you as much as any of my shipmates. They might not currently be in a position to save my child." Garp grasped the weight of Roger's unspoken request, his protestations falling on deaf ears. "Don't you dare, Roger," he began, but Roger cut him off with a bright smile, his resolve unshakable. "Save my child, my friend." Roger's words rang out with conviction, his trust in Garp unwavering despite their tumultuous history. "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard." Garp's frustration boiled over, but Roger remained steadfast in his plea. "I know you'll do it. Take care of my child." Roger's confidence in Garp was unwavering as he uttered his final request, leaving Garp to grapple with the weight of his decision. Fortunately, there were no other Marines nearby to eavesdrop on their conversation, granting them a moment of privacy amidst the chaos of Impel Down. Amidst the hallowed halls of the world government's headquarters, the elders convened in their grand chamber, a somber atmosphere hanging heavy in the air. The 5 elders, the venerable figures of authority, gathered around a polished mahogany table, their expressions grave as they contemplated the seismic events unfolding in the world. "Have you heard the new rumors going around?" Elder Warcury's voice broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. "The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, has surrendered himself to the Marines." His tone became gloomy. "Surrendered, not captured." The others exchanged uneasy glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. For decades, Roger had been a symbol of defiance, a legendary figure whose very name struck fear into the hearts of men. His sudden surrender sent shockwaves rippling through the highest echelons of power. "Forget about the rumor, I am more concerned about what could possibly compel him to surrender now." Elder Nustero pondered aloud, his brow furrowed in thought. It seems too convenient, too orchestrated. Elder Ethan Barron nodded in agreement, his sharp gaze piercing through the haze of uncertainty. There may be more to this than meets the eye. We cannot afford to underestimate Roger's cunning. Elder J. Garcia, the eldest among them, remained silent, his weathered features betraying no emotion. His mind churned with possibilities, each more ominous than the last. The world stood on the precipice of change, and Roger's surrender was but the first domino to fall. As the elders deliberated, a consensus began to form, a decision that would reverberate across the seas and shape the course of history. It was decided that Roger's capture would not be merely a display of marine strength, it would be a declaration of world government dominance. "We must send a clear message to all who dare defy us," Elder Jew Peter intoned, his voice resonating with authority. "Roger will be executed, and it shall be done at his birthplace, Log Town." The room fell silent, the weight of their decision hanging heavy in the air. The elders understood the magnitude of their choice and the implications it would have for the world at large. Roger's execution would mark the end of an era, a final reckoning for the age of piracy. But even as they prepared to execute their plan, doubts lingered in the recesses of their minds. What secrets had Roger concealed during his year of disappearance? What machinations had he set in motion, hidden from prying eyes? "We must uncover every detail of Roger's life during his absence," Elder Workery declared, his voice resolute. "We cannot afford to leave any stone unturned." The elders nodded in solemn agreement, their resolve unshakable. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and they would stop at nothing to ensure its stability. As the meeting adjourned and they parted ways, each elder carried with them the weight of their decision, knowing that the days ahead would test their mettle like never before. For the elders of the world government, the capture of Gold Roger was merely another victory. It was just the beginning of a new chapter in history, or so they thought. However, what they didn't know was that this event would be fraught with uncertainty and peril. And it would mark the beginning of their great empire's downfall. In the heart of the New World, aboard his mighty ship, the Moby Dick, the legendary pirate Edward Newgate, known far and wide as Whitebeard, sat upon his throne-like captain's chair, his weathered face etched with lines of wisdom and experience. His crewmates, a motley assortment of fearsome pirates, stood at attention around him, their eyes fixed on their revered captain, awaiting his word. Word of Roger's capture had reached Whitebeard's ears, carried by the currents of the sea and the whispers of the wind. The news struck a chord deep within him, stirring memories of battles won and lost, of comrades fallen, and of dreams shattered. Roger was more than just a fellow pirate, he was a rival, a friend, and a symbol of freedom in a world bound by chains. As the weight of the news settled upon his shoulders, Whitebeard remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the horizon, lost in thought. He knew that Roger's capture would send shockwaves through the pirate world, igniting flames of rebellion and sparking conflicts that would engulf the seas in chaos. Amidst the rugged landscape of a remote island in the New World, the stronghold of the Golden Lion fleet stood tall and imposing, a testament to the power and influence of its notorious leader, the legendary pirate Shiki. Within the confines of this stronghold, two of Shiki's trusted cadres lounged lazily, their laughter echoing through the air as they indulged in rum and tobacco. "Did you hear about Roger? The pirate king got himself captured by the Marines," one of the cadres exclaimed, a smirk playing on his lips as he took a long drag from his cigar. "What a pathetic excuse for a pirate." His companion chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, it looks like OL Roger finally met his match. Who would have thought he'd end up in Impel Down, of all places?" The cadres continued to jest and taunt, their words dripping with contempt for their fallen rival. They mocked Roger for his supposed weakness, jeering at his misfortune and reveling in his demise. "He's nothing but a coward," one of them declared with a derisive laugh. Too scared to face the consequences of his actions. But their mirth was short-lived as a sudden gunshot rang out, shattering the jovial atmosphere and piercing through the silence like a thunderbolt. One of the cadres cried out in agony as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his wounded leg and writhing in pain. Before they could comprehend what had happened, the imposing figure of Shiki emerged from the shadows, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared down at his fallen comrade. "How dare you mock my rival? Shiki's voice thundered, resonating with a fierce intensity that silenced the cadre's laughter. Do you think the Marines have the guts to capture Roger? He is my equal, my worthy adversary. Chapter 81. As the execution date for Roger approached, the entire world waited with bated breath. The Marines had already begun securing Lode Town completely, but the sheer number of people flooding into the town made it difficult for them to maintain control. Unsavory figures with bounties in the millions also sneaked into the East Blue Sea to witness the final moments of the Pirate King. Are you absolutely sure that Shiki will attack Marineford, little brother? Doffy, concealed beneath a dark cloak, questioned me as we savored a barbecue dish from a nearby stall. Trust me, Doffy. I wouldn't have told you the news if I wasn't sure, I confirmed. Despite my actions potentially altering this world from the original canon, certain events seemed inevitable, as if fate itself were guiding them. So one of the overlords of the New World will fall to the Marines right before the Pirate King's execution. It seems like the Marines won't be in as much of a pinch as you told me, Ross. Their prestige will skyrocket, suppressing the sea soon enough with two New World behemoths out of the picture, Doffy remarked casually as he tore through the meat. Although I had informed my brother about the impending chaos, I kept certain details secret to preserve the legendary moment of the One Piece revealed by Roger. Soon enough, Doffy would understand why the Marines, despite taking down Roger and Shiki, would rapidly lose control of the seas after the advent of the Great Pirate Age. By the way, is your friend coming to meet you? Doffy asked, narrowing his eyes as a Marine Vice Admiral and his squad passed through the streets to maintain order. Security was tight, indicating the seriousness of Roger's execution and the world government's determination to assert dominance. You mean my hawk? Yeah, I'm sure he'll make it. He's not the type to miss such a grand event, I chuckled, thinking of my friend with whom I had formed a blood bond. Currently, only Doffy and I are in Lode Town. Knowing that chaos would erupt once Roger announced the One Piece, Isho had traveled ahead to a secure island in the Grand Line, and we planned to catch up later. Lucci also desired to witness the event, but he wasn't yet strong enough. The upcoming brawl in Lode Town might be too much for him to handle. The Marine Killer, right? Your friend sure has quite the moniker. I'm eager to meet him, Doffy remarked as he casually tossed the bone into his mouth and started chewing. The current Doffy was much steadier than his canon counterpart after experiencing a near-death experience. His view of the world had completely altered. Although his basic character still remained the same, he had become much more shrewd and cunning. The year he had dedicated to training made me realize that my brother was steadier than before, shedding most of his weaknesses in the past year of training. If he were the old Doffy, he might have wanted to brazenly roam around Lode Town, exposing his identity. But now, he knew when to lurk in the shadows and when to strike. Death sure has a weird way of changing people. Doffy, if you're done eating, let's go and check out that weapons store. I need to see if I can find another blade, I said while lovingly caressing Kitetsu. In the past year, as I grew stronger, honing my hockey and lightning powers, it became more evident that Sandai Kitetsu, even though a black blade, was no longer able to handle the pressure. Back in Marineford, the spirits of all the Marines were at an all-time high. With only a week until the execution of the Great Pirate King, this day was destined to be etched into Marine history. Many Marine powerhouses were personally going to witness Roger's execution. Poof! A Marine smoked out as he sat on the watchtower, gazing at the calm sea as the sun settled. His shift was about to change. Soft footsteps approached. Damn, bro, couldn't you wait until you were done with your shift? The new Marine soldier questioned, laughing. Smoking while on duty was prohibited for low-level soldiers like themselves. Most of our superiors smoke. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a single cigarette. And even if they do find out, what's the worst they're going to do? Smite me? The man remarked to his friend, who had come to relieve him. But then, the other Marine walked to the edge of the tower, observing something. What the hell are you looking at that you aren't even speaking? The first Marine asked. There's something up in the sky, he replied, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. As they watched, the dot in the sky, with the moon as its backdrop, gradually drew closer and larger. What the hell is that? Now even the other Marine walked to the edge, curious to examine what his friend had discovered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large flying slash descended from the sky. To their dismay, the two Marines realized it too late as the flying slash tore through the tower, severing even the Marines within it. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the entire town of Marineford was made aware of the attack. "You damn Marine bastards, hand over Roger to me." Golden Lion Shiki's voice reverberated throughout the Marine HQ. "That's Shiki, Golden Lion Shiki. What is he doing here in Marineford?" One of the rear admirals out on patrol remarked in shock and fear as the figure of the Golden Lion floated right above the headquarters. Within moments, the entire HQ was on high alert as warning bells sounded, as if they were warning of the impending storm. As the Marines began to mobilize, guns rang and cannons boomed as the entire perimeter defense of the Marine stronghold came to life. However, for Shiki, these were mere distractions, as he immediately spread out his devil fruit power and lifted a large battleship that lay anchored in the bay. With a resounding crash, he tossed it towards the cannons that kept firing ferociously, causing the entire section of cannons to crumble. Shiki instantly descended into Marineford, wielding his two named blades, and started a rampage. He began cutting down on everyone he came across, guns and cannons seemingly ineffective against him due to his awakened float fruit powers. "Ha ha ha! Is this all you've got? And you Marines still have the audacity to tell the world that you captured Roger? Let me see today if the Marines are truly worthy of this achievement." Shiki bellowed like a madman as he sent another hockey-clad flying slash, which cut down more than a dozen Marine troops who were trying to suppress him. "Bastards! All you know is to boast. If you guys don't hand Roger over today, then I will raze Marineford to the ground." Shiki bellowed as he beheaded yet another Marine soldier. As Shiki's rampage continued through Marineford, the scene descended into chaos and carnage. Bodies piled up as Shiki's relentless attacks left a trail of destruction in his wake. Even high-ranking fighters, including a few rear admirals, fell prey to Shiki's onslaught, their once powerful defenses proving futile against the sheer force of his blades and devil fruit powers. Amidst the chaos, screams and shouts echoed through the air as Marines desperately tried to fend off the Golden Lion's ferocious assault. "Stand your ground. Don't let him through," shouted a Marine captain, his voice drowned out by the deafening sounds of battle. But Shiki seemed unstoppable, his laughter mingling with the clash of swords and the roar of cannons. "You call yourselves Marines? Pathetic," he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt as he effortlessly cut down anyone who dared to oppose him. As Shiki carved a path of destruction, panic spread like wildfire among the Marines. "We can't hold him back. He's too powerful," cried out a young Marine recruit, his face pale with fear as he watched his comrades fall around him. In the midst of the chaos, a veteran vice admiral, known for his formidable strength, stepped forward to confront Shiki. "You've crossed the line, Shiki. Do you think you are still in the New World, surrounded by your golden fleet of flying pirates?" he declared, his voice thundering with authority as he faced off against the Golden Lion. But Shiki only laughed in response, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You old fool! Do you think you can stop me? I'll crush anyone who stands in my way." With a swift movement, he launched himself at the vice admiral, his blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. Busashoku Koka, the vice admiral, immediately coated himself with a powerful layer of armament haki. At the same time, he also drew his sword, infusing it with his haki. With a loud clash, their swords met in a fierce battle. The two clashed in a whirlwind of steel and power, each blow shaking the ground beneath them. "You'll pay for your crimes, Shiki," roared the vice admiral, his sword raining down on the Golden Lion with unstoppable force. But Shiki was undeterred, his laughter ringing out as he fought with unmatched ferocity. "I fear no one. Not even you Marine fools," he spat, his eyes burning with defiance as he pushed back with a relentless barrage of attacks. As the vice admiral led the charge, the other Marines rallied behind him, their weapons drawn as they attempted to encircle Shiki. However, the Golden Lion's relentless assault proved too much for them to handle. With a swift and ferocious swing of his blade, Shiki cut through the air with deadly precision, severing the sword arm of the Vice Admiral in a single fluid motion. The sound of metal meeting flesh echoed through the chaos as the Vice Admiral staggered back, clutching his wounded arm in agony. With a sinister laughter echoing through the chaos, Shiki dashed forward with lethal intent, his blade slashing in a downward arc. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of weaklings. If this is all you Marines have to offer, then it's better you guys be buried beneath the seas. The Vice Admiral, caught off guard by the overwhelming assault, raised his sword, coating himself in hockey in a desperate attempt to defend against Shiki's onslaught. Despite his efforts, Shiki's blade cleaved through the Vice Admiral's defenses, leaving a trail of blood in its wake as it split the Vice Admiral in two. Lion's descent. But Shiki's assault didn't stop there. With a menacing grin, he summoned his devil fruit powers, causing a massive island to free fall towards Marine headquarters. The entire Marine force stood frozen in shock as the impending disaster loomed closer. Amidst the chaos, two figures shot out of the Marine HQ like lightning bolts. Sengoku, the current admiral, rushed straight towards Shiki, his determination evident in every stride. Meanwhile, Garp, the legendary Marine hero, propelled himself upwards using Jeppo, intercepting the incoming island with unparalleled speed and strength. Shiki, his observation hockey detecting the new arrivals, couldn't help but smile like a madman. At last, someone worthy of my time, he remarked, his gaze fixated on Garp, who braced himself for the impending clash. As Shiki prepared to unleash his fury upon Garp, his muscles tensed, and his conqueror's hockey surged out, knocking aside many Marines who had surrounded him. Infusing his swords with armament hockey, Shiki unleashed a devastating attack. Lion's Majesty. But before Shiki's attack could reach its target, it was met with an equally powerful force. Sengoku, now in his Zoan mode, unleashed a mighty blast known as Sonic Fist, countering Shiki's assault with overwhelming strength and precision. The clash of two forces shook the very foundations of Marineford, signaling the beginning of an epic battle. As Admiral Sengoku confronted Shiki on the ground, Admiral Garp soared high into the sky, his imposing figure shrouded in a veil of armament hockey. With a primal roar, Garp unleashed the full force of his legendary strength, channeling his indomitable will into a devastating punch that defied the laws of physics. Despite the overwhelming size of the descending island, Garp's fist moved with unparalleled speed, creating a shockwave that rippled through the fabric of reality itself. Meteor Fist. As Garp's fist collided with the island, a deafening roar reverberated across Marineford. Time seemed to stand still as fissures erupted across the surface of the massive landmass, a testament to the sheer power behind Garp's strike. With a force beyond comprehension, the island shattered into countless fragments, each piece reduced to rubble under the unstoppable force of Garp's fist. Garp, you coward, return Roger to me now. If he wants to die, then he should do so at my hands. Only I am worthy of taking his head. Shiki's thunderous voice reverberated across Marineford, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who heard him. With a primal roar, Garp descended from the skies like a free-falling meteor, his fists clenched with righteous fury. Shiki, you bastard, he bellowed, his voice echoing through the chaos of battle. As he landed, his fists squarely collided with Shiki's crossed swords, the clash of their conquerors' hockey sending shockwaves of formless energy rippling throughout Marineford. The sheer force of their collision shook the very foundations of the stronghold, with the ground trembling beneath their feet. Despite Shiki's formidable defense, Garp's relentless assault pressed forward, his determination unwavering in the face of adversity. As their clash continued, the air crackled with the intensity of their battle, each blow reverberating with the weight of their resolve. Chapter 82. With the falling island neutralized by Garp's meteoric punch, Shiki, fueled by his devil fruit powers, turned his attention to the anchored ships in the bay while he kept countering Garp's devastating punches with his swords. With a sinister grin, he began to lift them effortlessly into the air, wielding them like deadly projectiles aimed at his adversaries. "Heh, let me see if you bastards are still able to save Marineford while you fight against me," Shiki laughed, continuing to channel his Hashiko Haki to clash with Garp's own Hashiko Haki. Sengoku, ever vigilant, anticipated Shiki's next move. As the first ship hurtled towards them with terrifying speed, Sengoku transformed into his Zoan form, a massive Buddha, ready to meet the oncoming assault head-on. Garp, his muscles bulging with raw power, unleashed a barrage of overwhelming punches, pushing Shiki back with every blow, his eyes fixed on their relentless foe, who had become a madman and was exchanging blow for blow without caring about his own injuries. Dajuan Hand Buddha! The ship crashed against Sengoku's towering form with a deafening roar, splinters flying in all directions as the impact shook the very ground beneath them. With incredible strength, Sengoku pushed back against the force of the collision, his massive arms absorbing the brunt of the attack as he held the ship at bay. But Shiki was relentless. Before Sengoku could fully recover, another ship came hurtling towards them, propelled by Shiki's immense telekinetic force. Garp, knowing that his friend was unprepared for the second assault, punched Shiki away, sending him crashing into the Marineford walls, leaped into action, his body a blur as he intercepted the ship midair, redirecting its trajectory away from his comrade. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the ship shattered against the ground, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through Marineford. But even as debris rained down around them, Garp and Sengoku remained undeterred, their focus unwavering as they prepared for the next onslaught. Shiki, who had crashed into the walls, roared ferociously as he stood up, pushing away the debris using his devil fruit powers. Ha ha ha, not bad at all, you guys still have some balls. At least I won't be bored until I get my hands on Roger. Shiki cackled like a madman while the broken chunks of debris around him floated under the influence of his devil fruit powers. Meanwhile, Garp closed the distance with incredible speed, his fists ablur as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at their adversary. With each strike, he sought to break through Shiki's defenses, his determination unwavering in the face of overwhelming odds. Shiki! Give up! You're alone and surrounded. There is no way out. Sengoku roared as he prepared himself for his next attack, while Garp continued raining down punches on Shiki. Garp didn't even care how much damage his attacks were doing to the surroundings because holding back against someone like Golden Lion Shiki was not an option. Hee, you bastards think that you can hold me, the great Golden Lion Shiki, back? Shiki roared, mocking the two marine powerhouses who were throwing their all to keep him in check. Blue hole! Garp's fist lit up as he flickered right above Shiki, who was about to ascend to the sky. Shiki's observation, Haki picked up on the incoming threat, and he immediately launched his signature attack. Lion's Majesty! Both attacks clashed, sending shockwaves rippling throughout Marineford. But as the two clashed, Sengoku appeared behind Shiki, who was locked in combat. 10,000 hands! Sengoku used the opening created by Garp and rained down thousands of devastating punches on Shiki's exposed flank, sending Shiki crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. As dawn broke over Marineford, the aftermath of the battle scene unfolded in a scene of devastation. More than half of Marineford lay in ruins, with over 24 battleships splintered and broken. Golden Lion Shiki, the overlord of the New World, lay battered and broken, his unconscious form nestled in the center of a massive crater. Surrounding him were two figures, both sporting massive injuries of their own. Admiral Sengoku limped, his leg injured, and a gaping slash ran across his right arm. Garp, too, was covered in hundreds of slash wounds, both their marine uniforms tattered and shredded from the fierce battle. Despite their injuries, both stood majestically in front of the fallen form of Shiki, their presence a testament to their strength and determination. As the cheers of victory erupted throughout Marineford, Garp couldn't help but comment on Shiki's resilience. "He is one tough bastard," he remarked, exhaustion evident in his voice. Shiki had proven to be a formidable opponent, pushing Garp beyond his limits. "We were lucky that he attacked us alone in Marineford. I'm not sure if we could have handled it if the entirety of the Golden Armada had descended upon us," Sengoku added, his voice strained from pain. Despite his injuries, he maintained his composure, knowing the gravity of the situation. "I fear I might not be able to make it to Roger's execution in such a condition." Garp expressed concern about his ability to attend Roger's execution in his current condition. Though he masked it as a logistical issue, Sengoku understood the true reason behind Garp's reluctance. Garp's relationship with Roger went beyond mere rivalry, they were friends. Garp couldn't bear to witness his friend's execution. Sengoku chose not to expose Garp's true feelings, respecting his friend's decision. With the world government overseeing Roger's execution, there was no need to worry about any disturbances. As they stood amidst the rubble of Marineford, they knew that the battle against Shiki was just one chapter in the ongoing saga of the world's tumultuous seas. The next morning, the world was rocked by shocking news. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the overlords of the New World, had launched an audacious attack on Marineford. However, thanks to the heroic efforts of marine legends Garp and Admiral Sengoku, the mighty pirate was subdued. The newspapers were abuzz with tales of Shiki's atrocities, painting him as the epitome of evil, while the Marines were hailed as champions of justice. Doffy, disdain evident on his face, skimmed through the newspaper, scoffing at the portrayal of the world government and Marines as paragons of virtue. Such hypocrites, these bastards! Embodiment of justice? What a grand joke, he muttered, unimpressed by the propaganda being peddled. Say, Doffy, are you sure about Dressrosa? We may be strong enough to subdue the Canon, but we do not have enough personnel to manage it, and we must also think about how the world government will react once they get to know that we have resurfaced. As my brother flipped through the pages, searching for any other news of interest, I couldn't help but voice my concerns about our plans for Dressrosa while I eyed the bounty posters of myself and Doffy. While we possessed the strength to subdue the kingdom, managing it would require the manpower we currently lacked. Plus, there was the looming threat of the world government's reaction once they discovered our return. Doffy, who had now become more shrewd due to his life experiences, reassured me with a cunning plan. "Oh, we're not going to conquer it outright, little brother," he countered, his mind already spinning with possibilities. He intended to leverage the impending upheaval I had foreseen to our advantage, using the chaos and desperation to secure Dressrosa without resorting to brute force. His words intrigued me, sparking a sense of excitement for the plans ahead. With Doffy's strategic brilliance and my visions guiding us, Dressrosa would be the first step towards establishing our own territory in the New World. Despite the odds stacked against us, I couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence in our ability to succeed. As we were ironing out the details for the Dressrosa takeover, my observation hockey picked up an intriguing conversation. With the lightning logia enhancing my already formidable observation hockey, I could cover the entire island with my senses. With a smirk, I excused myself from our planning session and swiftly made my way towards the source of the conversation. In Logue Town's port, a small dinghy approached the pier at the edge, carrying two somber teens, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. Their expressions betrayed the weight of the moment. They had come to witness their captain's final moments. It was none other than Shanks and Buggy. As the dinghy reached land, the two teens quickly pulled it to shore. "Quick, Shanks, we must find a way to release the captain." Buggy's voice was filled with determination. "I'm sure the rest of the crew are already on the island, ready to launch an attack to free the captain once the Marines bring him in." Buggy had been almost broken down when he received news of Roger's capture. Then he forced Shanks to embark on a trip to East Blue on a suicidal quest to rescue Roger. Shanks nodded solemnly, his usually carefree demeanor replaced by a steely resolve, but he was growing impatient with his friend's insistence on their purpose. "Buggy, we're here to bid our final farewells to the captain." It was his choice, he asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering as he stared towards the Marine stronghold in the distance. "Do you truly believe the Marines have the courage to capture our captain, hailed as the Pirate King?" His tone was laced with disbelief and a hint of frustration. "We'll honor our captain's wishes, but causing a scene and stirring trouble won't serve any purpose." But even Shanks, in the corner of his heart, hoped that their crew would swoop in the final moment to rescue their captain. Shanks, with a clear understanding of Roger's strength and character, knew that their captain had made a deliberate decision to face his fate. He was determined to respect Roger's choice. However, Buggy remained adamant about attempting to rescue Roger, despite acknowledging his own limitations. He pinned his hopes on their fellow crew members, who might have assembled to aid in Roger's rescue. Contrary to Buggy's expectations, the rest of Roger's crew had chosen to honor their captain's final wishes. Even their most formidable ally, Rayleigh, was absent, unaware of Roger's imminent fate. Rayleigh was on a desperate quest through the uncharted islands of the New World, searching for a cure that might save Roger's life. Swimming through treacherous waters and braving the dangers of the sea, Rayleigh's sole focus was finding a way to save his friend. Had Rayleigh been aware of Roger's impending execution, the outcome might have been vastly different. Despite Roger's wish to face his fate, the Dark King was a force to be reckoned with. His mere presence could have sparked chaos in Low Town, and the other crew members, who remained hidden, were counting on Rayleigh to take action. Without news or updates from their first mate, they too believed that Rayleigh had accepted Roger's final wish. As Shanks and Buggy stood on the pier, preparing to bid farewell to their captain, the weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, I observed their conversation with keen interest. The arrival of Shanks and Buggy was something that I had anticipated, as the upcoming event would mark the turning point in both their lives, adding another layer of uncertainty to the already volatile situation surrounding Roger's execution. In the next moment, I flickered right behind Buggy. Well, if it isn't the members of the Great Roger Pirates," I rasped, the cloak concealing my form billowing around me, adding an air of mystery to my presence. With a calculated move, I placed my blade against Buggy's neck, aiming to instill a sense of fear and uncertainty. "You, who are you? Let Buggy go!" Shanks roared, his voice tinged with both concern and anger, as he lunged forward in a desperate attempt to free his friend. But before he could take more than a couple of steps, I moved with blinding speed, materializing right in front of him and delivering a powerful punch to his gut. Smack! The sound echoed through the air as Shanks doubled over in pain, his formidable stature momentarily faltering. Meanwhile, Buggy, recovering from the surprise of my sudden appearance, leaped at me from behind, a hidden dagger glinting in his hand. With a swift sidestep, I avoided his attack and, using the sheath of my blade, delivered a firm blow to the back of his head, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite the pain and shock, Shanks managed to rise to his feet, his eyes fixed on me with a mixture of defiance and recognition. He understood that he was no match for me in his current state, but his spirit remained unbroken. "You morons!" I chided, a hint of disappointment lacing my words. "Have you been slacking? You haven't grown strong at all since the last time we met." With a casual flick, I lowered the hood that obscured my face, revealing features that Shanks and Buggy knew all too well. Instantly, recognition dawned in their eyes, memories of friendship and conflict flooding back from the days when Garp clashed with Roger. Chapter 83. "Ross, it's you? Why are you here?" Buggy exclaimed, his shock palpable as he recovered from the blow and directed his ire towards me. "Bastard, why did you hit me?" I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Buggy's unpredictable reaction. One moment, he was seething over Roger's execution, and the next, he was indignant at me for a mere smack. "Of course, it's me. And why wouldn't I be here? The Pirate King himself is about to be executed, and I wouldn't want to miss such an era-changing event," I remarked, my tone tinged with amusement as I observed the duo's somber demeanor at the mention of their captain's impending demise. Shanks, ever the astute observer, voiced his concern. "Are you sure you should be here with such a bounty on your head, especially with the island completely blockaded?" He was well aware of my staggering 500 million belly bounty, but the reason behind my sudden transition from a marine serving under Garp to a wanted man with such a high price on my head remained a mystery to him. Yet, Shanks could sense that something significant must have transpired during my time away. "We should move away from here. Follow me, there are quite a few Marines patrolling the area," I advised, my voice low as I led the way to a safer location away from prying eyes. Initially hesitant, both Shanks and Buggy reluctantly agreed to follow, their trust in me wavering yet still present. As we navigated through the shadowed alleyways, Buggy suddenly broke the silence with an unexpected plea. "Ross, you're strong, right? With that high bounty, can you help me rescue our captain?" His words caught me off guard, and for a moment, I pondered his request. "Rescue your captain?" I mused, my tone reflecting skepticism. Do you truly believe your captain needs rescuing? He must have orchestrated all of this. Besides, what reason do I have to aid you? I'm merely here for the excitement. You should be cautious. Soon enough, the entire world will be hunting the Roger pirates. I suggest you bid farewell to your captain and leave Lowtown promptly. Shanks, ever perceptive, sensed there was more to my cryptic warnings. You know something about what's to come, don't you? He inquired, his tone grave. However, I chose to remain silent, unwilling to divulge more than necessary. Speaking of the future, have you two decided on your next course of action? I redirected the conversation, leading them towards a relatively safe spot shielded from prying marine eyes. Buggy's frustration bubbled to the surface. You bastard, talking as if our captain is already dead, he snapped, his loyalty to Roger unwavering. But I remained unmoved. Sometimes, no matter how hard one tries, they cannot alter the decisions of others. Roger had made his choice, and nothing anyone said could sway him. As Doflamingo, Mihawk, and I awaited the arrival of the Pirate King, the atmosphere in Lowtown crackled with anticipation. Mihawk, hailed as the Marine Hunter, had just arrived in Lowtown the previous day, his swift ascent to notoriety evident in his current bounty of 364,500,000 belly. In the past year alone, he had carved out a reputation that demanded respect. I never expected so many people to turn out for an execution, remarked a bystander, his voice filled with disbelief as he surveyed the throngs of spectators lining the streets. Indeed, it's quite the spectacle, Mihawk replied coolly, his gaze scanning the crowd with keen interest. Of course. What did you expect? It's the Pirate King himself, the man who conquered the entire world, another bystander chimed in, awe evident in his eyes as he spoke of Roger's legendary exploits. Doflamingo smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is history in the making, my friends. We're witnessing the end of an era. From every corner, murmurs of excitement and anticipation rippled through the crowd, heightening the sense of anticipation that hung thick in the air. As the minutes ticked by, the anticipation only grew, each moment bringing the execution of the Pirate King closer to fruition. As the sun rose to its peak over Lowtown, casting a golden hue across the landscape, 10 massive marine warships appeared on the horizon, their imposing silhouettes cutting through the shimmering waters. The entire populace of the island watched with bated breath, anticipation hanging heavy in the air like a palpable force. Then, amidst a hushed silence, the moment arrived. With a thunderous boom, the first of the marine warships docked at the port, signaling the beginning of the end. All eyes turned towards the approaching procession, and a collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they beheld the sight before them. Roger, the Pirate King himself, shackled and flanked by hundreds of Marines and Cipher Pol agents, emerged from the bowels of the ship like a titan among men. Despite his restraints, he carried himself with an air of regal dignity, his gaze unwavering as he surveyed the throngs of onlookers. "Move, move, you bastards! Clear the streets," barked a Marine soldier, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere like a whip. Without hesitation, his comrades followed suit, wielding their rifles with ruthless efficiency to clear a wide path through the crowd. Blows rained down upon anyone who dared to impede their progress, the sound of flesh meeting metal echoing through the streets. Under the relentless suppression of the Marines, a clear path emerged, leading all the way from the port to the center of town, where a massive execution platform loomed ominously. The platform itself was a towering structure of dark wood and iron, adorned with ominous symbols of authority. At its center stood a raised scaffold, where Roger would meet his fate before the eyes of the world. Despite the gravity of the situation, Roger's demeanor remained steadfast as he strode towards the steps of the platform, each movement deliberate and calculated. To those watching, he seemed less like a man facing death and more like a figure poised to immortalize himself in the annals of history. Whispers of awe and reverence rippled through the crowd as they beheld the Pirate King in all his glory, a living legend about to meet his destiny head-on. Among the crowd, I finally spotted the individual I had been searching for. In the canon, this kid was widely believed to be Luffy's rival among the Marines, one of the most underestimated Logia users, Smoker. It was one of the reasons I had agreed to accompany Doffy to witness the event. I found him, Doffy, I remarked, nudging my way through the crowd, heading towards where Smoker stood. Despite the chaos around him, Smoker was focused, determined to get a good view of the Pirate King's arrival. However, just as I located Smoker, I sensed someone's gaze lock onto me. Immediately, my senses heightened, and I turned to identify the source. My eyes met Roger's, who had singled me out amidst the crowd. His already bright smile widened, stretching ear to ear, and I found myself unable to look away. Behind Roger, a Marine grew incensed at the delay, ready to push him forward. Yet, despite his efforts, Roger remained unmoved, as if he were a mountain impervious to the man's attempts. His gaze remained locked onto mine, an unspoken connection forming between us. "Hee, the world's going to be quite interesting," Roger murmured, his voice carrying a weight of significance. I acknowledged him with a smile and a nod, a silent understanding passing between us. With that, Roger continued on his final journey, leading me to ponder the implications of our brief encounter amidst the chaos of Lodetown. As Roger ascended the scaffold, the air crackled with tension, and every eye fixed upon him as if drawn by an invisible force. Flanked by two imposing executioners, he stood tall and unyielding, a beacon of defiance in the face of his impending fate. As the Marine Rear Admiral stepped forward, ready to deliver a grandiose speech about the deeds of the Marines, the restless crowd showed little interest in his sermon. Instead, their attention was focused on the Pirate King, eager to hear his words. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the murmurs of the crowd, a lone pirate daring to speak out amidst the sea of onlookers. "Oi, Roger! Is it true that you found the final island? And that it's brimming with unimaginable wealth?" The question hung in the air, the crowd buzzing with anticipation despite the Marines' attempts to identify the interloper. Roger, however, remained silent, his expression a picture of enigmatic amusement as he regarded the inquisitive pirate with a wide smile. "It seems lackluster," remarked Doflamingo, his gaze sweeping over the plaza. "I thought with the Pirate King being executed, the Marines and the world government would have sent a stronger force." I couldn't help but chuckle at Doflamingo's naivety. "Doffy, are you sure about that? It seems like you still need to work on your observation hockey," I teased, my eyes scanning the area. "They have enough forces hidden, even if Roger's entire crew were to descend, they might be able to hold them back." Indeed, amidst the throng of spectators, I had already noticed a dozen powerhouses lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Yet, even with their numbers, I knew that once the crowd was completely riled up, even the mightiest of forces would struggle to maintain control. As the question about the final island and its rumored wealth hung in the air, it acted as a spark, igniting a wildfire of curiosity among the crowd. Voices rose in a cacophony of questions, each person eager to glean a morsel of information from the Pirate King himself. "Does the One Piece really exist, as they say? Have you seen the legendary treasures with your own eyes? Are the rumors of ancient civilizations and lost technologies true?" The plaza buzzed with excitement, and the fervor of the crowd was palpable as they pressed closer, desperate for answers. Despite the efforts of the Marines to maintain order, the sheer volume of inquiries made it impossible to silence the multitude. Roger, however, remained unperturbed, his smile never faltering as he soaked in the adoration and curiosity of those gathered before him. With a knowing glint in his eye, he allowed the questions to wash over him like waves crashing against a steadfast rock. Meanwhile, Doffy and I observed the scene with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. It was a testament to the allure of the One Piece, a treasure so legendary that it had captured the imaginations of pirates and civilians alike for generations. "It looks like everyone's eager to uncover the mysteries of the Grand Line," I remarked to Doflamingo, a wry grin playing on my lips. Doflamingo chuckled in response, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Indeed. The prospect of unlimited wealth and power has a way of stirring up even the most serene hearts." As the questions mounted and the plaza grew increasingly rowdy, the Marines made the decision to expedite the execution before the appointed time. "All right, let's get this over with," Roger declared from atop the scaffold, resigned to his fate as he kneeled with a serene smile on his face. "The man who conquered the seas as the Pirate King should not go down kneeling, don't you think, Doffy?" I remarked, a sense of urgency coursing through me as I swiftly drew Kotetsu, sending a flying slash towards the scaffold. The crowd gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events, but before anyone could react, a figure appeared from the side, clashing with my flying slash and diverting it away from the scaffold before landing gracefully upon it. In an instant, more than a dozen figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding the scaffold with calculated precision. However, I had already concealed my presence amidst the chaos of the crowd, making it nearly impossible for them to pinpoint the source of the surprise attack. It seemed that Roger had grasped my intent, for instead of kneeling, he sat cross-legged upon the scaffold. With a simple tug, he broke free from the restraints that bound his arms. The two executioners, their resolve shattered by the sudden turn of events, dropped their blades in fear and scrambled to flee the scene. The tension in the air was palpable as Roger's defiant smile illuminated the plaza, a silent testament to the indomitable spirit of the Pirate King. And as chaos erupted around us with my action, the dozen or so powerhouses quickly tried to bring the situation under control. By my side, Doffy couldn't contain his laughter at my audacious actions. Meanwhile, my hawk observed with a mixture of amusement and disbelief the spectacle unfolding before him. The two crazy brothers, as he dubbed us, were brazenly inciting chaos at such a pivotal event. Even the pirate powerhouses in attendance were frantically searching for the culprit behind the disruption, but to their dismay, none possessed observation hockey as keen as mine. Smoker, who had been forcefully brought to our side, could only stare at me with a dumbfounded expression, clearly bewildered by the turn of events. Chapter 84. Roger, are you trying to go back on your word? A CP0 agent flickered next to where Roger sat casually after breaking the restraints. Don't think of causing any trouble, the agent whispered, his voice low but filled with warning. However, Roger merely chuckled and remained seated, unfazed by the agent's threats, while the Marines hurriedly arranged for new executioners. As the chaos among the crowd reached a tipping point, a pirate bellowed with all his might, "Hey, King of Pirates!" The shout echoed through the plaza, capturing the attention of everyone, including Roger, who looked in the direction with a wide smile on his face. The CP agent's expression soured, realizing that the situation was spiraling out of their control. It became evident to everyone that it wasn't the world government or Marines who captured Roger, but that he had surrendered himself. Another voice rang out from the crowd, eager for answers. Where did you hide all the treasures that you found? The allure of immeasurable wealth ignited the flame of greed in most hearts, especially considering the legendary treasure rumored to be in Roger's possession. You got it, didn't you? The legendary treasure? The one everyone has been searching for centuries. Another voice chimed in, fueling the frenzy of questions and stirring up even more curiosity among the crowd. Quickly, shut them up. Find those bastards who are causing dissent. Zephyr bellowed from the side of the scaffold, emerging from the shadows after my disruptive actions. Despite the Marines' attempts to quell the situation, more and more questions were thrown out, intensifying the chaos in the plaza. The CP0 agent behind the mask realized that the situation was worsening, knowing that if Roger began to answer these questions, it would unleash chaos across the world. Where the hell are the executioners? Bring them up and execute the pirate now. He roared in anger and frustration, his voice laced with desperation. Roger, keep your mouth shut. He turned to Roger to command him, but the glint in Roger's eyes spoke volumes. He had no intention of heeding the agent's words, especially with his restraints removed. If Roger chose to retaliate, there was nothing the agent could do to stop him. The greatest treasure of all, One Piece. Tell us, Roger. Share it with the world now that your era has come to an end. I thundered, my voice carrying over the noise in the plaza. Thunderclouds gathered overhead as I manipulated the lightning, amplifying the dramatic tension in the air. With each passing moment, Roger's aura soared like a blazing sun, casting a spell of anticipation over the plaza. Around the plaza, various parties waited with bated breath for Roger's answer, knowing that whatever he revealed would forever alter the course of history. Among the crowd, notable figures loomed large, their presence adding to the charged atmosphere of the plaza. Even Dragon, deemed one of the most notorious criminals in the world, stood among the throng. Shanks and Buggy, especially the latter, were visibly distressed, their emotions laid bare as they witnessed Roger's final moments. "Tell us about the One Piece, Gold Roger," voices echoed throughout the plaza, the anticipation reaching its peak as the crowd clamored for answers. The Marines, already using force to subdue the riled-up crowd, struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Amidst it all, Roger's laughter cut through the tension like a knife, reverberating throughout Lowtown. His aura now fully engulfed the island, subjecting everyone to an invisible pressure that spoke of his indomitable spirit. He knew the time was right for the grand reveal, to ignite a spark of revolution for the future. "My treasure? If you want it, you can have it," Roger declared, his words carrying a weight that reverberated in the hearts of all who heard them. "Find it," he bellowed, his command ringing out with authority that left no room for doubt. Beside him, the CP agent lost all patience, and two new executioners swiftly took their place, their blades raised to end the Pirate King's life. But Roger remained undeterred, his smile unwavering even as death loomed near. "I left everything this world has to offer there, including all the wealth accumulated over my lifetime, including the legendary treasures." Roger's words carried a sense of finality, a testament to the legacy he would leave behind. "Shut up, Roger. Shut your damn mouth now," the CP-0 agent screamed, trying to mask Roger's voice. Just then, a stone hurled towards the CP-0 agent, who was attempting to interrupt Roger. However, the agent easily dodged the attack, and the crowd became increasingly agitated as they anticipated Roger's final words. "Find One Piece. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it." Roger's voice echoed through the plaza, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 destinies. His declaration hung in the air, tantalizing and enigmatic, sparking a frenzy of speculation and excitement among the crowd. The implications of Roger's words reverberated through the hearts and minds of all who heard them. In that single moment, the promise of untold riches and unimaginable power beckoned, tantalizingly close yet shrouded in mystery. As Roger's final command echoed into the depths of history, the plaza erupted into chaos, with pirates, marines, and civilians alike scrambling to decipher the cryptic message. For in those few simple words lay the key to unlocking the greatest treasure the world had ever known, the fabled One Piece. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, the legend of the Pirate King lived on, his legacy destined to shape the course of history for generations to come. Just as the blades descended, piercing through Roger's chest, a defiant smile remained etched on his face, a testament to the man who had triumphed over fate in his final moments. No one knew who threw the first attack, but with Roger's words settling in and his death marking the end of an era, the entire plaza erupted into chaos. The revelation that the One Piece was real sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a frenzy of speculation and excitement. "Seal the island. I don't want anyone leaving before I say so," commanded the leader of the CP-0 agents, his voice cutting through the clamor. He had received orders from the elders to suppress the news within Lowtown, fearing the chaos that would ensue if the truth spread. "Ha ha ha, you sure are crazy, little brother," Doflamingo chuckled, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene before us. "You never told me Roger's last moments would birth a new era. But it seems the world government's dogs don't intend to let anyone leave the island." Doflamingo's gaze shifted to Smoker, who eyed us warily amidst the turmoil. He understood that crying for help in this chaos would be futile. "It's time we leave, little brother. So, what are we going to do with this brat?" Doflamingo gestured towards Smoker, his question punctuated by the intensifying fight around us. My hawk had already unsheathed Yoru, cutting down Marines attempting to subdue us. "Say, kid, would you like to join us?" I asked Smoker with a smile as I pulled him along towards the exit of Lowtown. "Who are you, people?" Smoker's voice trembled with uncertainty as I guided him through the chaos. "Where the hell are you taking me?" "Let me go!" Smoker struggled in my grasp, attempting to slip away, but he underestimated my abilities. Even if he managed to break free momentarily, I could easily catch him within mere moments. To my surprise, Smoker had already consumed a logia fruit, attempting to elementalize and slip past me. However, I firmly held onto him by coating my arm with armament hockey, rendering his powers ineffective. Kid, tell me, what are your plans for the future? And forget about using your powers against me, they won't work, I chuckled, dragging Smoker through the crowd. You aren't much older than me. Why are you calling me a kid? And how are you able to catch me despite my powers? Smoker questioned in panic and confusion. He had eaten the strange fruit out of hunger and had gained peculiar abilities, using them to survive on the streets. However, the teen who grabbed him seemed unfazed by his powers, firmly holding onto him despite his attempts to turn into smoke. No matter how he struggled, Smoker received no answers. Kid, why don't you just tell me what your dream is? I asked Smoker again, as his thoughts drifted. I want to become a Marine and help change this world for the better, Smoker said with determination in his eyes. Myself, Doffy, and my hawk paused in our tracks as we heard Smoker's words. Doffy, upon hearing Smoker's aspiration to become a Marine and change the world for the better, felt like he had heard the biggest joke of his life and burst into laughter. Ha ha, become a Marine and change the world for the better, kid? Do you even see what's going on around us? Doffy gestured around Lobetown, his laughter echoing through the chaos. He found the child's naivety amusing given the grim reality unfolding before them. Kid, do you see exactly what the Marines are doing here? Is this the kind of people you want to represent in the future? Doffy's tone was mocking, yet there was an undercurrent of curiosity. Despite his initial amusement, Doffy recognized the potential value of recruiting a Logia user like Smoker, especially with the child's allegiance still uncertain. Smoker hesitated to speak as he observed the Marines hunting down civilians without remorse, their actions contradicting the ideals of justice he once believed in. Roger's last moments had left a deep impact on Smoker, forcing him to confront the harsh realities of the world he aspired to join. But then, Smoker realized he had no idea who these people were who had abducted him. He insisted on knowing their identity before anything else. We are pirates, I declared with a laugh, unable to suppress the amusement in my voice as I struggled to define our motley group. Smoker's face darkened upon hearing my words, and he struggled more fiercely, determined to break free upon realizing the true nature of his captors. It's useless, kid. I've decided that you'll join our family. You can try your best to run, but I promise you, I will always find you. I chuckled, my words laced with a sense of inevitability, as we began running toward the area where our small ship was anchored. We had to leave Lobetown, and the sooner, the better. No, let me go. I am not going to join the pirates. Smoker cried out desperately, but his protests fell on deaf ears as I simply laughed off his denial. In my mind, the kid would soon warm up to us, whether he liked it or not. Morality wasn't my concern at that moment. Elder Sama, the entire island has descended into chaos. There is no way we can restrict the news using normal means, the CP0 leader spoke into the transponder snail, his expression twisted with frustration and concern. Aren't you ashamed to admit that you can't keep a little town under control? It seems like you guys have grown too complacent. I don't want to hear any excuses. Make sure that whatever Roger said stays buried in Lobetown forever. Bury the entire island if you have to. I need the information suppressed at any cost. Bombard the island and sink it if you must. We can later blame the pirates for the destruction of Lobetown, growled the elder's voice from the other end. Understood, Elder Sama. I will carry out your orders, the CP leader responded before the transmission disconnected. Immediately, the CP0 leader began passing down the elder's orders. Siege the island. Have the ships form a tight perimeter around it. No one must escape. Start a bombardment. Sink the island if you have to, he commanded, issuing instructions not only to world government agents but also to the Marines. Zephyr, who had been trying to subdue the situation, heard the CP0 leader's command, and his face immediately turned ugly. We have our own men on the island. We will take too many casualties if we start a bombardment indiscriminately. And what about the civilians? He roared, attempting to reason with the man. But the CP0 agent disregarded him and pressed on with the orders. As the CP0 leader's orders reverberated through the ranks, tension crackled in the air. Zephyr's objections fell on deaf ears as the relentless march toward destruction continued. Marines exchanged uneasy glances, torn between their duty and the moral implications of the Elder's commands. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed Lobetown as civilians scrambled for safety amidst the looming threat of bombardment. Fear and panic gripped the streets, with cries of desperation blending with the roar of gunfire. Amidst the turmoil, I tightened my grip on Smoker, who struggled against my hold with renewed vigor. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the unfolding chaos, realizing the gravity of his predicament. "Doffy, we need to get out of here now," I urged, my voice tense with urgency. Despite the uproar surrounding us, our escape plan remained paramount. Doffy nodded grimly, his laughter silenced by the looming threat of destruction. With my hawk at our side, we maneuvered through the chaos, navigating the maze of streets toward the safety of our ship. But as we neared the harbor, the sound of approaching warships filled the air, signaling the encroaching siege. Our window of escape was closing rapidly, and with each passing moment, the Elder's ruthless decree threatened to consume us all. Chapter 85. Shit, what the hell are they planning to do? Are they planning to sink the entire Lobetown Island? One of the pirates screamed as he made his way toward the ships anchored in the port. "Brother, I think there's no point in holding back anymore. If we want to get out of this mess, then we need to break through the blockade," I declared urgently to Doffy, my voice tinged with frustration and determination. Boom, boom, boom. Cannons rang out as the marine ships started firing indiscriminately into the island, sending shockwaves through the already chaotic streets. "Capture all those pirates. Don't let any of them escape," the CP leader commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos as Marines and government agents clashed with those trying to flee the island. "Damn it, Buggy! How many times did I tell you to practice? Now look where that's gotten us." Shanks shouted at his cowardly friend, his frustration evident in his voice. They were still trying to free themselves from the Marines' grasp. While Shanks possessed enough strength to clash with regular Marines, Buggy relied on his devil fruit powers to hold his own. Just as Shanks knocked out another Marine, a CP agent, whose features were obscured behind a mask, noticed Shanks. After a brief contemplation, he flickered right behind the duo. Shanks felt the new presence behind him, while Buggy remained unaware of the looming threat. "Busashokukoka." With his entire arm clad in armament hockey, the CP agent sent a chop right at Buggy's nape, knocking him out with a single strike. "Buggy!" Shanks roared as the CP agent prepared to go for the killing strike. Shanks rushed forward, attempting to tackle the CP agent to the ground. But with a powerful punch to the gut, the CP agent sent Shanks flying through the air, crashing into a dark alleyway. The CP agent didn't relent, intent on completing the kill. He rushed towards Shanks, who had fallen. However, just as he was about to strike, another figure flickered right in front of Shanks. "Tekai!" With a resounding boom, the Rankyaku attack the other CP agent had sent clashed with the CP0 agent's body. "Sir!" The CP agent panicked as he saw his superior intervening, but before he could convey his apology, the CP0 agent used shave and grabbed the CP agent by his neck, lifting him up. Despite the struggles of the CP agent, the CP0 agent's grip tightened. "How dare you lay a finger on one of God's descendants? Your crime is unforgivable." The CP0 agent's voice tripped with menace as he crushed the windpipe of the CP agent who had attacked Shanks, tossing the lifeless body aside casually. He quickly surveyed the area. The alley was secluded, with only the knocked-out Buggy at the entrance. Shanks, who had crashed earlier, coughed out blood as he stirred, witnessing the scene of the CP0 agent crushing the other agent's neck. His mind clouded, he could only vaguely register the words exchanged amidst the chaos. The CP0 agent noticed Shanks was up and immediately went down on his knees, not minding the filth. As one of the top CP agents, he was privy to certain privileged information, and he knew about the true identity of Shanks. Although they had been searching for Shanks since the incident at God's Valley, there was no concrete evidence of his whereabouts. However, the CP0 agent was immediately able to confirm Shanks' identity because the resemblance was uncanny. "Who are you? Why are you kneeling before me?" Shanks, still feeling cloudy, wanted to make sense of the situation. Although Shanks asked the question to gain clarity, the CP0 agent took it as a command. The CP0 agent then started giving a detailed description of the events surrounding Shanks during the time of the God's Valley incident. The more information Shanks received, the dizzier he felt. It was as if the whole world had been a lie. "No, you are lying. You must be lying, you bastard. You must have known about my past from the information you got from the Marines. I've been part of Roger's crew since I was little. I am not a descendant of a god like you claim me to be. Get away from me!" Shanks screamed, trying to run away. He staggered and started making his way towards Buggy, who had fallen unconscious. "My apologies, but I cannot let you leave, Tenryubito-sama. I will need to take you back to Mary Geos. That's where you truly belong. I am sure you will understand everything once you return to the Holy Land." Just as the CP0 agent was about to grab Shanks, his observation hockey flared, and he suddenly dodged to the side as a massive lightning bolt struck right where he stood earlier. "TCH, didn't I tell you morons to leave right after saying farewell to your captain? What are you guys still doing here?" I questioned Shanks, who was barely able to keep himself upright as I materialized right on top of a building by the alley. Why are you here?" the CP0 agent roared. "This is a matter of the world government. Don't get involved in this matter, Donquxote Rosinante," he added, standing poised to confront me. He was already aware that I was the Lightning Logia user, which made the situation more complex for him. "Well, you are trying to capture my friends, so of course I would intervene," I chuckled, ensuring that both Shanks and Buggy were not in any immediate danger. I was already aware that the duo were caught in trouble just when I was about to intervene earlier. I detected the presence of the CP0 agent swooping in to defend Shanks. From the following conversation that happened, I was able to gather quite a few pieces of information. However, the CP0 agent wanted to take Shanks back to Marie Geos, which might not be ideal. Although in the canon, Shanks was more of a mystery, I still believe that Shanks becoming a pirate and going after One Piece might help us down the line, especially when he owes us a favor. Tobu Shurgon, Hibachi! The CP0 agent launched a deadly attack without waiting for an opportunity, his fingers coated with armament hockey. Sensing the incoming strike, I smoothly unsheathed Kitetsu and swung to intercept all of his attacks in one clean motion. Despite his technique, my strength surpassed his. As my sword clashed with his attack, the momentum behind my strike sent the CP0 agent hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby building. I didn't want to get entangled in this town while fighting the CP0 agent, so I quickly flickered using lightning and arrived next to Shanks. Within moments, before the CP0 agent could pick himself up from the rubble, I was already carrying the two future Yonkos towards our caravel, where both Doffy and Mihawk were waiting. Back at the pier, both Doffy and Mihawk were dispatching any Marine or government agent who tried to impede their path as they waited in the little caravel for my arrival. Smoker was already knocked out so that he wouldn't be a nuisance while we made our getaway. "You filthy bastards! Did you not get the message? You are to return to the town immediately. We need to screen a lot of you." Just before the Marine captain could finish threatening the people rushing out of the pier, a blue, blazing flame pillar shot out, blasting the Marine ship to smithereens. "Do these bastards think that we are stupid enough to surrender ourselves for slaughter?" Doffy snickered as he started using his blue flames to burn anyone to a crisp who tried to take them on. It wasn't just Marines, even some pirates tried to seize the caravel because their bigger ships were being sunk by the Marine bombardment. The Marines were currently targeting the larger vessels, trying to stop them from leaving the island. Majestic destroyer. Amidst the chaos, the dazzling blue flames caught the attention of many. As the flames consumed yet another Marine ship that was about to fire their cannons in their direction, a pirate from the side commented, "It's him. The teen has a $500 million bounty on his head." There was no news about him since his bounty poster was released more than a year ago. Look at the one next to him. Isn't that the guy they call Hawkeye? What the hell is he doing fighting alongside him? Another pirate recognized Mihawk, who swung Yoru with each graceful stroke of his blade, reaping lives effortlessly. If Doffy's method was all about raw power and a gruesome display of ravaging flames, Mihawk's was a sheer display of skill and elegance. Both of them formed a stark contrast. Where's Ross? We cannot hold this up for much longer. Sooner or later, the powerhouses of the Marine and the world government will make it here, so we need to leave the island, Mihawk commented as he quickly surveyed the area. Although the numbers on the Marine side were lesser, the number of high-quality fighters amongst their rank was larger, so the situation could turn at any moment. My little brother must have gone to pick up some of his friends. Don't worry, he will soon be here. Let's get the sails up. He will catch up soon, Doffy commented as he raised the sails of the caravel while Mihawk kept anyone who approached the caravel at bay. Just as the caravel sailed into the open waters, it caught the attention of the encircling blockade of Marine ships. Our rear admiral noticed that the little caravel was trying to sneak through the gaps and immediately relayed his order. Sink that boat! Don't let them break through the blockade. With the rear admiral's command, the ship sent out signals to all the nearby ships. More than a half-dozen warships turned their cannons to fire. Just then, the sky overhead turned pitch black, with thunderclouds forming at a rapid rate. What the hell is that? The vice admiral of the main battleship and a few others in charge of the respective Marine ships looked at the sky. Such abrupt changes in weather were not uncommon, but they usually occurred in the Grand Line, not in the East Blue. Thunder God's Descent. Chapter 86. As Dragon emerged from the cabin, a sense of unease seemed to wash over the deck. Even Doffy and Mihawk, both formidable fighters in their own right, couldn't help but feel a certain weight in the air as they gazed upon the enigmatic revolutionary. Mihawk, ever the composed one, spoke carefully with his hand on Yoru's hilt. It seems we have quite the unexpected guest on board. Dragon's gaze swept over the trio, his eyes betraying none of his thoughts. I apologize for the intrusion. Circumstances necessitated a discreet passage. No need for apologies, Dragon-san, I replied, stepping forward to address him while gesturing for both Doffy and Mihawk to relax. Your presence is unexpected but welcome, especially considering the situation we find ourselves in. I looked back only to see the main ship slowly vanishing into the distance. The caravel continued to slice through the waves with unnatural speed, leaving the Marine blockade far behind. As we sailed into the open sea, a sense of relief washed over us. However, the weight of what had transpired in Logtown lingered, and the implications of Roger's final words still hung heavy in the air. Dragon gazed at the unconscious form of Smoker, raising his brows as if seeking an explanation for the situation. I simply shrugged with a chuckle in response. Thank you, Ross. I owe you one for saving mine and Buggy's lives today. Shanks expressed his gratitude as he was the first to speak. Regarding the matters that happened in Logtown, I hope you can keep it a secret from me, Shanks made a request, acknowledging that I must have overheard everything the CP0 agent had shared. However, Shanks had yet to sort out his thoughts and decide on the information he had received. In his gut, he felt that whatever the CP agent told him must have been the truth. I regarded Shanks with a solemn nod, understanding the weight of the request. Your secrets are safe with me, Shanks. But remember, the truth has a way of surfacing eventually. When the time comes, you'll need to confront it. Shanks nodded in acknowledgement, a sense of determination flickering in his eyes. I know, Ross. But for now, I need time to process everything. With a reassuring smile, I placed a hand on Shanks' shoulder. Take all the time you need, my friend. At least you know who you truly are. As the conversation settled, Mihawk spoke up, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Dragon, what brings you to our humble vessel? And what do you make of the events that transpired in Logtown? Dragon's gaze shifted to Mihawk's, his expression unreadable. I came seeking information, but it seems fate had other plans. As for Logtown, it's clear that Roger's final words have set the world on edge. The search for One Piece will only intensify from here on out. Doffy, ever the pragmatist, interjected with a sly grin. Well, if chaos is what the world wants, then chaos is what we'll give them. Isn't that right, Ross? I chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Doffy. It seems our journey is far from over. But with Dragon Sand's guidance and our combined strength, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Well, speaking of chaos, what are your plans, people? The world will soon be too chaotic for anyone to care, I questioned, although I knew what most of them were going to do from canon knowledge. I was curious to know if there would be any immediate changes. Just then, Buggy, who was knocked out, stirred and sat up groggily. The first face he saw was Dragon's, looking at him with an unreadable expression. You are Dragon. Why are you here? Buggy flustered and moved back, knocking himself against Mihawk, who stood behind him. As he turned in a hurry, he came face to face with the famed marine hunter, whose piercing gaze made him falter. He hurriedly looked around, trying to find a way out, and saw Doffy casually playing with the blue flames on his hand, grinning at Buggy, who was sweating buckets. Buggy realized that the young man in front of him was someone with more than 500 million bounty on his head. He was completely surrounded by monsters on all sides, failing to notice that myself and Shanks stood next to the caravel's railing. Finally, Shanks couldn't see his best friend make a fool of himself and stepped up, dragging Buggy back to his side. You bastard, Shanks! Why did you leave me alone? Where the hell are we? He shook Shanks aggressively, as if wanting to force the answer out of him. Buggy, shut up. We are on Ross's boat. He rescued us from the Marines when we were about to be captured. Shanks gave a brief rundown of what exactly happened in Logtown. I could see a hint of gratitude in Buggy's eyes. Say, guys, do you want to join our family? I threw out the question towards Shanks and Buggy out of the blue, catching everyone on the boat off guard. Even Doffy was surprised, but he chose not to question my decision. Oi, Ross, have you forgotten that we are part of Roger's pirates? Buggy regained a bit of his courage now that he was in the presence of familiar faces. That was in the past, Buggy. Your captain is no more, and the same goes for the Roger pirates. Everyone here will have to decide where our lives will go from here. I am sure some of you have already decided on it. I gazed at the rest of the people on the boat. So if you want to join us, then I would be glad to have you both be a part of the future that we are aiming to build, I offered. Although Buggy seemed weak in canon, his luck was heaven-defying, and his devil fruit was quite underrated in my opinion. As for Shanks, he would grow up to become an absolute powerhouse. And what kind of future are you planning to build, Ross? Dragon was intrigued and wanted to know more. Because if he could, he wanted to pull Ross into the revolutionary group that he was planning to build, and with Ross came quite a few future powerhouses, like his brother Doflamingo and Dracula Mihawk. Haha, you can forget about getting me to join your so-called revolutionaries. As for the future, I have envisioned that it simply involves us ruling this world. It's as simple as that, I commented casually. Dragon, who maintained a neutral expression, widened his eyes as my words sank in. Even Shanks widened his eyes in shock because he didn't see even a hint of doubt in my words. The idea of ruling the world was so audacious that it was hard to believe, even for them. As the weight of my words settled over the group, a tense silence engulfed us. Dragon's brows furrowed, betraying a hint of concern, while Shanks seemed conflicted, caught between his own ambitions and the implications of my ambitions. Doffy and Mihawk, on the other hand, exchanged knowing glances, seemingly unsurprised by my declaration. Buggy, still reeling from the shock of the situation, remained silent, his eyes darting between each of these madmen in front of him. After a moment, Dragon spoke up, his voice calm but probing. Ross, ruling the world is no small feat. What makes you believe you have what it takes to achieve such a lofty goal? I leaned back against the ship's railing, meeting Dragon's gaze with a confident smirk. Call it arrogance or call it conviction, but I've always believed in my own power and the power of those who stand beside me. The world is ripe for change, Dragon San, and I intend to seize that opportunity. Shanks, who was coming to terms with his own decision for the future, interjected, his tone measured. But Ross, ruling the world. What kind of world do you envision? One built on fear and tyranny, or one founded on freedom and justice? I paused, considering Shanks's words carefully. A world where strength reigns supreme, but also a world where people have the freedom to pursue their own paths. Perhaps it's a lofty ideal, but it's one worth striving for, but at the end of the day, my family needs to be on top. Doffy chuckled, breaking the tension with his signature grin. Well, count me in for the ride. Chaos or order, it doesn't matter to me as long as it's entertaining. My hawk nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the horizon. I've always been drawn to power and skill. And as my friend, if you intend to carve out your own destiny, I'll be there to witness it. So you guys want to replace the current celestial dragons and rule the world in their place? You want to oppress the world in the future, just like they did for centuries? Dragon's tone grew solemn. As Dragon's inquiry hung heavy in the air, the warmth in his tone dissipated, replaced by a stark confrontation of ideals. His commitment to freeing the world clashed directly with my assertion of wielding power to dominate it. It was a clash of philosophies, a collision of our visions for the future. At the mention of the celestial dragons, Doffy's demeanor shifted, his expression contorting with disdain. While his ambition to rule the world burned brightly, he recoiled at the notion that his future rule would resemble the current regime of the world government. "You're naive, Dragon-san," I retorted, my voice carrying a weight of conviction. "Do you truly believe that the world will embrace your vision of change without the strength to enforce it? Peace often demands sacrifice, and sometimes that sacrifice is made in the form of wielding power with an iron fist. Humanity is driven by instinct, by the allure of authority. If I must tread the path of oppression to achieve my goals, then so be it. I make no claims to saintliness. My actions are driven by a selfish desire to protect those I hold dear, even if it means reshaping the world to suit my ambitions." The tension between us simmered, each of us entrenched in our beliefs, unwilling to yield to the other's perspective. Dragon's commitment to liberation clashed starkly with my resolve to assert dominance, leaving a palpable divide in our alliance. "Naive, you say?" Dragon's voice dripped with venom, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "You speak of achieving obedience through strength, but what you fail to see is that true strength lies in liberation, not subjugation. The celestial dragons may wield power, but their rule is built on fear and suffering. I seek to break that cycle, to create a world where power is wielded for the betterment of all, not the few." By the side, Doffy couldn't hold back his laughter anymore at Dragon's lofty ideals and spoke. "You speak of liberation and achieving equal status for all, but this is a world dictated by strength. What you envision is merely an illusion. Have you ever thought about what would happen to the world once there was no one to maintain order? Even if you become that new power that maintains order with your lofty ideals, not everyone will see you as a savior. Some will blame you for the suffering. Remember this." Doffy's eyes narrowed as he spoke, revealing insights he had come to realize since his youth. "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Maybe today you might be the saviors, but soon enough, with the allure of power, you will inevitably become the same monster that you tend to kill. So in such a world, rather than being the oppressed answering to the whims of others, I'd rather become the oppressor," Doffy remarked, his voice laced with a cynical wisdom born of experience. I nodded in agreement with Doffy's sentiment, my gaze unwavering as I addressed Dragon once more. "I understand your vision, Dragon-san, and I respect it. But the reality is that this world is not so easily swayed by ideals alone. Sometimes, to bring about true change, one must be willing to confront the harsh realities of power and authority. Sigh, I originally thought our ideals would match and I could have someone to support me in my cause, but it seems like we are at a fundamental disagreement here." Dragon's voice was heavy with disappointment as he looked at me and Doffy. "I understand that strength is crucial in this world, but using it to oppress others is not the solution. We must strive for a world where everyone can live freely and peacefully, without fear of oppression or tyranny." Doffy chuckled, his expression unyielding. "Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Dragon. Freedom is merely an illusion, a concept fabricated by those in power to maintain control over the masses. In reality, true freedom can only be attained through strength and authority. Those without power will always be at the mercy of those who possess it. Chapter 87. Shanks, by the side, remained silent, contemplating everyone's words. While he understood the appeal of strength in a world as chaotic as ours, he couldn't shake the feeling that there had to be another way. Perhaps there was a middle ground where strength could be used to protect and empower others, rather than oppress them. But for now, it seemed that Doffy and I were firmly entrenched in our beliefs, unwilling to compromise on our visions for the future. "I am going after the One Piece," Shanks declared while the rest weighed their options. His goal was influenced by Roger. The former captain had shared certain details with Shanks before disbanding the crew, leaving him with hints about the truth of the world. Buggy, standing by, was surprised by Shanks' declaration. He had admired and followed Shanks all this time, even after the disbandment of the Roger pirates. "Thank you for the offer, Ross, but I don't think I will be able to join you guys. I would like to carve out a path of my own and find certain answers on my own," Shanks declared. Buggy's expression turned a bit sour. Shanks had said he wanted to find answers on his own, without mentioning Buggy. Despite feeling hurt, Buggy chose not to confront his friend in front of others. As another day passed, Dragon disembarked on a sparsely populated island, leaving Shanks and Buggy to make their decision. "Buggy, are you sure you don't want to join us? Your safety will be guaranteed," I remarked, offering him the opportunity to join. I knew that soon enough, Buggy and Shanks would likely have a disagreement and part ways. But Buggy remained loyal to Shanks, who gave him a light smile, as if conveying that he was okay with whatever decision Buggy made. After a moment of thought, Buggy finally answered. "No, Ross, I'm going to stick with Shanks. The bastard will make a fool of himself if I'm not there to help him out," Buggy declared, unable to let Shanks venture out into the world alone. "Fine, if that's what you truly wish for, I won't stop you," I commented as both Buggy and Shanks left to continue their new journey. However, I knew that our paths would cross again in the future. "So, what's next?" Mihawk questioned. Although he had a goal set in mind and wanted to be a maverick, now that he was my friend, he wanted to know if he could do anything to contribute. "I want you to continue doing what you do, Mihawk, but you need to become even more infamous than you already are. Soon enough, the world government will come looking for you," I remarked with a smile on my face. "The world government will come looking for me? That seems a bit troublesome." "I already have my hands full with the Marines chasing me around," Mihawk commented. He did not doubt my words, rather, he was already contemplating the implications. He was not afraid of the Marines, rather, he thought of them as an inconvenience, and he was lucky that he had yet to come across any Marine powerhouses. Yes, soon enough, the Marines will be overwhelmed due to the sheer number of pirates that descend due to the allure of One Piece, and the word will spread to the entire world. So, the world government will create a new system to use notorious pirates to curb the influence of pirates. I shared the information that I had on the Shichibukai system. In this life, Doffy was not going to be a part of the warlords, but for Mihawk, this would be a good opportunity. I wanted to have someone I could trust within the Shichibukai so that I would have information in the future if the Marines made any big moves. Why would the pirates work for the world government and the Marines? Mihawk was confused because the idea itself seemed absurd to him. Of course, it's all a way to make pirates kill pirates, but the Shichibukai will be given certain privileges. The Marines won't chase them anymore, they'll have the right to legal plunder, among many other considerations. However, sooner or later, they would be disbanded once the situation is under control. However, you can hold on to the privilege for a decade or two and grow without any restrictions. "It's better the world government doesn't know about our connection," I commented. I had to make sure that when we were truly ready to fight the world government, we had to have quite a few strong fighters by our side. Especially with how much power the world government has hidden, my initial estimate was way off, so I needed to make more preparations. Having Shanks join us would have been ideal, but then he had his own path set. He wanted to focus on protecting the balance of power in the world. There were also many other things that I needed to tell Mihawk, especially about the Seraphim project. That's something he needed to look out for if he joined the Shichibukai, I thought to myself, considering the intricate web of information I had to carefully share with my friend. Well, if my joining the so-called warlords will help you and keep the Marines off my back, then I don't think there would be an issue. But are you sure it's necessary? Mihawk questioned me, his sharp gaze probing for answers. My friend had no idea how deep the world government's true strength went. As of now, I chose to keep such information from him so that he wouldn't feel too pressured. I had only shared about Emu with Doffy, who then started realizing how much of a secret the world government was keeping even from their own descendants. The empty throne was not so empty as it seemed. There was an absolute ruler in this world who had ruled for over 8 centuries. Then you should disembark once we have reached the New World. From my estimate, the entirety of the New World must be burning right now, and we need to capture our new territory at the earliest possible time before it gets damaged beyond saving, I shared. Mihawk was intrigued. He was already aware of my grand ambitions, so he knew that I wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Territory was crucial in the New World. Looting alone would not help any faction grow. They needed a fixed source of income, and the protection fees from kingdoms and islands within one's territory were a good way to assert authority and power. So mind if I ask where you guys want to establish your power base? Mihawk questioned, his gaze shifting between the two brothers. However, it was Doffy who answered first. Dressrosa. We have quite a few reasons to take over this country. After all, it once belonged to our Donquxote family. It's only right if we take it back, Doffy chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. There were indeed numerous reasons why we chose Dressrosa, but it was better to create such a facade. As long as myself and Doffy knew the truth about the matter, it was well and good. Dressrosa had a strategic location and a history entangled with the Donquxote family, making it a suitable choice for our power base. However, there were other factors at play that we couldn't reveal to Mihawk just yet. So how are we going to cross over to the New World? Through the Calm Belt or through the Grand Line? I am sure the world government would have blocked all access to Redport, so we can only take these 2 ways to reach the New World, Mihawk commented, wanting to know our plans for the journey to Dressrosa, as it would take quite some time. Well, I can always fly over the Red Line, I joked, glancing at Mihawk, who rolled his eyes at my statement. I'm sure Doffy can do it too if he tries with his fruit powers, I added, turning to my brother to gauge his reaction. Little brother, have you forgotten that we have an important thing to take care of in the Grand Line before we get to Dressrosa? Doffy interjected, reminding me of our impending task. Suddenly, it dawned on me, I had forgotten something crucial amidst the recent developments. With a sheepish smile, I acknowledged my oversight, and we set sail for the iconic Reverse Mountain, our next destination lying in the first half of the Grand Line. Days passed as Roger's final message spread throughout the world, stirring up a frenzy among those seeking the One Piece. The seas were teeming with people hungry for adventure and riches, and our little ship had become a target for numerous pirate groups. Doffy, reveling in the chaos, took delight in tormenting these would-be assailants who had underestimated us. Our caravel had been replaced with a medium-sized galleon, now manned by the pirates we had captured. As I sharpened Kitetsu, I shared insights about black blades with Mihawk, whose own Yoru had yet to complete its transformation. It's a shame I can't use such a beautiful blade anymore. But I'm uncertain if I can find a suitable replacement, I mused while channeling my black lightning through Sandai Kitetsu. Having shared the limitations of my current blade with Mihawk, I inquired about the whereabouts of other supreme-grade weapons. As the wielder of Yoru, he must have extensive knowledge in that area. Supreme-grade weapons are rare finds, Mihawk replied. My situation was unique. However, I believe nothing less than a supreme-grade blade may handle the strain of your lightning powers as you grow stronger in the future, especially if you want to infuse Haoshiku into your blade. As Mihawk observed the Sandai Kitetsu groaning under the pressure of the black lightning and armament Haki infusion, he mentioned his observation that the blade might not be able to handle the additional strain of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, a detail I had shared with him earlier. Well, currently I do know the location of quite a few great-grade blades, but I don't believe they would suffice to unleash my strength in the future, I remarked, pondering the whereabouts of these legendary weapons. Shusway, in particular, caught my interest, as it was a permanent black blade with immense potential. You know about Shusway, one of the great grade blades? I should be able to get my hands on it soon enough, I shared, excitement lacing my words. Oh, you mean the blade used by the legendary swordsman Shimatsuki Ryuma? Wait, isn't that blade in Wano Kuni? Are you planning to take it out of Wano? Mihawk questioned, his sharp gaze fixed on me. He was well aware of the tensions surrounding Wano and the influence of figures like Kaido in the New World. Hee, I don't have any intention of entering Wano anytime soon. But soon enough, a fool might get Shusway out of Wano and gift it to me. I chuckled, knowing full well that Gecko Moria would soon challenge Kaido for dominance in the New World, leading to a series of events that would ultimately result in the blade finding its way to me. Wait, Ross, speaking of Shimatsuki Ryuma, back during the days when I was researching Supreme Grade blades, I did come across an old tattered record that stated Ryuma once tried to wield a blade much more formidable than Shusway. However, it was said that due to its overbearing nature and lack of sync with Ryuma, the blade was set aside. The record stated that even Ryuma could not tame the blade. Mihawk began, delving into his memory as the mention of Ryuma brought back long-buried details. A blade that even Ryuma could not tame? Do you think such a blade could truly exist? After all, Shimatsuki Ryuma was hailed as the sword god of Wano Kuni according to history. If there was really such a blade, shouldn't it have been famous? I questioned, my skepticism evident. If a blade of such power truly existed, it would undoubtedly be renowned throughout the world. Well, that's the interesting part about this blade. Almost all records seem to have been destroyed. It's as if someone deliberately tried to erase all information about this blade, Mihawk commented, sharing the details he managed to recall from his memory. The mystery surrounding this blade piqued our curiosity, and we couldn't help but wonder what secrets it held. The moment Mihawk mentioned someone trying to erase all records about the blade, my thoughts immediately drifted towards the Void Century. It seemed like more than just a coincidence, especially considering Ryuma's potential involvement in defending Wano during that time. If there truly existed a blade that even someone as renowned as Ryuma couldn't tame, it held a significance that I couldn't ignore. Say, Ross, do you really think Ryuma killed a dragon, or is it simply a myth? Mihawk's question carried a rare glint in his eyes. For any swordsman, slaying a true dragon would represent the ultimate pinnacle of swordsmanship. I believe it's very much possible that Ryuma killed a dragon. However, I feel there's more to the story. My theory is that Ryuma defeated the user of the Uo no Mi model, Tsuryu, 8 centuries ago, thus protecting Wano. After all, it's rumored that the one who consumes the mythical dragon Zoan fruit becomes practically unkillable. Perhaps this is why Ryuma was bestowed with the title of Sword God, I shared, offering my genuine thoughts on the matter. Wano's history was shrouded in mystery, but I was certain it would play a significant role in the future, especially in our impending conflict with the world government. Aligning Wano with our cause was a strategic move, and the ancient weapon hidden beneath Wano was a prize I was determined to obtain. Chapter 88. Our conversation was interrupted by Doffy, who approached with a smirk on his face. Are you two plotting something devious again? It seems like we have more guests incoming. He gestured in the direction of the incoming ships. As the approaching ships grew nearer, I couldn't help but sense their presence with my observation hockey. With a sigh, I turned to my companions on the galleon. So, who's up for dealing with our unexpected guests this time? I inquired, my gaze shifting towards the direction of the incoming vessels. A silent exchange of looks passed between us before Doffy rose to his feet with a resigned sigh. It seemed he would be the one to handle the situation yet again. With a smirk, he prepared to confront the approaching pirates, ready to unleash his formidable power upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The ominous boom of cannon fire echoed across the sea as the two pirate ships drew closer to our galleon. My observation hockey revealed that these aggressors were far from formidable, lacking any real threat. Nevertheless, their approach was imminent, and we prepared for the inevitable confrontation. As the enemy vessels closed in, Doffy, ever ready for action, braced himself for the impending clash. With a confident smirk, he stood at the ready, his blue flames flickering in anticipation of battle. It was clear that these pirates had underestimated the firepower they were about to face. With a swift motion, Doffy leaped from the deck of our galleon onto the nearest pirate ship, his devil fruit powers already ablaze. As he landed amidst the startled crew, his aura of blue flames illuminated the chaos that ensued. Who the hell are you? The pirate captain's voice trembled as he demanded an answer from the mysterious intruder, his bravado fading in the face of Doffy's overwhelming presence. The crew, already on edge, took a step back, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. "Just a passing flame, here to burn away your little ship," Doffy replied with a sinister chuckle, his blue flames flickering ominously around him. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the pirates, who had never encountered such a terrifying display of power. Before they could react, the sound of cannon fire erupted from the other ship targeted at our own ship, sending a barrage of projectiles hurtling towards us. Without hesitation, Doffy sprang into action, his movements fluid and precise. "Fire Fist!" he roared, unleashing a torrent of blazing energy that engulfed the second enemy vessel in a dazzling display of blue flames. The pirates watched in horror as their ship was reduced to smoldering wreckage within moments, the flames licking hungrily at the sky. Caught off guard by Doffy's sudden onslaught and the sheer intensity of his flames, the pirates on the second ship scrambled desperately to defend themselves. But their feeble attempts were like swatting at a raging inferno with bare hands, utterly futile against the ferocity of the flame fruit user. With a second punch, Doffy unleashed another torrent of scorching blue flames, sending waves of heat cascading across the enemy ship. The air was filled with the acrid scent of smoke and the agonized screams of the pirates as they were engulfed by the merciless fire. Panic swept through the ranks of the pirates as their vessel became a blazing inferno, the flames licking hungrily at the wooden hull and rigging. Men stumbled and fell, their clothes and skin singed by the searing heat, their cries drowned out by the crackling of the flames. Meanwhile, Doffy stood amidst the chaos, a twisted smile curling his lips as he relished the sounds of agony and despair echoing around him. To him, the screams of the hapless pirates were like music to his ears, a symphony of terror that only fueled his appetite for destruction. Yet amidst the chaos and carnage, not a single soul aboard the first ship dared to move an inch to help their comrades. Frozen in fear, they watched in silent horror as their fellow pirates were consumed by the flames, knowing that any attempt to intervene would be met with the same fiery fate. It's a devil of the sea!" One of the crewmen screamed, dropping his weapon and falling to his knees in terror. The others could only watch in stunned silence as Doffy's power laid waste to their comrades and their ship, leaving behind only ashes and despair. "We'll pay for the transgression, please spare our lives," the captain pleaded, his voice thick with fear and desperation. He cared little for the fate of his crew now, consumed by regret for ever setting sail in search of the elusive One Piece. Doffy's dark chuckle filled the air, sending shivers down the spines of the pirates. He flicked his fingers, and arcs of blue fire danced across the deck, casting eerie shadows in the flickering light. "What kind of monster are you?" One of the pirates couldn't help but cry out, his voice trembling with terror as death loomed over him. Just then, by a stroke of sheer coincidence, another pirate accidentally knocked over a barrel. It tipped and spilled its contents, including a stack of bounty posters. Among them, Doffy's own wanted poster flew through the air, landing at the captain's feet. The captain looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief as he took in the face staring back at him from the paper, a face that now stood before him, wreathed in flames and dark intent. As the pirate captain's eyes locked onto the bounty poster at his feet, his heart sank like a stone. The image depicted a man with vibrant, flaming hair and a chilling grin, the very same man who now stood before him, exuding an aura of power and menace. Doffy's eyes glinted with amusement as he watched the realization dawn on the captain's face. "Recognize me now, do you?" he taunted, his voice dripping with scorn. "It seems like your luck has run out, my friend." The crew murmured in fear and disbelief, their minds struggling to process the unfolding nightmare before them. Some whispered prayers, while others cursed their ill-fated voyage. But amidst the chaos, one voice rang out with a defiant edge. "We won't go down without a fight," a burly pirate shouted, rallying his comrades with a fierce glare. "We'll take this devil down, no matter the cost." Doffy's grin widened, relishing the challenge, or rather, the foolishness, of these pirates. With a casual flick of his wrist, he summoned a swirling vortex of azure flames, casting an ominous glow over the deck. "Then come at me, if you dare," he challenged, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. "But be warned, you're playing with fire." Suddenly, the burly pirate's cutlass cleaved through the air with deadly intent, aiming straight for Doffy's head. But Doffy's reflexes were lightning fast. With a fluid movement, he sidestepped the attack, the blade whistling harmlessly past him. Before the pirate could recover from his failed strike, Doffy's hand shot out like a viper, seizing the man by the throat with an iron grip. The other pirates watched in horror as their comrades' eyes bulged with fear, realizing too late the grave mistake they had made. "Welcome to paradise." Doffy's voice was a chilling whisper as he unleashed a torrent of azure flames from his palm. The searing inferno consumed the burly pirate's face in an instant, reducing it to ash and bone. The once formidable man collapsed to the deck, his agonized screams silenced forever. The remaining pirates recoiled in terror, their resolve shattered by the merciless display of power before them. But Doffy showed no mercy. With a savage grin, he unleashed a barrage of blue flames upon the hapless crew, engulfing them in a maelstrom of fire and chaos. The deck became a battlefield bathed in hellfire, the scent of burning flesh mingling with the acrid smoke. The pirates' desperate cries echoed across the sea, drowned out by the crackling flames and the triumphant laughter of their assailant. In mere moments, it was over. The once proud pirate crew lay decimated, their charred corpses strewn across the deck like discarded puppets. Doffy stood amidst the carnage, his expression twisted with sadistic pleasure as he surveyed his handiwork. "Pathetic," he scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "Is that the best you fools could muster?" With a contemptuous flick of his hand, he extinguished the remaining flames, leaving nothing but smoldering wreckage in his wake. As the smoke cleared and the echoes of battle faded into silence, Doffy turned away from the scorched remnants of the pirate ship, his hunger for destruction momentarily sated. But deep within him, a dark hunger stirred, a hunger that could only be sated by the chaos and devastation of the open sea. As the tumultuous waves crashed against the sides of our galleon, threatening to swallow us whole, Mihawk's gaze remained fixed on the raging sea. His sword, Yoru, gleamed in the faint light, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. "You say this happens every year around this time?" Mihawk's voice cut through the roar of the storm, his eyes sharp with curiosity. "Yes, it's called Aqua Laguna, and it's getting worse each year," I replied, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. With a gesture, I summoned a bolt of lightning to cleave through another towering wave. Mihawk's expression remained unreadable as he processed the information. Meanwhile, Doffy, his usually confident demeanor faltering in the face of the tempest, voiced his concerns. Chapter 89. After a few hours of struggle and relentless effort from both myself and Mihawk, we finally made it through the Aqua Laguna. Our galleon was already battered, and it was a miracle that it was still in one piece. Doffy was completely exhausted, and despite having undergone resistance training, the seawater still restricted him to a great degree. As for me, I was an anomaly. I had been steadily growing resistant to seawater and seastone. Although I still couldn't use my maximum power under the influence of the sea, I wasn't completely helpless either. "Say, Mihawk, do you have any plans to consume a devil fruit?" Doffy commented with a smirk as Mihawk dispatched the last pirate who had helped us steer our galleon to Water 7. We had no plans of sparing these people. "Seriously, do you take me for a fool, Doflamingo? With what Ross has shared about the world sinking, do you expect me to eat a devil fruit?" "No thanks, I will rely on my swordsmanship to reach my goals," Mihawk commented firmly. My revelation of the world sinking had left a deep impact on both Doffy and Mihawk. I had asked both of them not to spread the word unless absolutely necessary. I had only shared minimal information regarding the matter, as even I was blind to the exact reason for the world sinking. However, I knew that the higher-ups in the world government were aware of the real reason, and it must have a direct relation to the Void Century and many other mysteries of this world. "Is that," Is that a ship?" The man perched safely on the roof gawked as a majestic galleon battled through the tempestuous waves and careened into Water 7. "Shit! Who's crazy enough to sail into Water 7 during the night of Aqua Laguna?" his friend exclaimed, eyeing the turbulent sea while a few others joined them, watching as 3 figures emerged from the battered vessel land at last. "I swear, little brother, I'll never trust your judgment on storms again." "You call that a small tempest?" Doffy gasped for breath, finally feeling the stability of the solid ground beneath him. "Doffy, you've got to toughen up. How else are you going to fare on the high seas?" I chuckled, amused at my brother's disarray. Suddenly, a group of menacing figures closed in on us, unmistakably pirates looking for trouble. But before they could make a move, my hawk descended gracefully from the galleon, his presence commanding immediate recognition. That's the Marine Hunter," one of the pirates stammered, their bravado waning in the face of my hawk's formidable reputation. "Do any of you know where I can find the shipwright named Tom?" "I've heard he's quite the legend in Water 7, I materialized behind the pirate, who appeared to be the leader of the ragtag group, gently resting my hands on his shoulders. Instantly, the pirate realized they weren't the hunters, but the prey. With trembling hands, he pointed in the direction of Tom's workshop. As my companions and I strolled casually towards our destination, the pirate let out a sigh of relief, recognizing both myself and Doffy, 2 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million belly. Utilizing my observation hockey, I could sense that Water 7 was teeming with pirates. However, due to the chaos of Aqua Laguna's night, there weren't any more pirates incoming. The island, renowned for harboring the world's finest shipwrights, had become a haven for pirates seeking to upgrade their vessels. Stealing a ship from Water 7 was deemed easier than acquiring one through legitimate means. Alternatively, pirates could strong-arm the skilled shipwrights into crafting a new vessel for them. Amidst the bustling streets, the scent of salt and sea mingled with the clamor of voices, the occasional clink of metal, and the distant roar of the storm-tossed ocean. Shadows danced upon the cobblestones as lanterns flickered, casting an eerie glow upon the nocturnal scene. After traversing through the labyrinthine streets of the town for more than half an hour, we finally reached the edge of the island, where most of the decommissioned ships lay discarded. Near the area stood an old, dilapidated workshop with a weather-beaten signboard that barely clung to its hinges, bearing the faded inscription "Tom's Workers." "Is that the workshop of the shipwright who built the vessel that circumnavigated our world?" Doffy couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with disappointment. He had expected something grand from the renowned builder of Oro Jackson. As we approached the weathered workshop, we were greeted by a sudden commotion emanating from within. Despite the stormy night, it seemed that Tom Sam was still hard at work. However, the nature of the disturbance hinted at trouble brewing inside the once hallowed sanctuary of shipbuilding expertise. As the gunshot reverberated through the stormy night, Doffy's eyebrows arched in amusement just as we crossed the threshold into the workshop. What met our eyes was a scene of utter pandemonium. A group of ruthless pirates had Tom Sam and his apprentices cornered, their faces etched with a blend of fear and defiance. Tom Sam himself bore a gaping bullet wound on his shoulder, the blood staining his shirt and mingling with the sweat of his exertion as he lay beneath the oppressive weight of the frenzied pirate's captain. "Tom, I won't ask again. Where is the Pirate King's ship hidden?" The captain's voice cut through the tension like a blade, his foot pressing down mercilessly on Tom's injured shoulder, eliciting a pained gasp from the shipwright. "I've told you before, if you seek the Oro Jackson, you'll have to search among the Roger pirates." "I have no knowledge of their ship's whereabouts," Tom replied, his words strained with the effort of defiance despite the agony he endured. It was evident that he had suffered greatly at the hands of his captors, with both Iceberg and Cutty Flam, also known as Frankie, bearing bruises that marred their once smooth features. The pirate goons held the 2 apprentices in an iron grip, their expressions hardened with determination as they awaited their captain's next command. The workshop, once a haven of creativity and innovation, now bore witness to the cruel reality of piracy, where violence and intimidation reigned supreme. "Tom, we're both fishmen. Why are you aiding these humans?" The captain's voice carried a mix of disbelief and frustration as he momentarily eased the pressure on Tom's wounded shoulder. Their entire crew consisted of fishmen, and the captain himself boasted a staggering bounty of 310 million, marking him as a formidable force in the treacherous waters of the New World. Do you truly expect me to believe that you're unaware of the whereabouts of your greatest creation? The captain's tone dripped with skepticism. For all I know, you could be the one hiding it. Hand over the ship, and together, we can unlock the secrets of One Piece. We can liberate our entire fishman race. The tension in the workshop thickened as the weight of the captain's words hung in the air. It was clear that he had journeyed from the depths of the New World to Water 7 upon hearing the rumors surrounding Oro Jackson, driven by the promise of power and freedom for his people. The relationship between humans and fishmen had soured over the years, exacerbated by the heavy influx of pirates since the time of Roger's conquest of the Grand Line. With each passing day, more fishmen fell prey to human exploitation, becoming commodities in the eyes of their oppressors. As the tension inside the workshop reached its peak, my companions and I strolled in with an air of nonchalance. Despite the workshop's shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly vast, with enough space to accommodate even the largest of ships under construction. Currently, it seemed that Tom and his apprentices were putting the finishing touches on a sizable galleon, which stood as a testament to their craftsmanship. The workshop fell silent as we entered, and more than 24 fishmen tensed at our presence, their wary gazes fixed upon us. Ignoring the palpable tension, I addressed the room with a calm demeanor. "Don't mind us. Carry on with your work. Just ensure that Tom-san remains unharmed," I stated, my voice carrying an unmistakable authority. "I have a rather important matter to discuss with him." With deliberate ease, I walked over to an upturned table and set it upright, taking a seat while casually placing my sword aside. Doffy followed suit, his chuckle cutting through the tense atmosphere as he settled onto an old, dusty couch. Meanwhile, my hawk leaned against a wooden pillar with his customary aloofness. The arrangement of our positions effectively surrounded the fishman crew, making it clear that we held the upper hand in this precarious situation. Despite the bloodshot stares and clenched fists of the fishmen, my companions and I exuded an aura of confidence. We were prepared for whatever might come next. "You little brats. Do you have a death wish?" The captain's voice boomed, breaking the tense silence as he directed his fury towards us. His anger was palpable, fueled by our apparent disregard for him and his crew, whom we treated as inconsequential. "You bastards! Do you know who I am?" he snarled, attempting to intimidate us with his imposing presence. Meanwhile, his crew members shifted subtly, preparing for the imminent conflict. Unlike the earlier ragtag group, this crew recognized the potential threat we posed despite our youth, opting not to launch an attack outright. "Of course, I know who you are. You're the captain of the Frenzy Pirates," I replied calmly, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. "However, I suggest you leave here without causing any more trouble. We have important matters to discuss with Tom-san." With a casual gesture, I gestured towards the wounded shipwright, who lay on the ground, confusion evident in his expression as he struggled to place the unfamiliar face that spoke with such authority. "What business do you have with Tom?" the captain demanded, his towering form eclipsing the room as he stepped forward. Standing over 6 meters tall, he was a formidable sight to behold, a great white scark-type fishman with a burly figure, every inch of his body exuding bloodlust. From his aura alone, I could sense that he had likely slaughtered a substantial number of humans in his lifetime. "Little brother, let's just get this over with." "I'm too tired from the journey," Doffy interjected impatiently, his arm engulfed in flames and armament hockey as he lunged forward, striking a nearby fishman with a swift, powerful punch. With Doffy's sudden action, the skirmish erupted into full-blown combat. In the blink of an eye, my hawk unsheathed his blade with lightning speed, severing the head of a fishman pirate before they could even react. Meanwhile, the captain's anger surged as he witnessed our swift retaliation, and he immediately turned his attention towards me, the closest target. "Spear wave!" With a roar, the captain manipulated the water surrounding us, conjuring a thick spear to pierce through me. However, he vastly underestimated the extent of our power. While most of his crew possessed a rudimentary understanding of hockey and were proficient in Gaijin karate, they had yet to realize they were facing two logia fruit users. With casual ease, I raised my hand and countered, unleashing a thick pillar of black lightning that tore through the oncoming water spear. The captain's shock was palpable, and as his observation hockey picked up the incoming threat, he managed to stumble to the side with his massive form at the last second. However, his unfortunate crew member standing directly behind him wasn't as fortunate. The black lightning tore through the fishman's body without mercy, the high temperature of the lightning burning through his massive form in moments, leaving behind only charred dust. Ha ha ha. I've heard fishmen have 10 times the physique of humans, but I think that was a bit of an exaggeration. Doffy laughed as he plunged his fist into the chest of another fishman, who choked on his own blood, while Doffy pumped his blue flames into the gaping wound for good measure. As my hawk and Doffy swiftly dispatched the fishman crew, my black lightning crackled through the workshop, reducing the remaining adversaries to ash. Amidst the chaos, the captain's enraged roar pierced the air, his fury unrelenting even in the face of overwhelming odds. "You bastards! I will kill you all," he bellowed, his determination fueling his next move. Busashokukoka, with a menacing aura, he infused his entire body with armament hockey, his muscles bulging as he launched one of his signature techniques, Fishman Karate's secret art, Demon Brick Fist. A shockwave charged with black lightning tore through the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward as he charged towards me with formidable speed. However, I met his attack with a smirk, choosing to counter his punch head-on. Clad in black lightning, my entire fist collided with his, creating a deafening clash that reverberated throughout the workshop like a sonic boom. Like a broken string, the massive form of the fishman was hurled through the air, crashing towards the almost finished galleon with bone-crushing force. Despite his arm being imbued with armament hockey, his arm was left charred and smoking from the intensity of the lightning, the acrid stench of burnt flesh permeating the air. By his side, Tom had swiftly moved to protect his young apprentices, shielding them from the chaos wrought by the pirates' aggression. They huddled together, battered and bruised, their innocence marred by the violence that had erupted within the once peaceful confines of the workshop. Chapter 90. The battle raged on within the confines of Tom's workshop. With each of my black lightning strikes illuminating the chaos, the air crackled with tension as the two parties clashed with all the ferocity of the tempest outside. My hawk moved with unparalleled deadly grace and precision, his blade, Yoru, cutting through the fishmen pirates like a scythe through wheat. With each stroke, he carved a path of destruction, his movements a deadly dance of skill and lethality. As the bodies of his fallen foes littered the ground, the sheer elegance of his technique belied the brutality of his strikes. Meanwhile, Doffy, with his entire body ablaze in blue flames, moved like a whirlwind of destruction, his laughter echoing amidst the chaos. With every attack, he unleashed torrents of fire that engulfed his enemies in searing agony. His devil-may-care attitude belied his cunning and ferocity, as he dispatched his opponents with ruthless efficiency. The captain of the fishmen pirates rose from the wreckage of the shattered galleon, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. With one arm completely charred and hanging limply at his side, he glared at us with defiance, his voice booming with defiance amidst the chaos. "Tui! Who are you bastards? Are you here to snatch away my treasures?" He roared, his words dripping with venom and desperation. But before he could even react, I flickered next to him in a blur of movement, my fist charged with crackling black lightning. Thunder Lance! I unleashed the full force of my power, driving my lightning-infused fist into the fishman's massive form with relentless ferocity. The lightning drilled through his body like a bolt of divine retribution, leaving behind a gaping hole in his chest. Despite his body being clad in armament hockey, a futile attempt to defend against the might of the lightning fruit, his efforts were in vain. The power of my thunder lance proved overwhelming, rendering his defenses useless in the face of such raw, elemental power. As the captain staggered backward, his strength waning with each passing moment, a sense of finality hung in the air. The battle was over, and the victor was clear. The captain of the fishmen pirates coughed violently, blood spewing from his lips as his airway was flooded with crimson. Despite his weakened state, defiance still burned in his bloodshot eyes as he struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before him. "Cough! Cough! Who are you bastards? Why are you attacking me?" he rasped, his voice barely a whisper amidst the chaos of the stormy night. His question hung in the air, a last desperate plea for understanding in the face of inevitable defeat. "You should have left when I asked you nicely," I remarked coolly, my voice tinged with a hint of disappointment at the captain's stubbornness. Slowly, deliberately, I drew Kotetsu, the blade crackling with electric energy as lightning danced across its surface. With one swift motion, I unsheathed the blade, the sound of metal slicing through the air echoing through the workshop. In an instant, the captain's head was severed from his body, a clean cut that marked the end of his reign of terror. As the last remnants of the fishmen pirates were dispatched, a sense of calm settled over the workshop. Despite his bullet wound, Tom had begun to recover, a testament to the resilience of the fishman's superior physique. "Sorry about your ship, Tom-san," I offered, my tone tinged with genuine regret as I took a seat in front of him. Behind him, his two apprentices remained close, seeking shelter behind their master's protective stance. Tom-san, a seasoned veteran of the One Piece world, was no stranger to the true depths of power that lurked within it. Having been acquainted with the likes of Roger and his legendary crew, he possessed a keen awareness that the three newcomers before him were not to be underestimated. The ease with which we had dispatched the fishmen pirates spoke volumes about our strength, a fact that Tom-san undoubtedly recognized. Despite the chaos and destruction that had unfolded within his workshop, Tom-san remained remarkably composed. His gaze, though wary, held a glimmer of curiosity as he regarded us, his mind undoubtedly racing with questions about our identities and intentions. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Tom's weary voice cut through the lingering tension in the workshop as he eyed the three of us warily. Doffy had already settled back on the couch, his expression one of casual indifference, while my hawk perused the designs of small, one-man boats that adorned the walls with a curious interest. "Ah, Tom-san, where are my manners? Let me introduce myself first," I began, offering a polite smile despite the gravity of the situation. "My name is Donquxote Rosinante, and I am here to ask you to join the Donquxote family." Tom's expression remained inscrutable as he processed my proposal. His eyes flickered between the three of us, his gaze searching for any hint of deception or ulterior motive. Behind him, his apprentices watched with bated breath, their apprehension palpable in the air. "I appreciate your help in saving me and my students earlier, but I apologize. I must decline your offer." Tom-san's voice was firm but respectful as he delivered his refusal. "I have no intention of leaving Water 7 and venturing out into the sea. However, in exchange for saving our lives, if you would like to commission a ship, I can help you build it to the best of my abilities." I nodded, understanding his position. Tom-san was a man of principle, dedicated to his craft and his home. His loyalty to Water 7 was unwavering, and I respected his decision even as disappointment lingered in the air. To have Tom-san's expertise in shipbuilding was a rare opportunity, one that I had hoped to capitalize on, but I knew better than to press the matter further. "In that case, I would like to commission your help in building me Pluton," I replied, my tone shifting as I dropped the facade of formality. A smirk played at the corners of my lips, and a glint of determination sparkled in my eyes. "With the blueprint in hand, I am sure that with enough resources, a shipwright of your stature should be able to help me create a new one, yes?" The mention of Pluton hung in the air, a name whispered in hushed tones throughout the world of pirates and adventurers. It was a legendary ship, said to possess unparalleled power and unmatched strength. Tom-san's reaction was palpable, a flicker of unease crossing his features at the mere mention of the name Pluton. Even Iceberg, the teenage apprentice standing behind him, seemed to tense at the mention of the legendary ancient weapon. Only Frankie remained oblivious, his focus still on my hawk, who was browsing through the designs spread across the workshop walls. "I do not know what you are talking about. Pluton is simply a fairy tale created by the people of the past to increase the reputation of Water 7. There is no such thing as Pluton." With a subtle shift in demeanor, Tom-san rose to his full height, his towering figure casting a shadow over me as his tone turned downright hostile. His denial was vehement, his words laced with a hint of desperation as he sought to dismiss Pluton as nothing more than a fairy tale concocted to elevate Water 7's reputation. But I was not so easily swayed. My gaze locked with Tom Sand's, my resolve unwavering as I met his denial with a challenge of my own. "Do you take me for a fool, Tom Sand?" I retorted, my tone growing more serious by the moment. "Perhaps this will help jog your memory. Both myself and my brother are descendants of the celestial dragons. So tell me, is Pluton still just folklore?" The mention of my lineage hung in the air like a weight, the gravity of the revelation sinking in as Tom Sand's expression shifted, his facade of denial beginning to crack. Even Doffy, usually nonchalant in the face of conflict, eyed Tom Sand with a newfound intensity, his casual demeanor replaced by a steely resolve. "Let's cut to the chase, Tom Sand," I asserted, my voice firm as I met his gaze head-on. "I know you have the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton hidden under your care. Soon enough, the world government will come hunting for you, especially given your involvement with Roger and the construction of Oro Jackson. I'm not willing to gamble my chances once they get involved, so I hope you can hand over the Pluton blueprints." My demand hung in the air, the weight of its implications echoing through the workshop. I knew that in the near future, Spandam would catch wind of rumors regarding Tom's possession of the Pluton blueprints. Originally, if Spandam had shared this news with the elders, the world government would have raised Water 7, sinking the island completely in search of the weapon blueprints. However, Spandam wanted to keep the merits for himself and hand over the blueprints directly, so he kept the information to himself until the end. "Even if Pluton were real, I don't have the blueprints for such a weapon," Tom Sand continued to deny, his resolve unyielding despite the mounting pressure. "Tom Sand, it seems like you've misunderstood something," I countered, my tone cool and calculated. "You seem to have forgotten I am a pirate, and it was not a request. The only reason I'm engaging in dialogue here is out of respect. However, if you want to push your luck, then so be it." A smirk played at the corners of my lips, a silent warning that time was running out for Tom Sand to come clean. He may have grown comfortable with our conversation, but I was not one to tolerate deception for long. The truth would come to light, one way or another, and I was prepared to do whatever it took to ensure that Pluton fell into the right hands, mine. Frankie's expression soured at the revelation that we were pirates, his deep-seated hatred for them burning brightly, fueled by the betrayal of his own pirate parents. Behind him, Iceberg struggled to conceal his fear, his knowledge of Pluton likely weighing heavily on his mind after years under Tom Sand's tutelage. "Little brother, you're wasting your time." Doffy's voice cut through the tension, his impatience evident. Unlike me, who sought resolution through dialogue, Doffy saw no need for restraint. He knew there were numerous ways to break someone, especially if they had someone they cared about. But I didn't want to resort to such tactics. Having Tom Sand willingly join us would be the ideal outcome. "Doffy, go back to sleep. Let me handle this." I reprimanded him, but his words had already struck a nerve with Tom Sand. He understood that we weren't bluffing, and if he didn't cooperate, he'd face dire consequences. "Tom Sand, I'm a patient man, but my brother here." I trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. There was only so much I could do to restrain Doffy's impulsive nature. "If you're uncomfortable with handing over the blueprint, then join us and start building Pluton for us." As I spoke, I observed the reactions of the trio before me. Frankie's anger simmered just beneath the surface, his fists clenched in frustration. Iceberg's fear was palpable, his eyes darting nervously between us. And Tom Sand, his expression was unreadable, a mask of uncertainty and resignation as he grappled with the weight of his decision. In this moment, the fate of Pluton hung in the balance, its secrets poised to reshape the world of pirates and adventurers forever. "What do you guys want to achieve with the blueprint?" Tom Sand questioned, his tone grave, signaling his resignation to the reality of the situation. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.